Chapter 1 Bernstein Luca. The World of Pirates. The Holy Place of Celestial Dragons. Marie Joyce, among many luxurious manor halls. Located in a courtyard at the corner. Luca insisted on cultivating his strength as usual. Not long ago, Sand Crocodile was just expelled from Shishibukai, and Luffy and the others also went out to sea. Next, I can't delay here. I need to find a reason to go to the sea. Only by going to the sea can my strength be better exerted. It has been 16 years since I traveled through time, and the hope of revenge is also within reach. From the moment he was born and heard the 3 words Celestial Dragons, he knew that he did not travel through time to some ancient dynasty, but the world of pirates. After really coming to this world, Luca found that there were quite a lot of celestial dragons. Among them, in addition to the descendants of the 21 kings, there are also some outsiders. Those outsiders, celestial dragons, in addition to enjoying the same power as celestial dragons, also have to pay some price. And some rules need to be followed. For example, there can be no more than 2 generations in a family. Parents, children, and grandchildren. 1 generation must enter the Holy Land where the national treasure is stored to make sacrifices. And these so-called outer layers are actually rewards for some people in the pirate world who have made great contributions to the world government. At the beginning, many people thought it was a road to heaven. In the end, they realized that this was not a road to heaven at all. It's just that for real celestial dragons, the number of consumables used for sacrifice is insufficient and some supplements are needed. Luca's parents also died because of these rules. Bernstein Luca. Lord Gringo is waiting for you in the training hall of the knights. Some of the celestial dragons you killed before, now it's time to pay for it. Just as Luca was thinking, 3 members of the Knights of God rushed in directly and spoke calmly. There was sarcasm and indifference in their eyes. You can't practice swordsmanship, you can't use devil fruit. You can only practice Marine 6 styles at most. No matter how great the potential is, it will eventually become a waste. One of the Knights of God thought so. Luca, like him, is a celestial dragon of a different surname. However, in the end, they did not choose to join the Knights of God in order to become sacrifices for national treasures. And last year, Luca was the only celestial dragon of a different surname, invited by Gringo to join the Knights of God. As a result, Luca not only refused, but also scolded Gringo and even people like them. I know, get out. Luca's voice made the 3 people a little angry. But thinking of what Luca was going to face today, the 3 finally endured it. Humph, I hope you can still laugh later, Luca. After the 3 left, Luca pinched his palm. With this strength, it's a bit difficult to challenge Gringo, but it can be used to negotiate terms. One of the powers of celestial dragons. The Knights of God, almost all of them gathered in the training hall at this moment. Most of them had a little surprise on their faces. At this moment, they focused their attention on 2 people. One of them was tall and straight, with grey hair, and it was obvious that the years had left many traces on him. But the sharp aura coming from him was not diminished at all, which made people's scalps numb. As for the other person, he had bright golden hair, and his figure was also tall and strong, with a body of 2 meters. He wore a black tights on his upper body and a pair of dark red pants on his lower body. You lost, Luca. You, who also have the identity of celestial dragons, now have 2 choices. First, join the Knights of God, and you cannot be promoted. Second, die. Choose. You have killed those ordinary celestial dragons many times, which is already a serious crime. If it weren't for your potential, you should be thrown into the mortal world like those trash before. If it weren't for the promise your parents made with me, you would be a dead man now. Swish. With a light sound, Gringo's sword fell into his sheath without knowing when. His sword was so fast that Luca couldn't see it clearly in the fight just now. Many members of the Knights of God around him couldn't help but take a breath when they heard Gringo's words. Because Gringo's real age is almost older than their ancestors. And Gringo has never stopped practicing swordsmanship. If they challenge Gringo, they have no power to resist in front of Gringo. At present, an outer celestial dragon who has not practiced swordsmanship and has not used devil fruit was able to fight with Gringo for dozens of rounds. Although he still lost in the end, Luca was not even 100 years old. Back then, among the children of other surnames, you had the most unique talent. I wanted to accept you as my disciple earlier. But your parents did not know my sincerity and rejected me, so I killed them. At that time, they used their status and sacrifice to make a request to me. That is to let you grow up safely. Now, you should also fulfill your duties. Gringo did not draw his sword again, and his eyes stared at Luca like a pair of eagle eyes. Luca knew that his parents were not those pig-like celestial dragons. On the contrary, they had clear thoughts. And a calm cognition. In this case, if he was one of the 19 royal descendants, it would be nothing. However, Luca's family belongs to the celestial dragons of the given name, that is, the celestial dragons of the other surname. In the final analysis, they are all used as sacrifices. So, once it is discovered that these sacrifices have greater value, they will either be used directly, or they will be destroyed directly. When he seemed to be still ignorant, his parents had negotiated with Gringo. They took the initiative to be the bargaining chip of the sacrificial material, so that Gringo would let Luca go. Such bargaining chips are nothing to Gringo. However, Gringo has been the commander of the Knights of God for many years. He attaches great importance to rules and agreements. So Gringo agreed casually. Since he agreed, he must abide by it. Oh, old waste. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 2. Isn't he afraid of death? Luca spat out a mouthful of blood. Unlike other time travelers, he didn't have any system. The only thing he had was his talent. The talent that could see through all moves. With the same move, as long as his basic physical strength could keep up, he would never be hit a second time. He could even learn the opponent's moves completely within 3 moves. In addition, there was a more special ability. As long as he defeated the opponent, he could improve his existing strength by about 1,000th. If he killed the opponent, the degree of improvement would reach 1/10. There was another prerequisite for the activation of this effect, that is, the opponent's strength could make him feel excited. Boy! Grim looked at Luca, murderous intent in his eyes. The many members of the Knights of God around him almost all looked at Luca with their eyes wide open. Among the celestial dragons, there were 2 people who were called the most noble. One was Grim, and the other was Im. Now Grim never expected that after so many years, besides Im, there are other people who don't give him face. Luca was not panicked. He could have defeated Grim now. Anyway, they were going to the sea. It might be a good idea to see the level of this old man first. By the way, take this opportunity to kill some members of the Knights of God. It seems that you want to abandon the identity that your ancestors have worked so hard to get. In this case, before you go to the mortal world, Just when Grim was about to draw his sword again, his breath paused, and he turned his head to look in another direction. Luca was about to speak, and his expression changed one after another. The other members of the Knights of God present felt a little confused and looked in the same direction. Why are you here? Grim spoke slowly, with a puzzled look. The other members of the Knights of God also saw the person coming at this time. They made way for this. And the figure of the person coming was a little short in this pirate world where the average height is 3 or 4 meters. There was a scar on his face that looked like it had been there for who knows how many years. He wore a small round black leather hat and was leaning on a cane. Jagalusha Satan. Celestial Dragons, one of the 5 elders. I came here with the order of that person, and I have no intention of disturbing you. The matter is about that outsider, Bernstein Luca. Not long ago, one of the Shishibukai died on the sea, and that elder wanted him to go. After Satan finished speaking, everyone present turned their eyes to Luca. Some members of the Knights of God were surprised. This kid actually survived. After all, it was Im's order. And Gringu was willing to give Im face. Then Gringu turned his head and glanced at Luca. Forget it, just this once. As for Luca's thoughts, neither Satan nor Gringu cared at all. At most, they sighed that Luca was lucky. If it were any other celestial dragons, they would have been dead by now. Old man, are you leaving now? As soon as Luca spoke, the whole place fell silent again. Isn't he afraid of death? Who asked him to be the Shishibukai? Isn't that just giving him a chance? What about him? Humph, just arrogant. It seems that apart from that talent, he is nothing special. The people of the Knights of God were horrified. For so many years, it seemed that only Luca dared to challenge Gringu like this. Most people felt that Luca's idea was really stupid. Must he fight for this? It's just a blood feud between parents. How can it compare to the identity of celestial dragons and the convenience brought by this identity? After all, Luca's affairs are not a secret. A little inquiry will reveal it. Gringu paused as he was about to leave. He turned his head and stared at Luca calmly. It turns out that your courage to attack me before was just a foolish courage. Since you have spoken, then you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. You killed many ordinary celestial dragons in the outer layer. No matter why or what their attitudes are, they are still celestial dragons. Now, you have to leave an arm as a price. Gringu was ready to draw his sword. Satan, who had just arrived, did not change his expression. But he was a little confused in his heart. Is this child okay? Lord Yim has a high opinion of this child. Could he have made a mistake? It is stupid to continue to take revenge even though you know you can't win. Satan did not say anything. In fact, he was already thinking about whether to take some medical resources to treat Luca simply. After all, he still had to do what Yim asked. Hey, old man, don't you want me to join the Knights of God? There is a promotion rule in the Knights of God. If I defeat 5 members of the Knights of God at the same time, I can be promoted to captain, and if I defeat 10, I can become the head of the group. If I defeat 30, I will get the position of lieutenant of the Knights of God. These rules are correct, right? Luca's breath gradually stabilized, and it was stronger than before. This change was not noticed by others. Gringu noticed that Luca's injuries had recovered a lot. Although, the outer layer of the epidermis still looked bloody. However, with bright golden hair and a tall figure, he stood in front of him, as if he was a pillar that reached the sky. Gringu thought to himself, this kid's physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his recovery ability is much stronger, but in this sea, this ability and talent is nothing. Gringu did not continue to care about these, and his expression was unmoved. Over the years, he has seen countless monsters, and in his eyes, Luca's potential is not bad. However, he is a little ungrateful. Originally, he planned to train Luca well. Unfortunately, Luca is just like his parents, ungrateful. So, what do you want to do? Gringu looked puzzled. He continued, you can't join the Knights of God now. With only one arm left, it's enough for you to be a Shishibukai. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 3-5. Just fight 10. Luca smiled coldly, and his momentum was 3 times stronger than before. After crossing into the pirate world and becoming a celestial dragon, he dared not relax for a moment in these years. From the improvement of strength to the various plans to go to the sea, he had already calculated countless times in his mind. After Gringu finished speaking, he glanced at Satan again. Satan seemed to be a sculpture, motionless. He came just to convey Im's will. If there is any request, I will tell him now. I will now fulfill the promotion rule and challenge the 5 Knights of God at the same time. As long as I succeed, then all the celestial dragons I killed before will not count, right, old man? After all, I never said that I wanted to join the Knights of God, but just to solve some small things here. My behavior is in line with the rules. Luca's words stunned everyone present for a moment. Gringo's actions also paused. Luca's behavior is indeed in line with the rules. What? You want to fulfill that rule and challenge 5 Knights of God at the same time? Just you? Humph, just relying on a few talents. Even that race is not as arrogant as you. Talent is nothing. Now, less than 3 or 4 of that race, Lunalia, have been destroyed. The members of the Knights of God present went from surprise to anger in an instant. It is in line with the rules, but your strength is not enough. Satan frowned. In his opinion, Luca is just an arrogant young man. Even some people do not take Im's will seriously. It's time to stop this farce, Luca, your life should be saved now. You have not yet fulfilled the duties given to you by that adult. Satan believes that Luca simply does not know the height of the world. If you want to join the Knights of God, what did you do in the first place? Although he came here to challenge Gringo, he survived dozens of moves, but for someone like him, this kind of thing is nothing. As for the challenge to 5 members of the Knights of God, this nonsense was just an excuse because he couldn't save face. Luca sneered. Armament haki, observation haki wrapped around his hands. As for Satan's words, he didn't take them seriously at all. He raised his arm, and in the air, the veins of his arm muscles emerged. Gai Sabo. He swung it quickly, and a dark red circular light wave was shot out directly. In the air, it was like a red missile. The speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it flew towards a member of the Knights of God. Green was surprised. Just now, Luca had never used this move. This move, in addition to the fusion of armament haki and observation haki, also incorporated some other things into it. Pa! A member of the Knights of God who had just spoken arrogantly was caught off guard and was beaten into a bloody mess. The flesh was shattered. The ground was covered with blood. In this very wide and bright white hall, such a touch of blood red is particularly dazzling. Then, Luca felt that the breath in his body was 10% stronger than before. This 10% is equivalent to his previous year of hard training. What about now? Old man. It's finally time to harvest. Before going to the sea, it's just right to collect some interest here. Luca was excited. After coming to this world, since he was young, he started to plan after seeing his parents die. From the initial training to now, he didn't know how much grievance and suffering he had suffered. Now he finally saw the results. For a moment, Luca suddenly had a lot of understanding about the swordsmanship of the Knights of God. Now, if he faces Gringo's attack again, he can definitely withstand more than 100 moves. So there is such an effect. Can you get the opponent's battle memory? Those trash killed before, they didn't have much strength at all, naturally they couldn't stimulate such an effect. Luca's excitement was even greater. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full half a minute passed. No one took action. Most members of the Knights of God were angry at first, but then they were terrified. A member of the Knights of God, not an elite, was beaten into a bloody mud in public. What a joke! Gringo's expression was also extremely shocked. Just now, you didn't use your full strength at all. Gringo broke the silence. Satan's expression also moved. He now took back his previous thoughts. He underestimated Luca. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly, there was an echo in his ear. Don't stop him, look at his strength. Lord Yim. Satan's expression was extremely complicated. After opening and closing his mouth several times, he finally said nothing. He just stood there quietly, like a sculpture. And now, no one has set their sights on him. Everyone's eyes are on Luca. Yes, old man, otherwise, how dare I slaughter those dead pigs wantonly? There seemed to be no respect in Luca's words. After speaking, Luca's palm oozed some red blood. Pa! He clenched his fist, and the red blood exploded, and the breath of his whole body was a little unstable. But compared with just now, it has indeed improved a lot. This is also Luca's plan. Because, as long as he kills people and the opponent is strong enough, his strength will improve. There will definitely be such scenes in a while. If Sartre and Gringo see anything, he will not be able to leave the Holy Land today. And he may not have time to care about the improvement of his strength after the fight. Simply disrupt his breath, let people think that this is a move to stimulate blood and temporarily gain stronger power. Gringo nodded gently. In all these years, it was the first time he saw someone like Luca. Interesting. Okay. You can fulfill that rule. If you fail in the end, your arm will still be left. In addition, I plan to change that rule. You will face the challenge of 10 members of the Knights of God directly. If you give up, you can leave your arm and do your Shishibukai. Gringo's face was indifferent. When he said this, he was very casual. As for the members of the Knights of God, they died. Because, they are all ordinary members here. Ordinary members are those celestial dragons who joined in. After all, if you don't want to become a sacrificial material for national treasures, you still want your descendants to survive, then, the only way is to join the Knights of God. However, even so, it can only make his family no more than the 4th generation. But the one who chooses to join the Knights of God can live forever and does not have to be sacrificed to the national treasure. Hearing this, Satan was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly turned pale and he quickly shut up. Fortunately, no one noticed his weirdness at this moment. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 You are still too weak. 10. Luca grinned. His heart was shaken. They really didn't leave anyone alive. These 10 people were not standing there for him to beat. He must not be careless next time. Otherwise, if he lost an arm, there would be no turning back. There are only 2 ways to avenge his parents and be free from restraints. One is to escape to the sea forever, like Robin, hiding all the time. The other is to overthrow everything. It seems that the next step is quite dangerous. Now, there is no point in you regretting it. Go ahead and leave him an arm. Green waved his hand and ordered the knights. As for the elites in the Knights of God, in fact, there are only a dozen people in all these years. Those people are not here. It is enough to let these ordinary members go. Just now, you succeeded in a sneak attack. It seems that you are better at long-range attacks than close combat. Just be careful with your long-range attacks, and that's all. 10 people? Just right, including me, there are exactly 10. After Green Goose spoke, 10 people quickly walked out of the Knights of God. These 10 people were all from other families. Some people said nothing, but their aura became more and more terrifying. Some people thought that Luca just relied on sneak attacks. Satan sighed slightly. In his opinion, Luca's combat power was enough to be a Shishibukai. Just right, to shock Marine and the entire sea. But Luca was a little too arrogant. Well, some people have to suffer some grievances before they can become obedient. Satan looked as steady as a rock at this moment. He seemed to have seen Luca's defeat and begging for mercy. Anyway, Gring would not kill Luca, and the evaluation that I'm had just given, and asked him to pay more attention to Luca, he did not agree with this. Everyone in the audience was looking at Luca. Of course, almost everyone was not optimistic about him. Moonlight. The Knight of God who decided to deal with Luca in a close-range way rushed to Luca in an instant. Observation haki, armament haki, fusion coverage. The first move was a killing move. The sword light was sharp. The blade sounded before the sword was seen. And this killing move went straight to Luca's arm. If it was before, Luca would have to find a way to avoid this move. Oh, what a pity! Luca was overjoyed. Basically, these people in the Knights of God were all taught swordsmanship by Gringwu. If the opponent used a few sword moves, he might not be able to take it. If he used this kind of move, he would be too familiar with it. Arrogant. The Knight of God suddenly felt that he was underestimated, and the sword in his hand became even more powerful. They all have good talents. If they were placed in the sea, they would not grow to the level of Roger and others, but at least they could grow to the level of Marine, such as Admiral candidates. However, in the Knights of God, the resources they get are better. The weapon in his hand is not a famous sword, but it is not much different. This move has a weakness. If the opponent is 10% faster than you, then this move will kill you. Luca almost didn't look closely, relying on the instinct of his body, he slightly turned sideways. At the same time, he clenched his palm into a fist and fired quickly. Bang! It was like thunder in the ground. The heart of the Knight of God was directly pierced and a gap was made. Luca also took the sword from his palm. You! He felt extremely shocked before his consciousness disappeared. How could it be? How could his strength be so strong? Moreover, his own sword move was seen through in an instant. Before he could figure it out, he completely lost consciousness. This change directly made the other 9 Knights of God who were about to attack stunned in place. A little brilliance flashed in Green's eyes. Does this kid want to become the captain of the Knights of God? Inside the Knights of God, in addition to ordinary members, the next level is the captain, the head of the group, the adjutant, and finally the supreme commander. Starting from the position of captain, the celestial dragons are basically the bloodline of the 19 families. As for outsiders, the number of people who have held the position of captain in the Knights of God in the past 800 years can be counted on one hand. Satan also nodded gently. It seems that he still has some strength, not arrogance. Satan still chose not to speak. For him, Luca's strength is good enough, but it is still not worthy of his attention. He pays attention to him purely because of I'm. What? Tian Yu. Damn it. One of the Knights of God looked angry. Luca grinned, you are too weak. You have all the strength in the world, but you can only cope with training. This level of actual combat makes you tremble with fear and panic. Without waiting for the other 9 people to react. While Luca was speaking, the long sword in his palm was injected with blood and covered with 2-color haki. The next moment, the long sword was thrown by him like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast. It was more swift than Gai Sabo just now. They couldn't even see the sword, they could only hear the life-threatening sound of breaking through the air. All the members of the Knights of God present had their hair standing on end. The offensive that was supposed to attack together was broken in an instant. Retreat will age, and cowardice will only bring death. After throwing the long sword, Luca didn't stand there. Following the force, his arm was raised again. Gai Sabo. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. Except for Gringwu and Satan, everyone's eyes were wide open. When Luca first proposed to fight Gringwu, some of them mocked him. But now, none of them dared to resist Luca's moves head-on. 9 Knights of God, at this moment, were beaten by Luca and fled in panic. Among them, 2 were killed on the spot in a panic. One was pierced through the chest by a sword. The other was beaten into blood foam by Luca's Gai Sabo. It's just the beginning. Out of the 10, only 7 are left. After the 2 died, Luca found that his strength had increased significantly. This increase completely restored his body. The strength of his body is stronger than before. The two-color haki and the blood in his body have also been further improved. The next 7 people are nothing to worry about. You should know that Luca's enhancement is all-round. The body, aptitude, comprehension, and haki will all be enhanced. Moreover, the magnitude of this enhancement is comparable to his previous 3 or 4 years of hard training. It seems that you are not as strong as I thought. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5 so far. In the pirate world, some places are extremely cold. Some places are in a hot environment all year round. However, in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, no matter what time it is basically spring all year round. As long as you stay in the Holy Land, even ordinary celestial dragons will not feel this feeling. But now, several Knights of God have solemn and pale faces. A kind of coldness that strikes the soul appears all over their bodies. 3 Knights of God were killed in an instant. What's wrong? Are you scared? Why don't you move forward? Luca opened his mouth slightly, and a strong bloody breath escaped from his mouth. Killed 3 Knights of God. All his strength has been increased by 30%. Whether it is haki, the strength of the body, or the moves. The real combat power is as if it has doubled. Green narrowed his eyes. So that's how it is, consuming too much vitality to increase your strength. It's normal to develop such a move with a fighting style dominated by blood. Gringu thought he had seen through Luca's moves. Then he glanced at Satan. Well, you are more valuable to me with your strength. Did I see some value in you? Humph, relying on such a kid to suppress me seems to be overestimating him. No one knew what Gringu was thinking. Satan frowned at Luca. He now doubted whether Luca would lie down on the ground after the fight. In this case, if Luca was asked to do Shishibukai, he would have to wait a little longer. Luca was extremely excited, and he didn't wait for the other people to take action. With blood surging in his body, he rushed directly towards the Knights of God. He was completely alert without any defense. How dare you look down on us like this? The remaining 7 Knights of God looked at each other and raised their swords at the same time. They swung together, and in an instant, the 7 people became one. Divine Majesty. The sword light in the field was impenetrable, and as they danced with swords together, the sword light became more and more sharp. From the outside, it looked like a spinning top formed by hundreds of rapiers. The heavenly sword technique of the Knights of God. Luca sneered. If it were other moves, he might have to stop. But now he knows all the sword moves in this Knights of God. Even if they were also using sword moves, these people's skills were no different from those of children playing in front of Luca. Without your own sword moves, you are no different from those fat pigs in front of me. Wind Fist. Luca clenched his fists and waved his arms one after another. Just in front of him, a small dark red whirlwind suddenly appeared. As he threw out another fist shadow, the whirlwind became a force in the blink of an eye. This blood-red whirlwind, which was more than 10 meters in size, rushed towards the Knights of God. At this moment, the sword light in the field could not help but stop. Boom! The sword light and the whirlwind collided. Several people almost lost their swords. Other Knights of God who had not yet taken action retreated one after another, and some of them were still standing. His face was extremely surprised. I don't know when he was attacked. He didn't retreat even though he was scratched with blood. How is it possible? Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? No, it's not an ability. He is not an ability user. Many members of the Knights of God who had not taken action around were completely stunned at this moment. They could not imagine that Luca relied on his physique to fight Gringu just now. And now, Luca was using all his strength. No. You can't kill me, I am a celestial dragon. Luca appeared in front of a god knight like a ghost. Perhaps because of the fear of death. The god knight began to talk nonsense. After all, Luca had slaughtered many celestial dragons of other surnames before. Even Luca did not take the blood of those 19 families seriously. You are as ugly as they are in the face of death. Bang! There was another blood stain on the ground. At the same time, Luca felt that his strength had increased by another 10% in all directions. This pleasure of constantly breaking through the limit was simply making him crazy. If he went to the sea, there would be many strong people. As long as he was given some time, when he came back again, Gringo would definitely not be his opponent. There are still 6. Luca was excited. There were still 6 opportunities to improve his strength. Moreover, he could continue to use the promotion rule of the Knights of God. Stop here, Luca, your strength is enough. Gringo took the initiative to stop. After all, the dead Knights of God were his people. I'm afraid that only I would be willing to see this scene. Of course, Luca was the most excited. Hearing Gringo's words, Luca's expression could not help but pause. This is against the rules, old man. Seeing several breakthrough opportunities right in front of him. Just let Luca let go? Don't be ridiculous. In the Knights of God, I am the rule. In essence, the promotion rules are also to test a person's strength. Check whether he has the strength of a captain. If you are not strong enough, I will save you before you die. Of course, you still have to keep your arm. But now, they are obviously not your opponent. Besides, you are not a member of the Knights of God until now. Luca squeezed his palm. With his hands folded in front of his chest, the aura of the whole person was like a dragon. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with Gringo's words. The faces of many Knights of God who discovered this were particularly complicated. A few minutes ago, all the members of the Knights of God present did not take Luca seriously. Now, they dare not look at Luca with their eyes. Also, I want to ask you what you think. Do you choose to stay here and become a member of the Knights of God? Or do that Shishibukai? Gringo finished speaking, glancing at Satan. This is what the Lord wants, and no one can refuse. Satan spoke directly. He never slacked off when it came to matters concerning I'm. Gringo looked at Satan, and the auras of the two of them became colder and colder. I don't plan to join the Knights of God, but the celestial dragons I killed before don't count. From today on, as long as I am strong enough, I can kill any celestial dragon I want. Because I have the power to judge celestial dragons in the Knights of God. Including the celestial dragons of the 19 families, the same is true. Luca said lightly. After saying this, the members of the Knights of God present all had their hair standing on end. By the way, do you two want to fight and see your strength? Luca had a look on his face that was not afraid of trouble. Gringo frowned slightly. He noticed the rising fighting spirit in Luca's eyes. If he disagreed, Luca would continue to fight. In the end, Luca would still go to the sea, and if it continued like this, Luca would naturally become a member of his side over time. As for Luca's words that he and Satan would have a fight, Gringo didn't take this nonsense to heart at all. He spoke several times, as if he had a lot to say. In the end, only one word flew out of his mouth. Okay. When this word flew out of Gringo's mouth, let alone the surrounding Knights of God, even Satan's eyes widened. He knew what this meant. This was already equivalent to one of the highest rights in the Knights of God. Luca also blinked. He originally intended to continue fighting with these Knights of God, but he didn't expect Gringo to agree directly. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6, Shishibukai? A bit of overkill. Old man, don't you regret it? Luca's face was full of ridicule. No one had ever spoken to Gringo like this in the Holy Land. Even when I'm talked to Gringo, he was very polite. Gringo did not respond to Luca, but looked at Satan and said directly, in 2 years, he must come back and join the Knights of God. Satan heard Gringo's words and his expression was clear. A while passed. In 2 years, it depends on what he thinks. This time, Satan threw the question directly to Luca. In fact, it was I'm who asked him to do so. If it was Satan himself, he would have nodded and said yes. Although Luca's strength is already good, probably at the level of an ordinary marine admiral. But, in Satan's eyes, it is just like that. Conqueror's haki is incomplete, and there are restrictions on not being able to practice swordsmanship and eat devil fruit. How far can he go in the future? In addition, a person's potential is limited. Moreover, Luca's moves are essentially based on blood and energy. If a few more years pass, Luca will age faster than a normal person, and by then, his strength will decline instead of increase. Don't worry, old man, if I come back in 2 years, I will definitely give you a surprise. Luca smiled coldly. Gringo didn't care about Luca's words. There are many people who hate him. There are also many people who want to kill him. However, up to now, he is the only one alive. 2 years later, you will join the Knights of God, starting as captain. After saying that, Gringo turned around and left without waiting for Luca's response. The other members of the Knights of God looked at Luca with horror, and followed Gringo away. Because from now on, Luca's previous guilt of slaughtering all celestial dragons was written off. And, he really got the authority to kill celestial dragons at will. This simply made many members of the Knights of God unbelievable. But they are not Luca, and they dare not raise any doubts or ideas about Gringo. Luca watched them leave. Tisk, I can only come back in 2 years, and I have to kill him. If I refuse, I'm afraid that as soon as I open my mouth, he will take back the power he gave me before. As expected of Lao Deng, he has lived for so many years, and he can't be underestimated at all. Luca's mind was a little complicated. He looked at this world as a time traveler. Especially after his parents died, this was even more so. Now, he realized that this was a real world. But at least I got some benefits. In the future, when I go out, if I see celestial dragons that I don't like, I can just kill them. You should leave too, Satan. It doesn't seem so urgent to be a Shishibukai. 1 day later, it won't be a problem. Luca turned his head and looked at Satan on the side. Although, it was different from his plan. Yim's side was completely unexpected. At the beginning, Luca was thinking that at most, he would get rid of the identity of celestial dragons and leave the Holy Land. Before that, kill a few more Knights of God or CP0 to increase your own strength. However, just as the plan began, Satan came. As expected, it was definitely Im's instruction. Satan's face was cold, and there was no expression on his face. That Lord wants to see you, then, come with me. Hearing this, Luca's eyes did not show any surprise. But his face deliberately showed a little surprise. That Lord? For you 5 elders. Who can be called that? Satan did not answer Luca's question. Instead, he said as he walked, come on, you will know soon. He had heard of Luca a long time ago, but Luca's strength was not as strong as Rock's who appeared in the sea many years ago. In addition, he did not have the ability of devil fruit. Or in other words, he did not have the ability of Nika fruit. These 2 points were the only ones that made the 5 elders care about him. Following Satan, Luca also walked around the Holy Land for the first time in many years. Usually, the range of activities of celestial dragons like them was quite limited. Passing by a low house courtyard, they finally stopped in front of a huge castle. This castle was the tallest building in the Holy Land. Since he was born, Luca also knew that this castle was Pangu City. Most people in the Holy Land knew that this place was where the 5 elders worked. It was also the headquarters of the world government. However, Luca was not taken to their meeting room by Satan. Finally, they entered a room with a throne. Satan stopped. The throne was on a high platform in front. As for the bottom of the platform, there were many weapons erected. Sure enough, he came to take me to see I'm. So, Satan's previous visit to me was probably also instructed by I'm. Luca muttered in his heart, his eyes kept looking around the hall. Kneel down. Satan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. And with it came Conqueror's Haki, rushing straight to Luca. Just you, Satan? Do you think I'm not your opponent? Luca was extremely angry. His body swayed for a while, and soon stabilized. If he was really suppressed by Satan's Haki before, he would definitely not be able to control himself and kneel down. Hey! Satan's eyes widened, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Luca's heart was filled with fear, and a terrifying breath slowly rose from his body. Although his power had broken through the limit and was improved before. However, he suppressed it deep inside his body again. But those powers did not mean that he could not mobilize them. Enough, Satan! At this moment, a voice came from the side door of the hall. The voice was crisp and elegant. Luca knew that this was probably the voice of I'm. He did not expect that Im's voice would be like this. He thought that I'm, who had lived for who knows how many years, must have the breath of 100 years when he spoke. Turning his head to look. First, a pair of white and tender soft eyes came into view. Then, there was a domineering and leisurely breath that suppressed the entire hall. A petite woman in a brocade dress, surrounded by butterflies, slowly sat on the throne. What surprised Luca was that the other party's figure was so short. About 1.5 meters. In this pirate world where the average height of a pirate is 2 to 3 meters, this height is indeed a bit short. Hello, Bernstein Luca, you have good abilities, but it seems a bit of a waste to just let you do Shishibukai. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7, Only 2 years. Im's voice brought Luca back to his senses. The other person's porcelain-like appearance, figure, and white and tender skin made Luca want to hold it in his hands and play with it carefully. He decided that perhaps he should not be too arbitrary in dealing with Im's affairs. Luca folded his hands in front of his chest, his expression calm. Oh? You mean, let me become a 5 elder directly? That's not impossible. After Luca finished speaking, he glanced at Satan who was kneeling on the ground. Satan's face darkened when he heard this. This damn kid! I'm was right in front of him, and Satan really didn't dare to act rashly. He was still kneeling on the ground, not saying a word. I know you hate Gringo very much and want revenge. But it's hard to do it with your own strength. However, from today on, I will give you higher power. You can form a force and not be hunted by Marine. They even have the same power as CP0. In addition, I can provide you with enough Bailey as assistance within 2 years. Imo just regarded Luca as a chess piece to check and balance Gringo. After all, Gringo's power has become stronger over the years. There is also the Nika fruit in the dark, and there is no trace of it at all. These 2 things are her biggest worries at the moment. She also regards them as real threats. Although she holds the national treasure, that thing, once used, will have an impact on the whole world. Unless it is absolutely necessary or it makes her extremely angry, she usually won't use it. So, what's the price? Luca doesn't think that he has a handsome face and a domineering aura. Whatever you say, it will come true. Especially for someone like I'm. There must be some interest in his mind. There must be some price. Price. 2 years later, whether you can kill him or not, you will be my subordinate. Even if you can't kill him, your strength must be enough to resist him. If you don't become much stronger by then, I will take back everything I gave you. When I'm said this, the gorgeous eyes did not look at Luca. She raised her palm and looked at it carefully. As if weighing the pros and cons. Around her, a butterfly fluttered its wings slightly and landed gently on her fingertips. At this time, I'm focused his eyes on Luca again. By then, you will become a sacrifice like your parents. Of course, you can also become a Shishibukai and die in the sea one day. Hearing this, Satan's expression jumped. Sure enough, Lord Im is not going to use him to deal with Greengu. More often than not, they just used him as something to attract Greengu's attention. He and Im thought the same thing about this. In just 2 years, Luca's strength would reach the point where he could compete with Greengu. Or, he could struggle in Greengu's hands. How is this possible? On the sea, those guys with names. Roger, Rox, Garp, Red Hair. These people, their strength improvement has not only gone through 2 years. Thinking of this, Satan sneered at Luca in his heart. Do you have any other questions? Im's eyes met Luca's. Soon, a puzzled look flashed in her eyes. What's going on? Why didn't she see fear, terror, or regret in Luca's eyes? She saw an impulse. What was that? The impulse to kill her? No, there was no killing intention. Okay. 2 years is enough. So, the power I founded is more powerful than Marine and CP0. Yim nodded gently. You agreed? Yes. Okay, do you have any other requests? No. Luca left Pangu City. Tomorrow, the Holy Land will prepare everything and send him to naval headquarters. After that, Luca will develop freely on the sea. Of course, at the beginning, he can also recruit some people from Marine. Forget it, just wait 2 years. Luca returned to the home where he had stayed countless times. Unlike other celestial dragons, he did not buy a single slave. This vast courtyard and house belonged to him alone. Shishibukai? In that case, the top will start soon. As for Im's arrangement, Luca didn't take it to heart at all. Or perhaps, the sharp blade that had been hanging on his neck was finally put down. So, Luca also had some other desires. Whether it's Marine or pirates, look at the situation and recruit a group of my people. For the rest, try to kill them as much as possible. Luca knows his talent well. There are only so many strong people on the sea who are capable. What if, after killing them, his strength is still insufficient? Recruiting a group of people, making them stronger, and also serving as his sparring partner. Because of his special ability, as long as he defeats the opponent, and the opponent's strength is not too weak, then his all-round strength will be improved. It's time to digest the power I gained today. In Luca's mind, Im's petite figure flashed by. And then, Luca mobilized the blood and energy that he had been suppressing in his body. This time it can be said that one move affects the whole body. Armament haki, observation haki, one's own blood, muscles, and bones in the body. At this moment, it seemed as if they all came alive, madly absorbing the blood that was called up in his body. Half a while passed. Luca slowly opened his eyes. The aura on his body was more terrifying than before. 3 times. My overall strength now is almost 3 times that of before. The killing power of some moves has reached 5 times that of before. The excitement in Luca's eyes was irresistible. Now he was facing the siege of the Knights of God, 10 people, no, even 100 people. He could do it calmly. Since my physique has reached this level, then some of my killing moves can be optimized. And the conquerors in my body should also be activated. No one knew about Luca's improvement in strength. However, some things about Luca have been known by many CP0. At the same time, Naval Headquarters also received news about Luca from the Holy Land. Including Doflamingo, who is also a celestial dragon, who was particularly shocked after receiving Luca's message. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 I didn't scare you, did I, Satan? Night, Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku looked at the information in front of him, his eyes wide open like a pair of copper bells. After a long time, he spoke slowly. The celestial dragon's elite who has the power to judge celestial dragons is going to settle here in Marine. He wants to be a Shishibukai. And he can also form his own forces without being supervised by Marine and CP organizations. This situation occurs. This celestial dragons may be two kinds of people. One is the nobles among celestial dragons, but they are not very old and want to have some excitement. The other kind. The strong among celestial dragons, and they are still the younger generation. Marine, no, the whole sea, for them, may be a dish on the table. Bernstein Luca. I clearly remember that there is no such branch among the 19 families of celestial dragons. Sengoku's eyes widened as if they were about to fly out of their sockets. He knew every word on this information. After putting all these together, how come they don't recognize each other? But, this information is from General Sora. Just when Sengoku couldn't believe it. Next to him, the Den Mushi vibrated slightly. Sengoku's expression froze. He picked up the phone immediately. As soon as he picked up the phone, he knew who was on the other end. One of the 5 elders, Satan. Just as he expected, he was talking about Luca. After several exchanges, Sengoku can basically confirm that this Luca is most likely an elite among the celestial dragons, and his strength is quite terrifying. And he will also build a force on the sea. Of course, he will definitely not help pirates. How long will he stay in the marine? Sengoku finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Such a celestial dragon stays in the naval headquarters for a long time, and many things will become inconvenient. I don't know about this either. You should try to meet his needs. As for the marine funding, you don't have to worry. Your funding will be 5 times more than usual for every day he's here. Hearing this, Sengoku was even more moved. Luca's status in celestial dragons. Then, Satan hung up the phone. Sengoku looked at the information and thought to himself that he would have to talk to Garp and the others tomorrow morning. In Dressrosa country. In the inner room of the highest royal capital. Dover got a piece of information. A piece of information from the Holy Land. This made him, who was originally planning to rest, immediately get very alert. What did those old guys do in the Holy Land again? Dover didn't think much about it. He thought that this was another deal between the world government and him. After all, there have been many such deals compared to the previous ones. This time, it was probably to take action against Gecko Moria. That loser who plays with shadows has long lost the spirit of a strong man. Like Crocodile, he was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. Doflamingo looked at the information carefully. Soon, the expression on his face changed. He could no longer smile. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. How is it possible? The Knights of God are a guard team in the hands of celestial dragons. The whole sea has no idea of their strength. How could someone be able to? Hey. And what about this power to judge celestial dragons? Is that old man a fool? He actually gave such power to an outsider. Doflamingo's face twisted together. At the beginning, he carried his father's head and returned to the Holy Land. As a result, he still did not get back his qualification to live in the Holy Land. That is, in recent years, he has been constantly operating, wandering in the sea, and both black and white. Under such circumstances, he got in touch with the world government. He obtained the power to command CP0. But that's all. Impossible. Why does he do that? Bernstein? This surname does not exist in those 19 families at all. He is definitely an outsider. He is an outsider. Why should this power be given to him as an outsider? Doflamingo was so jealous at the moment that he was going crazy. In particular, he found that Luca was not like him, a descendant of one of the 19 families. But an outsider. As a celestial dragon, he naturally knew the real purpose of those outsiders. It was to sacrifice national treasures. Now, such a person actually has the power of life and death? Swish! Doflamingo directly tore the information in front of him into pieces. I hope this person doesn't fall into my hands. In his opinion, the reason for having such power is probably because Luca's bloodline may not be a foreign family at all. It may be one of the 19 families. It may also have some connection with that person. After all, there were rumors in the early years that that person had lost a descendant. In addition, that person was also the commander of the Knights of God. This made Doflamingo have some associations. Of course, for him, it was more jealousy. Early the next morning, Satan came to Luca's house early. At present, Luca has not completely left the Holy Land. This final process has to be taken care of by him. I hope this kid can hold on. The sea is not the Holy Land. Not everyone will let you be willful because of your identity. While Satan sighed, he also thought that Luca might not even live for 2 years. The game between Im and Gringo gave Luca great benefits. But these benefits also put Luca in a very dangerous situation. If he doesn't have enough strength and doesn't pay attention, he will die. Hey? No slaves. When he came to Luca's house, he found that there seemed to be only Luca in Luca's house, and there were no slaves or servants at all. That's it. Then Satan pushed the door open. Passing the courtyard and opening the inner door, Satan saw a person sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. And around this hall, there were all some training equipment. It's time to go, Luca. Boom. Suddenly, a violent conqueror rushed straight to Satan. His expression changed drastically. He quickly used his crutches to smash the ground. Black lines gradually appeared on his body. Your strength? What's going on? Satan looked horrified. The next moment, he suddenly felt that his pressure had dissipated. Luca also slowly opened his eyes. Well, I just tried conquerors. I didn't scare you, did I, Satan? Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 People who love to laugh will have good luck. Luca's voice seemed to ring in Satan's ears. His expression was extremely complicated. Not long ago, he didn't think highly of Luca at all. And in his opinion, if Luca went to the sea, as long as he left the naval headquarters, it wouldn't be long before Luca would be killed on the sea. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. There were many people in Celestial Dragons who wanted Luca to die. However, for Im, it would be best if Luca lived for another 2 years. And Satan couldn't understand Gringo's plan. Conquerors. Your conquerors are not bad. Satan suppressed the shock in his heart and said meaningfully. The black smoke that appeared around him gradually disappeared. Thinking back to just now, his hair stood on end. Even in that moment just now, his conquerors wanted to resist, but was suppressed in an instant. This Luca's courage was not small. What Satan didn't expect was that after yesterday's battle, Luca didn't feel weak at all. His strength seemed to have further increased, and he even awakened conquerors. And the strength was quite high. Was it because he was leaving the Holy Land and his heart was liberated? Or did he see the hope of revenge against Gringo? Satan couldn't figure it out, but he felt that he seemed to have to re-examine Luca. Maybe this person could really do something different. So, should I report to Lord Im? Let's go, Satan. You didn't come to me to stand in my house and be in a daze, did you? Luca twisted his neck slightly. There were sounds like popping beans. Before he knew it, Luca had come behind him. Satan turned his head and looked at Luca carefully. Muscles were firmly embedded in Luca's body. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Luca's physique was more terrifying than yesterday? Satan, who had done a lot of research on the human body and race, now had an idea to slice Luca for research. Of course, it was just an idea. Your strength has indeed become stronger, not just awakening conquerors. Satan's words were a little inquiring. Researching Luca is basically impossible. Unless Luca is dead, and it was not him who did it, this is possible. Otherwise, I would not let him go. Don't think about it, just think that I have accumulated a lot of experience and suddenly broke through. Accumulated a lot of experience? Satan's expression did not change at all. Satan did not believe this at all. In this case, he quickly raised his crutches and stabbed at Luca. This attack was a more direct test. Swoosh! The air seemed to be torn apart, and it sounded in Luca's ears. Hat! Luca tilted his head slightly. He dodged the attack directly. Want to die? Guy Sabo. Luca grinned. Satan looked shocked. Such a close distance? You want to use that move? Luca didn't care what Satan thought. He raised his arm, and blood and energy quickly gathered in his palm. The power from above made Satan retreat subconsciously. The power and speed are more than twice as fast as yesterday. Talent. Perfect talent. Satan's eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. At the same time, he took a breath of cold air. This kind of talent in combat is very remarkable. It is more terrifying than that Lunaria tribe. Unfortunately, you rely on blood and energy to fight. This way of fighting that consumes the original blood and energy will not last long. Satan's voice was indeed full of regret. He didn't mean anything. If Luca's talent is combined with swordsmanship and the power of devil fruit, the real combat power will definitely be stronger. However, Luca belongs to the celestial dragons of the outside family and is bound by rules. Even yesterday, I did not lift this rule. Is it coming? After taking a dozen steps back, Satan stopped directly. When he looked up, the blood-colored energy ball was right in front of him. It was going to rush straight to his face the next moment. If he hadn't relied on his immortal body, he wouldn't be able to think calmly now. Then, Satan found that the blood-red energy ball passed him and hit the wall behind him. Boom! A big hole appeared immediately. A big pit also appeared at the same time. Too young and too anxious, you missed the target at such a close distance. Satan said sarcastically. And Luca smiled slightly. My house was damaged by you, and you have to be responsible for repairs in the future. And you have to clean it up. Satan looked strange. Are you kidding me? Okay, then I will tell that person that because of Satan, I can't go to the sea and can't do Shishibukai. Luca's voice was only half finished. I found that Satan's face turned from white to blue, and then gradually turned purple. Oh, by the way, you'd better clean it yourself. I have remembered your blood and you can't deceive me. Otherwise, I will tell that person. I promise. Satan's eyes glowed red, and his face was as black as a piece of carbon. The 3 words were almost squeezed out from his teeth. Satan knew very well that in the eyes of Yim, he was just a chess piece. If he got in the way, he would just change one. Okay, Satan, have you heard a saying? Smile more. It is said that people who like to laugh will have good luck. Luca said and winked at Satan. At this moment, Satan had no intention of paying attention to Luca. He originally thought that Luca was a reckless man, but now he found that his thoughts seemed to be a little too arbitrary. Luca looked at Satan's figure and sighed in his heart. I can bear it, but I am really not his opponent now. I can only pretend to be powerful for the time being, but I can't say for sure what will happen in 2 years. Where is Marine recruiting some people? At this time, it seems that there are not many people to recruit. In the afternoon, in the middle of Pangu City, among the flowers. Luca has been away from the Holy Land for a long time. Calculating the time, it is almost time to reach the Marine headquarters. Although Satan was annoyed with Luca, he did not forget the main business. Oh? In your opinion, his talent is very good? I remember that yesterday, you did not think very highly of him. Among the flowers, I'm fiddled with the butterfly on her hand. The pair of gorgeous eyes did not look at Satan. Satan knelt on his knees, not daring to look up. A butterfly had already landed on his shoulder, and he did not make any movement. There was a little fragrance of flowers around. But Satan did not have the mind to enjoy these. Yes, his talent is stronger than that race, but unfortunately, because of that rule, he cannot use swordsmanship and devil fruit. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10, The Really Scary Guy in Celestial Dragons. I think we should pay more attention to this person. If possible, I hope he can. Satan was about to say that he would use some of Luca's hair for experiments. The current world government has a top scientist. With him, even if there is only Luca's hair, a lot of things can be studied. In addition, there is a huge amount of data from previous human and racial experiments. These things make Satan very confident to conduct research and produce results faster. Okay, go do your thing. He has some talent. I didn't take it to heart at all. He has a weapon in his hand that can easily destroy an island and even have a huge impact on the entire world. This makes I'm naturally not take talent seriously. But Satan wanted to continue explaining. On the one hand, it was his experiment, and on the other hand, Luca gave him a vague and extremely dangerous feeling. He even suspected what happened yesterday. Luca's fight with Green Goo was essentially Luca's plan. Do you need me to repeat it a second time? The cold voice brought Satan back to his senses. He fell to his knees, shaking. The butterfly on his shoulder flew away in fear. I dare not. Please forgive my transgression. Satan was shocked. If he angered I'm, then in the true sense, no one could save him. Tomorrow, when he walked into Pangu City, he would no longer be the one who represented one of the 5 elders' positions in the god of scientific defense. Without that identity, his fate would be a corpse on the side of the road. I don't know how long it has been, among these flowers. Satan felt that every minute and every second was torture. Finally, I'm asked him to leave. After Satan left, I'm also thought of Luca's figure. Do you also despise me? I am very weak, but the power I have now is enough to destroy this world. I'm clenched his fists tightly, and murderous intent emerged in his heart. Memories of the past kept coming to mind. The weakest among the celestial dragons. Malnourished aliens. Please put on the bubble mask. ACP-0 looked at Luca in front of him, his face was pale, and his face under the mask was even trembling. On a luxurious celestial dragon's noble ship. A dozen CP-0s surrounded Luca. Unlike other celestial dragons, Luca was still wearing his own equipment. It gave people a great impact. Of course, compared to appearance, these CP-0s confirmed that the rumors yesterday were not rumors at all when they saw Luca for the first time. And just now, Luca directly crushed the bubble mask, which represents one of the noble status of celestial dragons, in front of them. Doesn't this thing mean that I am the same as those trash? And that white dress, doesn't it feel too bloated? I'm afraid I will trip when I walk. Luca said jokingly. Several CP-0s around looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Among their CP-0s, celestial dragons were the most noble and could not be offended. This sentence had already entered their hearts. However, the rumor about Luca is that he not only killed other celestial dragons, but also killed some of the knights of God who judged celestial dragons. The most outrageous thing is that Luca now has the power to judge celestial dragons in a real sense. When the CP-0s were told those details by the 5 elders, one by one, they couldn't believe their ears. How long will it take? Luca sat on a chair and looked at today's newspaper. At this time, it has only been a few days since the defeat of the Ceres. So that means that Luffy and the others are most likely at Sky Island. I will go to Sky Island later. If I can catch up, I will take Enel as my subordinate. If not, I will kill him. After all, I really need to recruit a group of my own team. It is unknown when they will be strong enough to trigger their special abilities. It's almost done. Please take a rest. While handing the bubble mask to his colleague, the CP0 who responded to Luca gradually began to have some doubts in his heart. It's normal for other celestial dragons to need the protection of CP0 like them. But, celestial dragons like Luca also need their protection? What? A fat pig is coming here. Are they crazy? Why don't they go to Sabayati? In the office of the Marine Marshal, Garp, with his hands on Sengoku's desk, opened his mouth and all the saliva flew to Sengoku's face. Under the gazes of Crane, Akainu, and others, Sengoku's face gradually turned black. Garp. Shut up. Listen to me. If you hadn't come back too late, I would have finished talking about this matter this morning. Garp opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He took the senbei on Sengoku's desk without noticing. Sengoku is also an ant on the hot pot now. Because, according to the time and the speed of the Celestial Dragon's noble ship, it is not far from the naval headquarters. I don't know how long he will stay here. The world government requires us to meet all his requirements. At the same time, the daily expenses for him to stay here for 1 day are 5 times the previous ones. Also, don't treat him as an ordinary celestial dragon. He has the power to judge other celestial dragons. As for his coming here, he said he is here to settle down first. As for how long he will stay, I don't know. At the same time, he will take over the position of the sand crocodile and become the new Shishibukai. After Sengoku said this, the atmosphere in the marshal's office suddenly condensed. After a while, it was Garp who spoke first. Can judge celestial dragons? It seems that the one who came here is a truly terrifying guy among celestial dragons. Garp's face became more and more solemn, and he was no longer casual just now. He knew very well how terrifying the behemoth world government was. Let's not talk about the strength of CP0. Among them, there is also a Knight of God. Generally, they only appear to deal with important matters within the celestial dragons. Moreover, the responsibilities and powers are clearly defined. Any Knight of God is comparable to the Admiral. Sengoku, where did this news come from? Tsuru frowned tightly. She was still wondering why Sengoku told her in the morning to transfer almost all the female soldiers in the Marines and hide them. It turned out that the celestial dragons were coming, and this celestial dragon was extraordinary. The intelligence came first from General Kong, and then the 5 elders just said that the celestial dragons were coming, and there was no other details. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11. Do you really not know, or are you keeping it on purpose? Sengoku's last words made everyone present tense. Because, these words were not good news for them. Let's not talk about the identity of the other party celestial dragons. Just the fact that he has the power to judge celestial dragons is quite troublesome. He can already control ordinary celestial dragons. It doesn't seem to be difficult to control these marines. How long will he stay here? Garp's expression is now completely serious. He knows the temperament of those celestial dragons too well. At the same time, he also understands that the guys who came this time are definitely not sightseeing. In this regard, he will definitely take a few days. At this point, Sengoku glanced at Crane. Crane also nodded gently. I will protect those children well. Back then, the 3 of them were the pillars of the new generation of Marines. Crane, of course, also knows celestial dragons very well. Akainu closed his eyes and did not speak. Kizuru was calmly cutting his nails, looking like he was waiting to get off work. Aokiji squinted his eyes, and it was unclear whether he was really asleep or deliberately closing his eyes. Just when Sengoku was about to arrange some more details, the den mushi on his desk vibrated slightly. Sengoku picked up the phone immediately. Well, it's here? Good. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku stared at Garp. "Come with me, his noble ship will be docked soon." Garp nodded slightly. At the same time, in the Vice Admiral lounge somewhere in Marine, Vigor, the spy sent into Marine by Dover, also hung up the Den Den Mushi. Celestial Dragons, Bernstein Luca. Vigor carefully recalled Dover's instructions. Even for someone like him who often has a blank expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened at this moment. To find out information about this guy? Guard or assistant, I can take the initiative to apply for these positions. Vigor paused and stood up immediately. He heard a lot of Marines outside. Are they here? Without hesitation, Vigor hurried out of the lounge, followed some Marines, and walked quickly towards the port. What surprised him was, there were not many deployments at the port. There were only Garp and Sengoku, and some elite veterans in the Marines. The seemingly random deployment was actually not ordinary. The two strongest fighters in the Marines, the last time they faced such a situation, it was Golden Lion who fought to the naval headquarters alone. He is indeed a terrifying guy. At the port of the naval headquarters, Sengoku's forehead was covered with a little sweat. He stared at the person in front of him carefully, with a horrified look. In his heart, he thought the worst result had occurred. The person who came was not curious about what this place was like, but a powerful person. Garp was not much better. As for the Marines around him, their eyes were wide open. It was nothing else, they had all seen and heard of ordinary celestial dragons. His walking was like a fat pig turning over, and he usually sat on the slave's body. The place they were going to was a prosperous and sinful place like Sabayati. The man in front of him was sturdy and had bright golden hair. He wore a black tights on his upper body and blood-red pants on his lower body. And the inviolable horror aura that came to his face. As for the CP0s beside him, they were just the foils of the man in front of him. Sengoku and Garp's intuition told them that the other party's strength was extraordinary. "Who is Sengoku, you two?" Luca's indifferent voice made Sengoku and Garp come back to their senses immediately. Even though Sengoku had experienced countless battles against pirates, big and small, and countless missions for the world government, and the balance between marine, he did quite well. But now, Luca alone made him a little confused. I am Sengoku, and you are?" Sengoku's palms were sweating constantly. "Bernstein Luca. Don't be so restrained. I came to the sea to replace the Tsarfish and become a Shishibukai. I can't stay here for long in Marine. At most, I will come here occasionally to replenish supplies. Don't treat me as those garbage." Sengoku and Garp were stunned. They didn't expect Luca to say that. It was mainly the last sentence. It made them feel a little weird. "Let me rest here for a day, and give me a warship and prepare supplies. You can also find me if you have any problems. Tomorrow, we will set off directly to Sky Island. We should be able to catch up in time." One Enel, and the rest are Kid, Luo, and Shiryu from the Blackbeard group. Shiryu is in the underwater prison. Should we take him with us now? Luca looked at Sengoku again with a calculation in his mind. He estimated that this matter was a bit troublesome, so he would take it one step at a time. If Marine was completely evil, it would make him more troublesome. After all, there are 2 years of development time. It's impossible to make it a hell start. That's all. Garp said subconsciously, and he regretted it after saying it. After all, he didn't know Luca's character very well. Sengoku's expression changed. Didn't I say it? Don't treat me like a piece of trash." Then, Luca casually strolled around the naval headquarters. Sengoku also accompanied him along the way, and the affairs in the Marine were completely handed over to Crane. "According to the regulations, we need to send you a guard. Not long ago, a Marine admired you very much, and he volunteered to be your guard. His name is Virgo, a Marine Vice Admiral. Although his strength is not as strong as yours, some chores can still be entrusted to him. Originally, Sengoku was also worried about this matter. Luca's strength was very strong, this was his intuition. But it is impossible for them on the marine side to only prepare a warship and some supplies for Luca and send Luca away. The escort process must be there, and the attitude must be corrected. At least, the 5 times marine funding that Sarton mentioned must be there. As for the Shishibukai matter, we can just publicize it tomorrow, which is easier. Virgo. Luca smiled faintly. Sengoku thought about it, but on the surface, he also smiled and nodded. Luca's smile became even bigger. He is very familiar with this person. A guy who was sent into the marine by Doflamingo to be a spy. The only one who found out that this person was wrong was Smaugr in the marine. I have to say that Virgo's infiltration was quite good. Okay, but find a place to test his strength. Speaking of it, he is a spy. Do you really not know, or do you keep him on purpose? Luca's words made Sengoku stunned. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12, Just a Celestial Dragon. Spy. Sengoku never thought that there are indeed some worms on the marine side. Those worms cannot be completely removed. At the same time, there are some world government spies inside marine. However, Luca said so it is obvious that Virgo is not a spy on the world government side. That is, the Revolutionary Army, Dragon's spy. Sengoku's heart sank. Since he became the Marine Marshal, the responsibilities on his shoulders can no longer allow him to make decisions that are in line with his heart. Is that so? Sorry, Garp. Dragon's subordinates. Just when Sengoku was hesitating, he heard Luca speak again. That guy is Doflamingo's subordinate. In the early years, Dover wanted to return to the Holy Land with his father's head and exchange it for the identity of celestial dragons. Unfortunately, the identity of celestial dragons is not determined by him. Of course, some privileges of celestial dragons can be retained. For example, ordering CP0. Let's not talk about him. If there is a chance, I will kill him. Of course, he can also be taken as a subordinate to see if the other party has this intention. However, according to Dover's personality, if I kill Virgo, it is likely that Dover will become an enemy of me. As Luca's voice appeared, Sengoku's eyes flashed. Good, good. So that's what happened. Speaking of which, the death of his adopted son, Rosinante, seems to be inseparable from Virgo. After all, Sengoku is the resourceful general in the marine, and suddenly figured out the key to this. Go, check Virgo's information and his recent schedule. Sengoku immediately ordered the marine confidant beside him. I'll help you kill him later, I hope it won't affect the relationship between me and Marine. Luca said subconsciously, and suddenly he figured out the details. However, Sengoku nodded directly. Such a vicious pirate has been in Marine for so long, I don't know how much information has been leaked, I don't mind killing him. Luca glanced at Sengoku and found that at this moment, Sengoku's forehead had already popped out a few blue veins. Oh, how long will we stay here? Tashigi was full of confusion. Originally, she and Smoker returned to the headquarters normally to report the recent marine affairs. However, early the next morning, she was notified by a group of female soldiers and was taken directly to the naval headquarters, a safe room under the town area in the rear. At first, this place was used for civilians to come here to avoid the war after any pirates hit the naval headquarters. As a result, there are a bunch of female soldiers here now. What happened? Hina and Momuzagi had complicated expressions. They just learned not long ago that a celestial dragon came to the naval headquarters. And this celestial dragon is a noble among them, with the power to judge other celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are here, and they are not ordinary celestial dragons. Momuzagi said lightly. Tashigi was stunned. She was a little confused. Why did the celestial dragons come to the naval headquarters? Humph, I think this time it's another stupid fat pig. Maybe he can't stay here in 2 days. Hina looked impatient. Just thinking, what if one of them was favored by the celestial dragons? That would be a really troublesome thing. There are a group of Marines here. The place where you can really have fun is much more interesting than here in Sabayati. Naval Headquarters, Recruit Training Ground. This moment is different from the past. Many people from the Marine gathered here. That's the celestial dragons? Aren't celestial dragons usually wearing bubble shields? Why is this different? This guy is a noble among the celestial dragons. He has the power to judge other celestial dragons. What? It seems that the 5 elders will give in to him. In the training ground, many Marines stared at Luca with wide eyes. Who are the 5 elders? The top of power on the sea. And Luca can make the 5 elders give in. In addition, Luca has also changed the image of celestial dragons in their minds. Vicious Spider, Burning Mountain, and other vice-admirals also looked solemn. Obviously, Luca cannot be compared with those celestial dragons. At the same time, there are 2 admirals, Kizaru and Aokiji. It was also the first time for them to see celestial dragons like Luca. It's really scary, this guy, it seems, very cruel. Will you take action later? From his appearance, it's obviously not as simple as selecting guards. Kizaru's expression was a little complicated. Aokiji was even more confused and looked around. The word justice behind the Marine was so dazzling to him at this time. He envied Akainu at this moment. Because Akainu went out to sea to destroy pirates not long ago. I will definitely take action, just as celestial dragons. Aokiji said in a low voice. His slightly trembling hands were not calm at the moment. Oh, one by one, it's really troublesome. Kizaru looked wretched, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Garp was standing among the Marines with a bag of senbei, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. Due to the rush of time, many Marines present did not know that Virgo was actually a traitor. Marshal Sengoku, it has been confirmed that Virgo is a spy sent by Doflamingo. After hearing the words of a confidant beside him, Sengoku's murderous intent became even stronger. Originally, Doflamingo was Shishibukai, and because of this identity, he, a Marine, really couldn't do anything to Doflamingo. But Luca was different. This one had the power to kill celestial dragons. It can be said that in this sea, except for the Holy Land, basically no one can restrain this person. I know, thank you, Saint Luca. Sengoku sighed. Luca shook his head. No need to thank us, this is a kind of transaction. Maybe, in the future, I will need you to help me. Luca's words made Sengoku's heart condense. He seemed to have forgotten that this person was not easy to deal with. Sengoku did not reply. Luca did not expect Sengoku to agree to anything. Virgo, on the other hand, had already noticed that something was wrong. Saint Luca, don't say these useless things. Next, I will help Doflamingo see how much your strength has improved. Luca said as he walked towards Virgo. Others were full of doubts. Sengoku just sent a message saying that Luca wanted to choose a guard at the training ground. Almost no one in the Marine agreed. Only Virgo said that he decided to sacrifice himself for Marine's sake and to avoid embarrassing Marine. It looked like he was really going to sacrifice himself. This kid. The Sengoku in Garp's hand was crushed to pieces without him noticing. On the side, Crane walked over quickly. Calm down. Garp. Sengoku must have his own intentions and will not let Virgo die. Now no one could have imagined that Virgo was actually a spy among Marine. After all, Virgo's disguise for himself was excellent on weekdays. Wait, Doflamingo. Crane and Garp also heard Luca's words during the conversation. Not only them, but other Marines also heard Luca's words. Everyone looked shocked. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 13 Distance is meaningless. Mr. Virgo, is it a spy? A Marine, with a look of disbelief on his face, spoke subconsciously. Garp, including Crane and Aokiji and Kizaru, who didn't know the truth, all looked at Sengoku. They were indeed suspicious of Luca's words. But, Sengoku, they didn't doubt it. At the moment, Virgo couldn't run away, and even if Doflamingo knew, Virgo would die. And he was killed by Luca, the celestial dragons. Virgo, you have done very well over the years. As a spy, it seems that Doflamingo has trained you well. Sengoku's voice was icy cold. He didn't forget who his adopted son, Rosinante, died because of. He couldn't figure out the joints of what happened back then. As a Marine Marshal, he could only tell himself that it was Rosinante's bad luck and Doflamingo's cunningness. But now if Virgo is included, then everything makes sense. As soon as Sengoku spoke, everyone present fell silent. How did I get exposed? Virgo looked surprised. Even he, who always had a blank expression on his face, was inevitably surprised at this time. When he said this, Virgo cast his eyes on Luca and scanned him carefully. According to his own guess, it should be Luca who saw his identity. It's a game of playing house like Doflamingo, which can be seen through at a glance, but he just doesn't bother to pay attention. Luca clenched his palms. Killing Virgo would improve his strength. However, should he take this opportunity to cause trouble for Marine? Forget it, Marine is still needed for help at the moment. So many people showed up when he was on top. It doesn't matter if he kills a few of them. Among Marine, how many are worth killing? The killing intent on Luca's body became more and more terrifying. Everyone present shuddered subconsciously. Crane and Garp, both of them had a gleam in their eyes. This guy is definitely not for Marine and Virgo, he just happened to bump into him. Garp's face was cold, and he didn't know when a little sweat appeared on his forehead. He was not afraid of celestial dragons being stupid. However, facing a celestial dragon of Luca's level, it was the first time he felt that it was more difficult than the 5 elders. In fact, the other party might know the relationship between Ace and him. Garp was quite clear about the world government's disgust for Roger. At the same time, they also hated Roger's bloodline. If Ace's identity was known by the world government. Thinking of this, Garp's mind sank to the bottom unconsciously. Calm down, Garp, things are not as bad as you think. Crane, Garp, and Sengoku, the 3 of them have been comrades for who knows how many years. They understand each other's temperament very well. However, at this time, everyone's eyes were not on Garp and others. Virgo knew that he couldn't run away now. The only way was to catch Luca, beat him up, and take him hostage. In this way, he might have a chance of survival. Ghost Bamboo. Holding the bamboo stick he carried with him, the black armament haki covered his whole body, including his own bamboo stick. He was as imposing as a dragon. Under the cover of the black armament haki, the whole person rushed towards Luca like a tyrant. In Virgo's eyes, Luca seemed to have flaws all over his body. But these flaws gave him the feeling of a trap. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. A stick was swung by Virgo, leaving an afterimage. Like a dragon swinging its tail, it hit Luca's arm directly. Hey! Virgo looked surprised. Because, his attack was actually aimed at Luca's waist. No need for such meaningless temptations, such temptations make me unable to even warm up. Although Luca has the ability to improve his strength by defeating or killing the opponent. However, there is a prerequisite for all these, that is, the opponent's strength can make him feel excited. Otherwise, that special ability will not be stimulated. One sentence made Virgo stunned on the spot. What? Virgo said subconsciously. In the past, he didn't understand why Doflamingo was so afraid of Kaido. Now he completely understood. His almost full-strength attack didn't seem to work at all. Except for the floor under his feet, there was a little crack. After all, it is a training ground, and the floor tiles here are made of sea stone alloy. Hey, why do you treat me as those ordinary celestial dragons? Luca sighed slightly. At this moment, the CP0s around him also had their eyes wide open. They have now confirmed that Luca does not need their protection at all. Moreover, Satan also said that they only need to escort Luca to the naval headquarters. According to the procedure, they can leave tomorrow. Now it is found that whether they are there or not is not very useful to Luca. Is this the real scary guy among the celestial dragons? No, I heard that the most terrifying among the celestial dragons are the Knights of God. The Knights of God? He killed 4 Knights of God not long ago, and it was because of these that he gained the power to judge celestial dragons. Several CP0s talked in a low voice. After comparing and confirming the rumors in the Holy Land, they were more and more shocked. Do you think he will become one of the 5 one day? One of the CP0 suddenly spoke. After this person finished speaking, none of the other CP0 responded. At this moment, Virgo in the field took a step back, staring at Luca carefully. On weekdays, he held the bamboo stick that was like his own arm, and it was trembling slightly at this moment. Continue, there is no need to distance like this. Distance is only meaningful when the strength of both sides is similar. So, the distance between you and me is meaningless. Luca felt a little toothache. There are many people with the strength of Virgo on the sea. Now, people like Virgo are difficult to arouse his blood. It seems that Enel still focuses on recruiting. If they really want to kill, it is actually a way to kill the chicken to get the eggs. However, Luca didn't know that these 2 sentences almost made Virgo lose the desire to fight. Not only that, some of the Marines around looked at Luca completely differently. It is no longer because of Luca's identity, but a recognition and following of the strong. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14, Luca, the King of Heaven. In a group, most individuals will follow the strongest or recognize the strongest. Originally, the image of celestial dragons was not good in the eyes of a group of Marines. However, this time, Luca's arrival has changed this image to a certain extent. There are even some Marines who think that people like Luca are the real celestial dragons. Your strength really shocked me. I didn't expect that there are guys like you in celestial dragons. I can't imagine, is this the top power in this world? There are still many guys like you in celestial dragons. Virgo, who was already a little desperate in his heart, sighed slightly. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. For a spy like him, such a destination seems to be normal. But this ending seems to be a little early for him. Top? My strength is nothing. As for guys like me, you actually misunderstood. At this point, Sengoku and others pricked up their ears. No one among the outsiders can compare to me. As for the 19 families, there are indeed some that I am not my opponent. Come on, use your killer move, let me see how popular you are. Luca folded his hands in front of his chest. He was completely defenseless and completely let down his guard. At this moment, his whole body was almost full of flaws. But Virgo still didn't dare to attack fiercely. Iron Mountain Ghost Pressure Sky. Virgo was a man of few words, but standing and waiting to die was not his character. But the fear and despair in his heart made his killer move 2 points weaker than usual. Luca's eyes widened, and excitement flashed across his face. Yes, that's it, Guy Sabo. With this move, those Knights of God can't survive in front of me, you can be proud. Luca raised his palm, and a touch of red blood energy was activated from the palm of his hand. In a flash, a half-human-sized red energy ball appeared in front of his palm. The next moment, Virgo, who was about to rush in front of Luca, felt that Luca in front of him disappeared like a phantom. At the same time, he also lost consciousness at this moment. Under the extremely horrified eyes of Garp and others, Luca, like a ghost, appeared behind Virgo. After slapping the red energy ball in his hand towards Virgo, in their eyes, Virgo turned into ashes and disappeared. Only a little bloodline was left on the spot. A normal battle? They didn't see it at all. For Garp and others, they only saw a tiger playing with a rabbit. Not bad. Feeling the power rising in his body again, Luca's excitement was about to overflow. First of all, his ability and the power increase he obtained were based on his current state. Now killing one person in exchange for an increase. It is comparable to killing 2 Knights of God in the Holy Land. However, many Marines present at this moment also felt the horror of Luca afterward. This celestial dragon's hobby is different from other celestial dragons. It seems that he likes to kill. Luca Saint, do you need anything else? Sengoku looked at Luca with a slightly uneasy mind. Virgo is a spy, that's true, and he also hopes Virgo dies. However, Luca really brought him pressure. It was even more than the pressure brought by the 5 elders. Need? Nothing special. The headquarters is so big, I can just find a small place to be my base. If you have pirates that you can't deal with, you can also let me help. In the Holy Land, if you have any needs, you can also talk to me. Those 5 old guys should give me some face. The smile on Luca's face faded. This time he was negotiating a deal with Sengoku on an equal footing. The stone in Sengoku's heart fell slowly. It seems that this person can at least talk about anything. What he is afraid of is that Luca is the kind of lawless person. If that happens, it will be a big trouble for the entire marine. At this moment, Garp and others also focused their attention on Sengoku. As for Luca recruiting people or what he wants to do, the marine can't control it. Okay. That's it. I'm going to sea tomorrow. I just need to prepare a navigator, some supplies, and a warship. A smile appeared on Luca's face again. Other marines, including Garp and others, looked at Luca and felt their scalps tingling. Knight. You can have a say in the Holy Land? Those 5 old guys are giving you face. Damn it, he killed Virgo, why? Doesn't he know? Shishibukai cannot attack each other. In the Royal Hall of Dressrosa, Doflamingo roared madly at the CP0s in front of him. His voice almost cracked the glass on the window. Toripol, Pika, Diamante, the 3 of them, like Virgo, chose to follow Doflamingo when he was young. And now, for Doflamingo, in his heart, they are people with considerable status. However, after the 3 of them got the news from these CP0s at this moment, they themselves also received news from other spies in the marine. The news is not false. Because he is a celestial dragon, and he has the right to judge celestial dragons. You used to be a celestial dragon, but your father gave up the celestial dragon identity. In front of him, the CP0, wearing a white and beautiful outfit, spoke calmly with a mask. The other 2 CP0s behind him were also wearing masks, so Dover could not see their expressions. But at this moment, he felt extremely humiliated. Now, you are not a celestial dragon, but because of your past identity, you still have the power to give us orders. But we actually have the power to refuse you. The CP0's next few words made Doflamingo's eyes red with anger. His whole body was shaking. Then, a weird laugh came from the Royal Hall of Dressrosa. This laugh was like a defeated dog comforting itself. The next day, a newspaper spread directly across the sea. Many people were extremely surprised. The new candidate for Shishibukai? The Heavenly King Luca? He is a celestial dragon? How can celestial dragons come to the sea to be Shishibukai? Robin held the newspaper, looking shocked. She knew the world government very well, and at the same time, she knew what celestial dragons meant. Moreover, this celestial dragon looked different from other ordinary celestial dragons. This is definitely a noble among celestial dragons. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, Sky Island. Robin, what are you looking at? You look so bad. Having just escaped death from Aokiji, Robin had long suspected why Aokiji let her go again. But she didn't dare to be completely sure. At the moment, she and Luffy and others were going to the Water City to repair the Mary. Since she left the forces founded by Crocodile, she hasn't collected intelligence for a long time. She was even a little slack. This kind of change would have been impossible before. After all, some atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates affected her. It's about Shishibukai. Robin responded to Nami. She subconsciously glanced at Luffy and others. She found that Luffy was still playing with Chopper, and Sanji was bickering with Zoro as usual. Usopp didn't know what he was doing. Shishibukai? Well, I've heard of this too. I remember that a group of pirates were recruited and a position was established. Because of Arlong's past experience. Nami also sneered at Shishibukai. No, Nami, this time is different. This guy replaced Crocodile. And he is a celestial dragon. If we meet them, Nami, you must find a way to take Luffy and the others away. We can never contend with such people. Robin knew that Aokiji might let them go. But no one can control Luca. Seeing Robin so serious, Nami nodded. Robin would not joke with her on such an important matter. After saying this, Robin also felt a little emotional. In the past, she had been in many pirate groups, but she would never tell a pirate group too much information. New Shishibukai? Or a celestial dragon, what do you think? In Red Hair Pirates, Beckman, the right-hand man of red hair, looked calm, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He believed in his years of vision. This person is definitely the most troublesome guy on the sea. Although their captain, red-haired Shanks, also has some connections with the Holy Land. But compared with this person, it is obviously different. The power to judge other celestial dragons alone is outrageous. Bernstein. To be honest, I have never heard of the name of this family. The red-haired man looked at the portrait of Luca in the newspaper and felt a little uneasy. Similarly, he also had an intuition. This intuition was even stronger than Beckman. He believed that no matter how strong Luca was, his existence had already made the red-haired man feel an invisible restraint. This guy is quite dangerous. I originally thought that the Shishibukai would be complete and the sea would be calmer. It seems that a bigger storm is still behind, plus that guy Teach. No, Teach can't compare to this guy. A feeling of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his heart, and the red-haired man's eyes were calm. The truly terrifying era is coming. No matter who it is, no one can stop the violent power. In the eyes of Red Hair, even the world government, even celestial dragons nobles like Luca. Once Teach captures Ace and lets the world government know who Ace's bloodline is, the world government will not be at peace, and the Whitebeard pirates will not give up. And Teach, that guy, originally wanted something other than the Shishibukai position. In this storm, he just happened to see what this guy is like. Bernstein Luca, a terrifying guy. Similar scenes were also staged in the Whitebeard pirates. Like Red Hair, Whitebeard could also see that Luca's strength was not ordinary. Ace. Now, Whitebeard was most worried about Ace. Ever since Red Hair came to him last time. Although Whitebeard said calmly, he was still very worried about Ace in his heart. Are you sure you want to do this? If so, will we die? At this moment, near the surging sea current under Sky Island, a warship was gradually approaching. At the front of the deck, a man stood calmly, like a ferocious beast. Many Marines were impressed by Luca's strength and cognition along the way. And he, Ghost Spider, had originally agreed at the headquarters. On the marine side, Luca had to be escorted by someone. It just so happened that Luca also wanted to recruit a subordinate. Once he had a subordinate, he, Ghost Spider, could return to the naval headquarters again. As a result, Ghost Spider never expected that Luca would go directly to find the legendary Sky Island. At the beginning, he looked down on it in his heart. It was ridiculous that celestial dragons would believe such rumors. However, when he saw the terrifying sky-high current, he was a little stagnant. Well, Saint Luca, should we choose another way to get to Sky Island? For example, maybe there is something with the headquarters. Ghost Spider couldn't speak after saying that. Because he found that the marine in charge of the rudder had already aimed at the direction of the sky-high current. Saint Luca. The excited look of the marine left Ghost Spider speechless. Finally, the warship came completely under the sky-high current. Ghost Spider was already sitting cross-legged on the deck and gave up resistance. Don't be afraid. Don't you want to see the scenery in the sky? Fear sometimes makes people retreat, but sometimes it also makes people progress. The key lies in whether you cannot be swallowed by fear. Luca said loudly. Since leaving the naval headquarters in the Holy Land, there is no CP0 around. At this moment, Luca felt like a free bird that could fly in the sky. Here. Sit tight. Luca's expression suddenly became serious. Ghost Spider also stood up immediately and held the guardrail on the side of the warship with one hand. Other Marines also immediately took corresponding protective measures. Bang! The next moment, they felt that the warship under their feet was like a cannonball. It was pushed away from the sea and flew into the sky. The sea surface seemed to be reduced to a map in an instant. Some Marines lay directly on the deck because of the instantaneous momentum and air pressure. It seems that you also lack training. With this kind of strength, even seeing more beautiful scenery is a luxury. As he said this, Luca separated a part of his blood and surrounded the entire warship. Suddenly, everyone felt a lightness on their shoulders. However, Ghost Spider couldn't help but look at Luca at this time, and his expression became more complicated. At this time, the exclamation of the Marines next to him attracted everyone's attention. There is a town, there is a town? Is this Sky Island? Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 The Gorgeous Bloody Scenery. There's still a little more to go. The person I'm looking for is not here, but higher up. Ghost Spider turned his head and looked at Luca on the deck in front of him. Luca was standing alone in front of the deck. Blood was wrapped around him. He looked like an emperor. At this moment, he suddenly understood why so many people wanted to go to sea. Why some pirates were so loyal to their captains. Ghost Spider hurriedly shook his head. He was entrusted with justice and was entrusted with an important task by Marshal Sengoku. Observe the true character of this celestial dragons. From what he saw so far, this person actually has his own code of conduct. Higher up. Suddenly, Ghost Spider realized what Luca had said. You know, at this altitude, they have already flown into the clouds, which seems to be higher than the Holy Land. Could the real Sky Island be even higher? Ghost Spider's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. That's right. Next, be prepared for a stronger storm. Of course, if you are not careful, there is still a possibility of death. The blood energy around Luca became clearer and thicker. A touch of terrifying breath emanated from Luca's body. At this time, Ghost Spider instinctively felt a little fear. The pinnacle of blood energy moves, fighting skills, and haki that reached the top level of the sea. Fortunately, this kind of strong man is not very interested in their marine. The opponent's goal is actually the inside of the Holy Land. Saint Luca. The fanatical Marines around him seemed to not know what death was at this moment. What is fear? Ghost Spider just felt a little numb on his scalp, and what made him feel the most that something was wrong was, at the moment, the momentum of the warship being directly rushed into the sky by the surging sea current seemed to be disappearing. If they did not land on the sky island in front of them, it would be very easy to fall down. At this height, if they fell down, let alone the warship, even the giant would be left with no bones. Luca Saint, what should we do next? The warship is not. Just when Ghost Spider was a little anxious, Luca smiled calmly. Didn't I tell you? Let you get ready. Then, Luca slowly half-crouched down and put his palm on the deck. First, the armament haki, which was extremely strong, completely covered the warship. Following that, a huge amount of blood energy emanated from Luca's body. Directly covered the entire warship again. At this moment, there was no marine warship, but a blood-colored warship from hell. In addition, Ghost Spider also found that his body was covered with a layer of blood energy. This blood energy seemed to be protecting him. What an amazing power! Ghost Spider looked extremely horrified. To be honest, in his opinion, the three admirals all relied on the power of Logia's devil fruit. As for the marine hero Garp, with his original combat power, he could not watch the duel between Roger and Garp at all. Now, he has personally felt this terrifying power that can stand on the top of the sea. The surrounding marines are the same as him, and Luca has not forgotten them. At this moment, some of the marines have forgotten that they are marines and shouted to Captain Luca Saint. When he heard those voices, Ghost Spider suddenly felt that he seemed to have no way to report to Sengoku after returning. Finally repaired, next. I will go to the real infinite land. Enel looked at the golden ark that had been repaired by himself, Proverbs. Even if he had already lost to the Straw Hat, he lost his identity as the god of Sky Island. But in his heart, there is still a new place waiting for him to open up. However, at this time, his mind instinctively felt a little uneasy. This feeling, is that, no, this feeling is much stronger than that guy. Here it comes. Enel immediately stood up and maximized his heart network perception. He looked up in a higher direction. How is it possible, coming from the sky, from a higher direction? Could it be the infinite Earth? Enel looked extremely horrified. However, everything that happened next, Enel would often mention it to Golden Lion and others in the future. You will never know how beautiful the bloody storm that day was. Holy Land? Ha, you guys with little knowledge will never understand. Back to the present. In Enel's perspective, above the sky, blood was filled, overwhelming the entire sky. Among them, there was also black lightning that resounded through the world. What is this? This is God, God's thunder and lightning. God's power. Wait, that is. Enel originally found that the lightning in the sky was a bit dazzling, and at the same time he felt that those lightning flashes were quite threatening to him. However, under this terrifying bloody storm, a warship flew in the air. Black and red intersected, and dark thunder flashed. Compared to this warship, what Enel noticed most was, in front of the deck of the warship, there was a figure with a violent posture and an aura comparable to Kamui. Such a figure appeared in Enel's eyes. It has been engraved in Enel's mind. The power of God. Enel trembled. The motto beside him? A golden ark driven by thunder and lightning? Humph! How can it be compared with this warship that suppresses the sky? Boom! The hull fell not far away, and the roaring sound brought Enel back to his senses. Luca also took back Conquerors and Armament Haki. Fortunately, he awakened Conquerors, and at the same time, the strength of his two Haki, Armament and Insight, was also quite terrifying. Otherwise, the warship could not land smoothly. This also caused Luca's blood and energy to be greatly consumed. In this state, it is difficult to fully exert his full combat power. Probably only 80% can be exerted. However, it is not a problem to deal with Enel. Saint Luca. Are you okay? Ghost Spider was trembling all over. If he did not have Luca's blood to protect him, the wind pressure just now would have made him faint in an instant. However, just now, some Marines were swaying back and forth due to the wind pressure and spitting blood. Just when he was anxious, Luca completely withdrew his blood and protected those Marines. You know, most people can't stand the wind pressure at high altitude, except for Kaido, the undead monster. Especially when the wind pressure enters the body, even if you can't see anything now, you will definitely develop symptoms when you get old. Why are you? Ghost Spider looked horrified and a little confused. How could such a thing be done by Luca, a celestial dragon's? There is no reason, I just want to do this. I will not let those guys who believe in me die because of me. Luca said calmly without even turning his head. The many Marines who had just stabilized their bodies looked even more excited. On the sea, Marines like them, without devil fruit and qualifications, are the ones who die the most. Otherwise, there would not be so few core combat forces of the Marines in so many years. Now, someone will take care of their life and death. Saint Luca! Some Marines shouted again. Ghost Spider knew that in the future, Sengoku would probably be worried if such a group of Marines stayed in the headquarters. Let's go, next, it's time to meet my subordinates. Read books every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17. Is this still Enel? Ghost Spider just breathed a sigh of relief, and also wanted to calm down his heart. To be honest, he already admired Luca, the celestial dragons. Moreover, what Luca wanted should not be the Pirate King, perhaps something inside their celestial dragons. Subordinates. Ghost Spider suddenly became curious, what kind of people can make Luca care about? There should be a standard for strength. Luca Saint. The Marines around him were so excited that they directly passed Ghost Spider. They planned to follow Luca. After seeing this scene, Ghost Spider's face turned completely black. He was originally a hawkish figure among the Marines, and he was naturally a little annoyed when facing this scene. Enough, you guys are not strong enough, and Luca Saint may not protect you no matter what happens in a while. You follow him, but you are just affecting him. Just follow me. Ghost Spider knew that if he really didn't let these Marines follow, these Marines would definitely not be willing. When we return to the headquarters, we really can't bring these people back. In fact, in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we return to the headquarters or not. It doesn't matter, let's stay away for a while. He should have some personality and won't give in so easily. Luca also began to think in his heart. How should Logia demon fruit power be trained? In terms of Conqueror's Haki, he relies on his own understanding and the blessing of his special ability. He has his own understanding and can even greatly help others improve the efficiency of Haki training. However, he doesn't have the fruit ability, and he doesn't plan to, so how to train is also a problem. Later, his strength will increase, and his subordinates can't keep up, so naturally he can't activate his special ability and achieve his training goals. Let's observe for a while. Later, we can also recruit Lucci and others. Lucci and his people all fight mainly with physical skills, including Marine 6 styles. In terms of physical skills, Luca can say that he is a master. Enel now has no time to care about the surrounding scenery. He doesn't care at all, just beside him, the ark that he has carefully repaired. His eyes are completely focused on Luca. As for Ghost Spider and others who followed Luca, he completely ignored them. There is no special reason. It's just because the scene just now has completely shocked Enel's mind. Are you from the Infinite Land? Enel said excitedly. It's as if he met a benefactor who he hadn't seen for many years. Ghost Spider and other Marines were puzzled. What is the Infinite Land? The sea? But it's not appropriate to call the sea the Infinite Land. Luca naturally knows what the Infinite Land that Enel said is. In fact, it's just the moon. No, that place is very high, I haven't been there either, there will be a chance in the future. Besides, you haven't even conquered Qinghai, how can you want to go there? He knows, but Luca doesn't plan to go to the Infinite Land now. Enel paused, and he subconsciously thought of Luffy. At the same time, he also realized that Luca was not from the Infinite Land, but the scene just now was already deeply imprinted in his mind. Enel wanted to say that he was defeated by Luffy. But how did he lose? It was because of the opponent's physical condition. To a large extent, he was completely immune to his lightning ability. I know that you lost to someone, but that's not important. Right now, I came here to invite you, hoping that you can become my subordinate. Luca folded his hands in front of his chest, his expression calm. His aura was like that of an emperor. It made people feel submissive. Enel had never fought with Luca, but the intuition given to him by the Heart Network was that Luca was ridiculously strong, and he was not comparable to Luffy and others before. And Luca was also a little excited. When he was in the Holy Land before, those CP organizations and the Knights of God did not use their abilities. They were all physical skills and swordsmanship. Enel was also the first opponent who used the power of the fruit since he went to sea. Before the fight started, Luca's whole body was already boiling with blood. However, the next scene made Luca stunned. Okay. If it's you, I want to join you. Infinite Land is not a must. Enel knew that he often wanted to escape and wanted powerful power. When he was young, he was bullied by the people of Sky Island. Later, he gained power, and the first thing he wanted was to retaliate. Now, he lost to Luffy. In his opinion, Sky Island is already his place of shame, so he yearns for the scenery of the Infinite Land even more. But in front of him, a strong man who shocked him came to him and invited him to become his subordinate. There was no threat, no benefit, and the pure invitation made Enel feel respected. Perhaps you know that there was a man wearing a straw hat who defeated me before. His physique seemed to be immune to my attack. But, I remember that his subordinates all called him Captain. In that case, I should call you Captain now. Enel said, with a glimmer in his eyes. Following such a strong man, his strength may also be improved. And escaping, this kind of thing is sometimes useful, but what if there is nowhere to escape? Luca was stunned. A huge doubt flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Where is he going? Is this Sky Island? Is the person in front of him Enel? Shouldn't Enel call himself a god, and then attack him with a middle school speech? Looking at the person in front of him again, his ears were stretched thin, and there were 3 big drums hanging behind him. This outfit, it's Enel for sure. Ghost Spider also nodded gently at this moment. Fortunately, things went well. Mainly because he saw Luca use so much blood and energy just now. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki was activated to control the warship. After such a set of consumption, Garp would have to take a breath. Fighting, if this kind of thing can be avoided. For Luca, it should be a good thing. Are these people also your subordinates? They look so weak. In one sentence, Enel directly silenced Ghost Spider, including a group of Marines. Luca also came back to his senses. He glanced at the sky. Now there are enough clouds in the sky, but there are still some traces left by his conquerors. Suddenly, Luca understood. However, he still hopes to fight Enel. This is related to his strength improvement. Don't worry, if you insist, they are not my subordinates. Also, don't underestimate them, everyone has a chance to be on stage. Although I have invited you, I am also curious about your strength and what level you are at now. Why don't you let me see your strength? Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 The fruit will respond to the user's wishes. Luca looked at Enel with a look of expectation. Saint Luca, your current state. Ghost Spider was surprised and puzzled, and also asked questions. Mainly because of what Luca did just now, he admired him. So, he was willing to speak at this time. Otherwise, he would not meddle in other people's business. It doesn't matter. I have already prepared before coming here. Besides, the consumption just now is nothing to me. Luca said frankly. Hearing this, Enel noticed the warship not far away. The warship now has restored its original appearance. In other words, at the beginning, this warship could not fly in the sky at all. Everything was done by one person's power. Enel wanted to activate his golden arc, the proverb, which required the use of his ability, but it could only fly for 1 day at most. After a long time, he would also be tired. But that was also because his arc, the proverb, was made of complete gold. Such a warship did not seem to be equipped with any flight system. And the size is much bigger than his arc proverbs. There are some people to take into consideration. Enel can't do this at all. If this is what you mean, then I can compete with you. Let me see the gap between me and God. Enel looked excited. Listening to Enel's speech, Luca nodded gently. Well, it's right. If this God is not a god, it must be Enel. Then, let's start. Let me see your strength. Although Luca's posture has not changed too obviously. Just open his hands in front of his chest and put them on both sides. The whole posture seems to be extremely relaxed. Just with this posture, Enel found that there was no flaw in Luca's body. Don't hesitate, just use your ability to attack directly. The more you hesitate, the more flaws will be seen. Attack is the best defense. In Luca's view, Enel's combat experience can be said to be 0. Most of the time, Enel relies on the ability of the fruit. Heartnet, that is, observation haki, was used to assist. At the same time, seeing this scene, Ghost Spider opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. He took the other marines and retreated a little distance. After all, he was a fruit ability user, and the battle must be relatively large. This feeling, this sound, Thunder fruit ability user. Ghost Spider had just withdrawn a little distance. He heard the sound of electricity, and at the same time, he heard thunder in the sky. Turning his head, he found that half of Enel's body had already entered the elementalization. Thunder fruit ability user, Logia with the most terrifying attack power. Does Luca Saint want to take these people under his command? But, Luca Saint's current state may not necessarily be able to defeat the opponent. If this battle had not been started just now, this person would have followed Luca Saint wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Ghost Spider paused. Then he smiled again. That's right, if Luca Saint had such a personality, he would not have left the Holy Land. Then Ghost Spider's expression became a little complicated. Thunder fruit ability users are not so easy to defeat. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, I think the person who will win in the end must be Luca Saint. Yes, Luca Saint will definitely win. Ghost Spider heard these voices and couldn't help but look at the other Marines. I found that these Marines all looked fanatical and excited. In addition to these, he also saw the so-called trust from these Marines. For a moment, Ghost Spider doubted himself. Was he wrong to be so hawkish all the time? After all, he often didn't care about the death of his subordinates. If his subordinates died, he would just kill more pirates to help them get revenge. God's punishment! Enel shouted loudly. His wrist turned into thunder in an instant, and flew high into the sky. Then, in an instant, he attacked from behind Luca. During this period, Enel had been using his heart net to detect Luca's posture and movements. But at this moment, his heart net suddenly lost its effect. How is it possible? Is this the power of God? Boom! The thunder flashed, and there was only a big pit in front of him, and Luca's figure was nowhere to be seen. In Qinghai, this is called observation haki. It is one of Conqueror's haki. If your observation haki is too weak, it's like losing your sense when facing a strong person. In this case, you need to rely on instinct to dodge, or attack with the instinct of a beast. Luca's voice came from behind Enel. He trembled and was a little excited. Strong. Too strong. Can't sense the opponent's speed. So this thing is called observation haki? One of Conqueror's haki. Now, you should move immediately, you shouldn't be stunned. Luca punched Enel on the back. How could it be, how could I be hit? Enel exclaimed, his body turned into lightning, except for the Straw Hat Boy before. Relying on his own physique, he defeated him. But now? Why is this? Enel stood firm. With a face full of shock, he was also filled with great doubts and suspicions about himself. Could it be that he only has a little strength in Sky Island? Looking at Luca, he found that Luca raised his arm slightly at this moment. A black substance completely covered his arm. Just by looking with his eyes, Enel could feel that if Luca used all his strength just now, he would be killed instantly. He still had the perception of the heart network and this intuition. This is one of the other two colors of haki, armed color, and the last one is Conqueror's. Luca grinned. Then, the scenery that was familiar to Enel appeared again. The sky was filled with black lightning. A strong breath of oppression rushed straight into his mind, making him kneel down. Conqueror's haki, I can teach you later, it won't take you long to learn them. Next, let me see your strongest moves. Luca's eyes were completely focused on Enel. Looking again, he would probably understand the mystery between Logia users and Devil Fruit. The ability of the fruit is to respond to the user's thoughts. To what extent can this response reach? Can it reach the level of Hgyaku? That would be interesting. Luca was completely unprepared, and he planned to take Enel's strongest move head-on. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19. Is he also a person with special abilities? Enel was also very excited when he saw Luca's action. Is that so? Conqueror's haki, can I master this kind of thing? Enel seemed to be infected by Luca, and his mood was the same, very excited. Of course. But before that, you have to let me see your strength. Luca used almost all of his blood and energy. Although he did intend to take Enel's attack head-on, this did not mean that. He had no means of defense at all, just waiting to be beaten. Okay. From this moment on, Enel's confidence suddenly returned. The surrounding blue electric light kept flashing. The whole sky seemed to be angry. The lightning snake wandered in the clouds. Ghost Spider and the many Marines from the headquarters saw such a movement, and they were instinctively a little afraid. At the same time, in the direction of Luca, there were black lightning flashes everywhere. This is Conqueror's haki. This haki is stronger than red hair. Look, the title of the strongest conquerors on the sea is about to change hands. While sighing, Ghost Spider was more and more worried about Luca. The consumption just now could not be faked. Otherwise, the warship would not be able to land smoothly, and he and many Marines from the headquarters would be injured to some extent. I hope Luca Saint can win. Whether from the perspective of Marine interests, or from his personal perspective, he hopes Luca will win. But he is not optimistic in his heart. No, the one who wins in the end must be Luca Saint. Luca Saint's power cannot be suppressed even by Thunder Fruit. Some Marines directly retorted to Ghost Spider. Now Ghost Spider does not intend to argue with these Marines. On the one hand, there is no need for that, and on the other hand, he is also looking forward to it. When the results come out, he can teach these Marines well. By the way, stabilize the morale of these Marines in the Marine. If nothing unexpected happens, Luca will stay at the headquarters for at least 1 or 2 months. After such a trip, there will be such a group of Marines following him. If this happens a month later, some generals in the Marine will also be affected. He even found that his heart was unconsciously leaning towards Luca. Is this the charm of the Heavenly King? Fortunately, he didn't become a pirate. If Luca had become a pirate directly, he would have thought about how desperate the situation of the marine was. At this moment, the center of the battlefield, Enel once again stimulated all his fruit abilities. After this move, his physical strength would be directly consumed and enter a weak state. Before this, he didn't work so hard when facing Luffy and others. Look, this person in front of me has the power comparable to that of God. I must bet on all my strength. One step further. 300 million volts, heaven shock. A mouthful of blood was spit out. However, Enel continued to stimulate his fruit ability. Even this attack is likely to make him lose consciousness directly afterwards. But he believes that Luca will not do anything to hurt him. Ha ha ha, good. That's it. That's it. Looking at the sky, one after another, the thick lightning as big as a bucket continued to gather on Enel. In a moment, a huge lightning figure like a giant condensed in the sky. Dark barrier. Luca raised a palm, and the power of blood continued to dissipate. At the same time, the conquerors in armed color that were emitted completely gathered towards his palm. In a flash, a blood energy formed a round shield in his palm. The next moment, it covered Luca's entire body. And it expanded, like a round blood-red bubble, covering Luca's body. Almost at the moment when this barrier was just formed. In the sky, the lightning figure turned into light and fell. Boom! The blue electric light was flying all over the sky. Ghost Spider and a group of Marines watching the battle from a distance felt that the sky island under their feet seemed to be shot down. Such power! Luca Saint! Does this guy have a grudge against Luca Saint? This move probably consumed all his physical strength. Ghost Spider was a little confused. However, he felt a little weird. He did not feel the killing intent from the move. Feel the determination to want the other party to die. It was as if Enel knew clearly that Luca could withstand this move. Luca Saint! Luca Saint! Some Marines changed their expressions and rushed over in a hurry. You idiots, what are you doing rushing over? Stand still. Don't move. Ghost Spider's face changed immediately. This is not the time to be careless. One careless mistake can kill someone. At this moment, some sweat appeared on Ghost Spider's forehead. At this moment, his observation haki was used to the maximum extent by him. It seems that his observation haki has made a small breakthrough at this time. Blocked. This kind of attack, no harm. Ghost Spider had just completely dispersed his observation haki. He sensed Luca's terrifying, emperor-like aura. Compared to these, what made him feel most outrageous was that Luca's aura had almost no big change compared to before. Is he using something that only celestial dragons have? Or is Luca Saint actually a fruit ability user? In Ghost Spider's opinion, if he wants to resist the attack just now, it is impossible without consumption. At this moment, the blood and energy around Luca quickly returned to his body. In the King of Fighters, Luca's dark barrier can directly bounce back the opponent's long-range attack. And Luca has the same talent as Luca, plus Luca also has that extremely unreasonable way of breaking through the limit. This also makes Luca have a stronger talent. Naturally, Luca has better optimization for his own moves. Bounce back. Some attacks may not be able to rebound. Just dissolve it directly. Use the Tai Chi rotation method to dissolve it. This kind of defense can only be used to resist long-range attacks. Or close-range elemental attacks. For example, close-range knife and axe chopping, you can't use this trick to dodge. Well done, Enel. Luca praised generously. Looking at Enel in front of him, who gradually turned from lightning into a human figure. Luca was very excited. In addition to Enel, his subordinate, his current strength has also increased significantly. In a normal competition, if the opponent can make him feel excited, then his all-round strength and qualifications will be improved by 1,000th. But now, he estimates that he has improved by 1%. This point can be further studied later. What makes Luca even more excited is that he has a new guess about the devil fruit ability. "You are really strong, I didn't ask you to use your full strength," Enel said with a complicated expression, and the next moment, he lost his consciousness. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20. Insignificant. Luca looked at the unconscious Enel and shook his head slightly. First, according to his personal observation, he found that the devil fruit would indeed use the user's mind and physical strength as a medium to stimulate the power. Both are indispensable. Even, there may be a certain will in the fruit. If the will in the fruit is conquered, and the inner mind absolutely believes in the power of the fruit, at the same time, one's own physical strength can also keep up. Then in this case, it is very likely that the power of the fruit will be exerted to the extreme. However, we still have to wait until Enel wakes up and see. This is probably the result. Although the conclusion seems a bit arbitrary, Luca now has great confidence in his vision and qualifications. The discovery of the fruit is delightful. What makes him feel the happiest is not the fruit, but his own ability. Perhaps, my body has broken the limiter from the beginning. Or maybe, my soul is not from this world, so it is not limited by the upper limit of the qualifications in this world. As long as I keep my body active and passionate through constant fighting and sparring, I will continue to become stronger, without limit. Luca's eyes gradually glowed. If that's the case, he couldn't believe that he would return to the Holy Land with a group of people in 2 years. What kind of expression would the old man Green Goo have? Luffy, in just 2 years, has made a lot of progress. It's mainly because of 2 teachers. One is Roger's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. The other is Teacher Guy. In terms of strength, it's not clear at the moment, but in terms of Conqueror's Haki, I don't know how much higher my teaching level is than theirs. Thanks to his qualifications, Conqueror's Haki, Luca has a lot of insights in close combat. It was also because of the Knights of God that were killed in the Holy Land before. Luca is now as good as a great swordsman in swordsmanship. Saint Luca! Are you okay? Ghost Spider ran over quickly with many marines. At the same time, Ghost Spider also glanced at Enel, who was lying on the ground and had completely fainted. He was even more shocked. The attack just now was an attack with all his strength. Even if the current Marine Admiral wanted to resist this attack, he would have to pay a heavy price. The other Marines looked at Luca as if they were looking at a saint. It's nothing serious. Things went smoothly beyond my imagination. It really exceeded Luca's own expectations. It was not just the experimental speculation of the fruit ability, but mainly the unexpected discovery of his special ability, which made him very excited. In fact, now think carefully, why the life and death battle has the greatest improvement for him. On the one hand, the hot blood in the body was activated. On the other hand, when he kills the opponent, his soul seems to be nourished. In this way, he will get more power to break through the limit. In the usual competition, he is just holding the desire to break through, not like Enel. There is a risk of injury. In other words, he deceived his passion, so the improvement is less. If the blood is boiling and the adrenaline is soaring in the true sense, then the degree of his breakthrough will be higher. Reaching the level of 1%. Ghost Spider, do you want to join me? Luca asked casually. First of all, he will return to the Holy Land sooner or later. And at the same time, he also hopes that Marine can become the power in his hands in the future. Ghost Spider is also a good start. Sure enough, Ghost Spider did have some intention in his heart after hearing these words. However, many years of Marine career did not let him say more. It's okay. I understand you. If I were you, I would never choose to join a celestial dragon. Celestial dragons, injustice. Most of the time, celestial dragons are doing evil. But in the Marine, you have the opportunity to do justice. If you join the celestial dragons, you will lose it. Luca patted Ghost Spider on the shoulder. If you, or someone in the marine, is disappointed with the 5 elders, let them come to me. In fact, Luca, who had just gone to sea, was not very confident. But now, he has a better understanding of his own strength and that unreasonable ability, and Luca's confidence has increased greatly. Ghost Spider said nothing in the end. And Luca called on a little blood in his body, so that Enel woke up in a moment. Luca Saint. Enel said weakly. But his eyes were extremely bright. Take your ship and set off. Come back to naval headquarters with me. On the way, I will tell you all the doubts. Luca's heart was surging. Originally, he was very worried that his subordinates could not keep up with his strength. In fact, he just wanted his subordinates to be able to keep up with his strength. Or, to make his subordinates strong, at least when he was sparring with him, he could feel the blood. In this way, it would be the greatest help to him. At present, this problem has been perfectly solved. In terms of improving the ability of the fruit, he has some clues. Then, the next one is Lucci and others. Some of the evil generations in Sabayati are also good. And Luo, who has a grudge against Doflamingo. These people can all be recruited. Not many people know about Luca's movements. Many people know that Luca has gone to sea. But no one knows where he is going. There is news that Luca is going to Sky Island. However, most people do not believe this news. Some people think that Sky Island does not exist. However, Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors, does not think so. Since he knew about Luca's affairs, he immediately asked the one who had been helping him in the Holy Land. Now he got another sentence that he had never expected. I can't provoke him. I am not his opponent. Looking at the handwriting on the intelligence, Red Hair's eyes widened. Over the years, he also knew who had been helping him in the Holy Land. It was a descendant of the 19 Celestial Dragons family and the commander of the Knights of God. Fergalando Gringo. Calm down, Red Hair, maybe there is some plan or calculation here. If you provoke him, you will be in trouble. Beckman bit his cigar and said calmly. He could feel the man's concern for Red Hair from these handwritings. At the same time, he also saw a few glaring words. You are not his opponent. This was said to Red Hair. Although Red Hair has many years of sailing experience, he has never met him, and the other party is likely to be his family. And he has been helping himself. For Red Hair, he has always wanted to gain his recognition. Therefore, these words have stimulated Red Hair's self-esteem at this moment. Sorry, Beckman, I lost my temper. At the beginning, he gambled his arm on Luffy, and he never regretted it. In Windmill Village. As one of the 4 emperors, he was washed with wine by a small bandit, and he was not angry. But now, he was so broken and lost his temper. No matter how thick the armor is, if it is hit at the key joint, it will be broken directly. You are still too naive in this matter. The sea is going to be windy. Where should we go next, Captain? Benkman's voice had just fallen. There was indeed a breeze on the sea. This also made Red Hair understand that they still had Blackbeard's problem to solve. If nothing unexpected happens, Ace will be caught by Blackbeard sooner or later. And that Blackbeard is definitely plotting something big. They don't have much time to waste on those things in the Holy Land. You're right, Beckman, we still have our own things to solve now. As for him, it's insignificant. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21 Luca's true identity. Everyone is terrified. Only the red-haired man knows what he really thinks. Whether he really takes Luca seriously or not, his slightly trembling palms and his heart beating more intensely than usual are enough to show it. Beckman took his discovery into his eyes and never said anything. No one else can help with this kind of thing. unless he meets that celestial dragons and has a real showdown. Otherwise, it will be a hurdle in the red-haired man's heart. It's not good to go on like this, red-haired, that guy is not an ordinary pirate. Beckman muttered to himself. On the other side, Enel also learned everything about the sea from Luca. The relationship between celestial dragons, marine, and pirates. However, during this period, Luca did not avoid Ghost Spider. Even about some things about Luca in the Holy Land, he did not hide it. As for what Sengoku and others would think after knowing it, Luca did not care at all. If someone wanted to trouble him during this period, that would be great. You are not a real celestial dragon. Ghost Spider was a little bit unbelievable. After all, Luca has the privilege of judging other celestial dragons. He originally thought that Luca was a noble among celestial dragons, an elite among celestial dragons, but it seems that this is not the case. The Marines around him also widened their eyes. Luca nodded gently. To be more precise, I have the identity of a celestial dragon, but I am not one of the 19 families. They are the real celestial dragons. We are given a surname. Although we have some privileges of celestial dragons, there are also other rules and costs. My parents died because of this rule. So, I plan to break this rule. Luca said bluntly. There are only 2 endings for him. 2 years later, he will return to the Holy Land and destroy Gringana Laodan. Then he will get rid of all the 19 families. The last time. Luca's mind gradually emerged, a pair of soft and tender white. There is no need to be so arbitrary. Then are there other celestial dragons like you in this world? Ghost Spider felt that he seemed to know a great secret. Moreover, he knew too much about this thing, would he be silenced? However, he still chose to ask for more information. One of the rules for celestial dragons with a surname is that they cannot leave the Holy Land. I was targeted by the Knights of God because I slaughtered other celestial dragons. Later, I fulfilled the promotion rules of the Knights of God. In the end, I succeeded and was exempted from past guilt. The Knights of God are a group of people who are responsible for judging the internal affairs of celestial dragons. When it came to this, Ghost Spider and the brains of many Marines had crashed. Parents were killed by real celestial dragons. I have the identity of celestial dragons, but it seems that this identity is not as good as imagined. So that's how it is. I think that although other celestial dragons with given surnames are not as talented as you, they have heavenly gold tribute. There should be a lot of devil fruit in it. As long as they practice hard, with the power of devil fruit, other celestial dragons with given surnames can be like you. Ghost Spider probably figured it out. In the Holy Land, celestial dragons like Luca can only live in the Holy Land without worrying about food and clothing. But they can't leave the Holy Land. There is not much freedom, and there is so much heavenly gold supply. No, you are wrong. There are 2 more rules for giving surnames, that is, you can't practice swordsmanship and you can't use devil fruit. These 2 rules were set 200 years ago. Everyone on the warship looked dazed and couldn't speak at all. Even if they were not Luca, nor were they celestial dragons with given surnames, a terrifying feeling of oppression emerged in their hearts. If they were Luca, they would have surrendered in despair long ago. Enel was not a fool. He keenly discovered that Luca wanted to kill the guys in the Holy Land one by one. Are they our enemies? Enel's voice made the noise on the warship a little quieter. There was no other sound except the turning of the rudder, the fluttering of the wind, and the crashing of the waves on the warship. No, that's my enemy. If you feel dangerous or know you are going to die, just run away. I won't blame you. Luca folded his hands in front of his chest. He was alone soon after he came to this world. Luca also knew that in the Holy Land, Gring and I had always treated him as a chess piece. His only chance was to become madly stronger in the past 2 years. Just like a bird without feet, it will die if it doesn't fly. Enel's face was shocked, and lightning flashed on his body. He decided that he would follow Luca and challenge the real god. Is that so? I won't run away. How can I become a god if I don't even have the courage to face fear and death? Enel's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. In the past, he was born in Birka, Sky Island. When he had no power, he would also run away. However, he sometimes regretted that he should have resisted and not been afraid. Just because he didn't have wings, he should be bullied? Now Enel saw himself in Luca, or the brave self. Saint Luca! Please, please let us follow you too. Ghost Spider's expression changed drastically, his face turned pale. He knew that he was the only marine among the group of marines. Another day passed, and Luca and others returned to the naval headquarters. Ghost Spider said something to Luca alone, and then rushed to Sengoku's office. As for the other marines, Ghost Spider didn't dare to call. He was afraid that he couldn't call them away, and then the problem might be more troublesome. For Ghost Spider, he could only notify Sengoku first. Enel's expression was cold. Although he had just followed Luca, Enel was more concerned about Luca's affairs than anyone else. It's okay, don't worry about it, it's not a secret. My affairs will be known to others sooner or later. Before the danger comes, just prepare enough strength. Luca's face was calm, and he had even expected it. Enel nodded, and his expression immediately recovered. Next, come with me to my training ground. My place is still prepared by them. What's the harm in knowing some of my things? Speaking of this, Luca turned his head and looked at the many marines who accompanied him all the way. There were only 100 people in total. You guys should come too. These marines smiled immediately, and each of them was extremely excited. Marshal's office. This time, Sengoku deliberately didn't go to greet him. On the one hand, he wanted to test whether Luca would care about these. On the other hand, he also planned to gradually separate Marine and Luca. Otherwise, he and Luca were too close, and Luca sometimes had an idea and asked Marine to do it. Catching pirates, if they did something that violated justice, it would be difficult for him, Sengoku, to deal with it. The guy with the long ears is the one he recruited? How come he only recruited one after going out? He doesn't look that strong. Haki is so weak? Is he a guy who relies on the fruit? Garp and Sengoku stood in front of the window together, secretly observing Luca and others. This is exactly what Garp said. In the marshal's office at this moment, besides Garp and Sengoku, there were Akainu and Kizaru. Sengoku's face turned black. Garp, the point is not his crew, but his ideas. What is his plan? Sengoku didn't believe that Luca just wanted to experience a new life, so he came out of the Holy Land. Or, he wanted to create a force and just live a fresh life. Sengoku would never believe this reason. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22, The Frightened Satan. Just when everyone was worried, they suddenly realized that Spider Demon, after simply talking to Luca for a few words, immediately rushed to the marshal's office. This action made Garp and Sengoku silent. His expression became more solemn. Spider Demon's appearance must have been a problem. And it was not a small thing. Akainu and Kizaru's expressions also changed slightly. As Logia fruit users and one of the 3 admirals, the level of observation haki is not low. In their perception, Spider Demon was extremely panicked. It's really scary, what happened? The expression on Kizaru's face seemed to have not changed much from usual. But he didn't know when. The actions of trimming nails and drinking tea had stopped. As for Akainu, his eyes were cold, like 2 muskets. Sitting there, it seemed like a volcano about to erupt. Although, he already knew that among the Marines, Virgo was actually a spy sent by Doflamingo. He did not completely believe in Luca. The other party must have a plot. It seems that we have to know his intentions. Is the storm in the sea so difficult for Marine? Sengoku sighed softly. Although his tone was a little low, his figure did not change compared to before, and he was still so upright. Finally, the few people in the marshal's office waited for Ghost Spider. After he opened the door, his face became even paler and his face was extremely bad. Marshal, Garp. Just tell me, what happened after this trip? What is the ability of that ability user? Sengoku's eyes were like fire. His heart was not calm at all. Because he knew that things were complicated just from the appearance of Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he told all his experiences in the past 2 days. Sky Island, Thunder Fruit user Enel. Compared to this, what shocked Garp and others the most was Luca's identity. The other party is not a descendant of the 19th family, nor a pure celestial dragon. It is a given surname. However, although celestial dragons with given surnames do not have to worry about their lives, they are also bound by many rules in the Holy Land. And for real celestial dragons, there is not much difference between those with given surnames and higher-level slaves. However, in this situation, a ruthless person like Luca actually jumped out. That's all. Now, there is another problem. Those Marines are now planning to follow Luca. At this point, Ghost Spider looked at Sengoku very carefully. After all, theoretically speaking, this matter is inseparable from him, Ghost Spider. It is even a direct cause to a certain extent. Sengoku shook his head slightly. Garp's expression was a little thoughtful. At the same time, Kizaru felt that the problem was not big. His identity and ability are not very influential to some Marines. Strong men usually have requirements when selecting their subordinates. So, don't worry too much about this matter. It's just that his identity is so bizarre. A celestial dragon who is not considered a celestial dragon outside has actually obtained the right to judge other celestial dragons. This qualification is really terrifying. Kizaru's expression was extremely shocked. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to do what Luca did. Moreover, they had heard about the celestial dragons who were given the surname in the Holy Land a long time ago. That year. It was because rocks broke into the Valley of God. Of course, all records about the Valley of God have been erased. The celestial dragons who were given the surname have existed for at least 100 years, which is still an underestimation. However, in these 100 years, a fierce man like Luca appeared. For a while, everyone understood the thoughts of the Knights of God and the 5 Elders. It seems that this is a game between him and the 5 Elders. The 5 Elders need a better sword, and he is unwilling to yield to the 5 Elders. Sengoku thought he had seen the key. At the same time, he glanced at Garp. It seems that Garp's affairs are basically no secret in the eyes of the world government. But the problem is that Garp's identity is very sensitive. Because Garp himself is a Marine hero, he serves as a banner for Marine. If Garp is labeled as a pirate or something, it would be an unimaginable disaster for Marine. After all, this kind of thing is different from Zephyr's voluntary departure from Marine. Garp's expression was also extremely surprised. Compared with Luca's identity, he had a hunch in his heart that Luca was a very dangerous person. In fact, there is no need to be so pessimistic. At least, we are not enemies with him at the moment. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with knowing the real reason, what he feared most was the fear of the unknown. The unknown made him feel constrained. Next, we just need to make friends with him. He is not as unreasonable as other celestial dragons. As for those Marines who want to follow him, Luca, just let them go. Sengoku felt a huge stone in his heart fall to the ground. After all, how strong is Luca's strength? According to Ghost Spider, at least he has the strength comparable to Admiral. And it is not relying on the Devil Fruit ability. Conqueror's Haki, the level is terrifying. Among them, the level of Conqueror's Haki is very likely to surpass Red Hair. But red hair can't use conquerors to change the weather and adjust the warship. In the future, who knows, he may also be helpful to us. When Luca appeared in the waters near the naval headquarters, a piece of information was sent directly to the Holy Land. Luca is very important to Im and Gringu in the Holy Land. Im himself wants to use Luca as a chess piece to check and balance Gringu. Gringu wants to subdue Luca. Therefore, the two often monitor and observe Luca. In the Holy Land, between the powers. At this moment, the 5 elders, except Satan, the other 5 elders, are also there. They all look indifferent and a little surprised. Nasu Xiaolang, the position is the god of finance. Wearing a loose white robe, he mentioned his glasses. A thunder fruit user? This guy is lucky. But is 2 years enough? The other 3 also spoke one after another. They all thought that Luca had a good start. Just arrived at the sea, he had a Logia fruit user as a subordinate. Satan looked at the information in his hand with a worried look. There are Marines following him. Compared with the other 4, he valued this more. First of all, for Luca, he is different from the other 5 elders in Im. When they met, he found that Luca was not a reckless man as he seemed. There are also certain calculations. At the same time, Luca definitely had something hidden in the challenge of the Knights of God. Another point is that Luca's current strength does not come from the devil fruit. If Luca taught his own fighting skills to those who followed him. After thinking about it carefully, Satan decided to get up and go to Yuma first. What are you going to do? Maz, wearing a blue suit, with very long white hair and slightly narrowed eyes. He is one of the 5 elders, and his position is the god of environment. From the beginning, he felt that Satan was a little silent. The other 3 also noticed that something was wrong with Satan at this time. Go and see that lord. Should Luca take him back to the Holy Land for surveillance? He may be out of control. Satan's words made the other 4 people stunned. They picked up the intelligence and looked at it. It seemed that Luca had just gathered a group of Marines and a Thunder Fruit ability user. This was not bad for other forces. But for them, it seemed that it was not that bad. Out of control? Where is out of control? The 4 people looked strange, with doubts in their eyes. Satan was not in the mood to explain and set off immediately. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 The Terrifying Ghost Spider. Pangu City, among the flowers. Is that all? Im was very impatient, and her expression was quite bad at the moment. The reason was very simple, it was because of Luca's matter. In her opinion, Luca's development was nothing. A Logia fruit ability user, this is nothing to us. As for being followed by a group of Marines, this is even less important. The fish people want to live under the sun and set foot on land. But for 100 years, they are still under the sea. Just a group of Marines following, is it worth reporting to me in your eyes? Im's anger grew more and more. In fact, she originally thought that Luca had some great breakthrough. Her expectations were a bit high. Now it seems that it is just that. Well, during these 2 years, it will help her attract Green's attention. As for 2 years later, let's see how valuable it is. If the value is not high, she will personally send it to the altar of national treasures. If the strength is sufficient, it is valuable and can be used to balance Green. No, Lord Im, this Luca's potential is quite terrifying. When the Holy Land was just opened, he comprehended conquerors, and the level is very high. Besides, I originally thought that his fighting method of consuming his own blood and energy would not last long, but Satan was about to explain his guess about Luca. And Luca's potential is extremely outrageous. Unfortunately, the words have not been fully uttered. He suddenly felt that he was no longer among the flowers. In an instant, he lost the ability of the fruit and all his strength. and his figure seemed to fall into an ice cave. He was shaking all over. Cold. Very cold. I don't know how long it has been. In a breath of time, for Satan, it seems like more than 10 years have passed. Finally, he came to his senses, and all the horror he had just felt had completely disappeared. Report to me about his affairs every 3 months. As long as he is not killed by Green, there is no need to come to me. At the moment, is there anything else you don't understand? In Im's eyes, Luca is just a chess piece that can be discarded, a small soldier on the chessboard. It is not very valuable. But it is better to have it than not. Satan wanted to say something else, but the fear of death captured his heart. Yes. A few days later, no one on the sea knew about everything that happened in the Holy Land. And on the sea, the 4 emperors just paid a little attention to Luca, the celestial dragon who had the power to judge other celestial dragons. What makes people wonder is, how can such a person do Shishibukai? Of course, the only news received is that there is a Logia fruit ability user under Luca's command. And it is a Thunder fruit ability user. For ordinary small pirate groups, Shishibukai is also an object that cannot be provoked. But for the 4 emperors, this is not worth paying attention to. That day, Ghost Spider decided to go to Luca to take a look. After all, he still wanted to bring those marines back from Luca. After so many days, even if Luca wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with the marines, he has done almost everything. And those ordinary marines should also understand that joining a Shishibukai is no different from joining a pirate. In the pirates, only those with special potential will be trained and have resources. But, in the pirate group, cannon fodder is dead, there is no pension or anything like that. Besides, pirates will not teach you. Ghost Spider muttered to himself while walking towards the naval headquarters, the rear, and the manor behind a forest. Originally, it was a naval headquarters, the home of a local rich man. However, Marine paid a lot of Bailey and settled the manor to Luca. At this moment, Ghost Spider suddenly stopped and his face became extremely surprised. Everyone, keep this posture. The longer you hold it, the better. The more standard it is, the better. With another 3 to 5 days, maybe you can master Conquerors. If you feel that the training is too hard and you want to be more comfortable, then I suggest you go back to the Marines. Don't worry, although the captain is a celestial dragon, you know that he won't blame you. Enel looked at the many Marines in front of him leisurely. These people are the ones who followed Luca before. However, Luca did not give up on these people. These Marines are all in horse stance. If you perceive them carefully, you will find that these people are all affected by observation haki. Conquerors haki, Luca taught these Marines in the purest training method. In Luca's view, observation haki means perception and a certain degree of spiritual energy. Armament haki, the essence of the body, the will of the heart. Conquerors, the further manifestation of the inner will. At the same time, there is a certain basic requirement for the strength of observation haki. Or if the inner will is strong enough and the observation haki is insufficient, conquerors can be activated, but such conquerors are not very strong and difficult to control. In addition, there are 6 styles that Luca has improved himself, which are also taught to these Marines. This. Ghost Spider's eyes widened. He was surprised that Luca did not give up on these people. On the other hand, he found that Luca was really teaching these people, although the postures were unclear. However, he, Ghost Spider, only has observation haki. The strength is not high, but he can still sense how strong these Marines are. The most obvious point is that the strength of these Marines is more than doubled compared to the time they went to sea. It is comparable to those veterans in the Marine who have experienced many pirate chases. Conquerors? This kind of haki, I remember that it can only be awakened based on the qualifications, which also means the qualifications of the king. Can this kind of thing be trained? Ghost Spider's eyes are about to pop out of his eye sockets. It's you. I remember your name is Ghost Spider. Do you want to spar with me? Or, is there something Sengoku needs you to tell him? Enel walked towards Ghost Spider. As for the Marines, they were still standing in horse stance, without any relaxation. After seeing this detail, Ghost Spider was shocked, but he also knew that he couldn't let other ordinary Marines continue to contact Luca. Otherwise, after a long time, Luca would teach him everything. If someone could refuse Bailey's charm. However, no one would refuse the charm of power. Power, something everyone covets. Ah. No, I just came to see. Ghost Spider noticed that Enel had changed a lot compared to before. Before, he could at least use his observation haki to perceive Enel's strength. Now, he was like facing someone like Sengoku Garp. And he couldn't perceive how strong Enel was. What happened in these days? How did they become so much stronger? What did Luca teach them? Could it be that he taught them all the knowledge of close combat and the understanding of haki? Ghost Spider didn't dare to think about it. Enel, the wooden drum behind you. Suddenly, Ghost Spider noticed that the 3 drums hanging behind Enel had become 8 small black and white drums. And, without any slings or anything like that, they just floated behind Enel. Thanks to the captain's advice, you can think of it as one of my moves. A slight smile appeared on Enel's lips. To be honest, he felt that Luca was more suitable for the ability of Thunder Fruit than himself. The moves he developed before were simply crude from the perspective of today. No, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were rubbish. So, I'll leave first. Ghost Spider felt that he should talk to Sengoku and the others about Luca's situation. Luca has been very quiet these days. He didn't chase the pirates, nor did he cause trouble for the Marines. But right now, Ghost Spider felt that what Luca did was more terrifying than these. Since you are here, why don't you take part in our trial later, if you want to improve your strength? Enel's words stopped Ghost Spider from leaving. Improve your strength? Trial? Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Buster Call. Enel said, with a little enthusiasm on his face. These days, his strength improvement made him more and more fascinated. It seemed that his body was like a sponge, constantly absorbing strength and feeding back to improve. What is the so-called trial? Ghost Spider looked puzzled, and there was a little movement between his eyebrows. He was following justice, but this did not mean that he did not desire power at all. On the contrary, he also had an extremely passionate pursuit of power. However, as he got older, he found that his potential was here. Perhaps it was the old injury left by chasing pirates in his early years. Or perhaps it was other reasons. His potential must not be comparable to those monsters. It's very simple. Soon, the captain will use Conqueror's haki to completely block this place. Then, the captain will suppress his strength to a lower level. As time goes by, the suppression of strength will gradually be lifted. During this process, the captain will use blood and chi to heal our injuries at the moment when he kills us. This feeling of death, as well as the oppression and breakthrough of Conqueror's haki, will become easy. Enel said with a grim smile. To be honest, on the first day, he was quite scared. He was afraid that he would not survive. However, after death, recovery and resurrection, the feeling of vitality reappearing in his body shocked him. This wandering between life and death can improve strength to the extent comparable to 1 or 2 years of training. The fear of death is the instinct of living things. This kind of inability to adapt and get used to. Of course, in Enel's opinion, this kind of training should not improve Luca himself much. Ghost Spider was a little shocked and confused at the same time. Why did Luca do this? Just recruit some people who are similar to Enel, or slightly weaker than Enel. Why do you have to go to so much trouble to train these ordinary Marines? okay. Ghost Spider decided to agree first. After all, it was Enel's one-sided statement. He had to experience the specific situation himself. Although he was excited, Ghost Spider was not someone who had just gone to sea. He had to experience and see everything in person before he could make a conclusion. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the manor. This secret room was built by Luca himself. Marine didn't know. In fact, it was not very big, only about 7 or 8 square meters. However, the surroundings were tempered by his conqueror's haki, and the observation color could not be sensed at all. Sure enough, this kind of training is quite effective for me. Compared with the day I brought Enel back, my strength has increased by 1/10. At present, Luca's overall strength has increased by 1/10. The combat power he exerted is 50% higher than before. After a while, I'll go to an ice lobby and recruit Lucci and the others. The 5 elders won't have any objections. In addition, we can also recruit the supernovas of the worst generation. After that, it's the Summit War. We should prepare some trump cards. We can't use all the trump cards in the Summit War. At the moment, Luca's Conqueror's haki is quite terrifying. Observation haki can predict the future to a certain extent. The strength of armament haki is enough for Luca to use the spiritual energy in the world of cultivation to refine items. Or use it as a coating to protect his whole body. As for Conquerors, Luca has found a new use. He can further activate the potential of others. At the same time, his Conquerors can also choose to suppress the strength of others, or even the will of their hearts. Under the suppression of his Conquerors, fruit ability users like Enel are particularly susceptible to influence. They can't even enter elementalization. Compared with these, the more important thing is his killer move changes and his ability to see through other people's moves. However, this is also quite easy to cover up. The accumulation is still not enough, but it's almost there. With some time, I can even use Conqueror's haki to evolve the ability of the fruit. Or, further develop Conquerors and make the fruit ability user lose the ability in front of me. Luca was excited. Suddenly he heard a thunder sound. The thunder sound was very subtle, and it seemed to come from the ground. Is it time? This is the time agreed by Luca and Enel. On weekdays, Luca would choose to study his own power in the secret room he built. After all, he doesn't have any system. You can't just use the power after it arrives. The improvement of power also needs to be optimized and improved by himself. In this process, Luca easily forgets the time. It's another day to check the results. For Luca, such training is like accumulating little by little. It has only been a few days, and his strength has increased by 1/10. As for hunting other strong men in the sea, there is no rush. There is plenty of time during the Summit War. However, now that I have replaced the sand crocodile, will the Summit War still start like the original? Luca thought about it and sneered. This is not a problem. If it doesn't work, he can take the initiative to promote this Summit War. With this thought in mind, Luca walked out of the secret room. As soon as he went out, Luca also saw Ghost Spider. How are you, Ghost Spider? Is there anything for Sengoku? Luca folded his hands in front of his chest with a grim smile. Ghost Spider felt his scalp tingling. At the same time, his heart was even more horrified, even he could feel it at this moment. Luca's strength is stronger than when he just arrived at the naval headquarters. The speed of this strength improvement is too fast. What kind of qualification is this? Or is it better to suppress your own strength and exercise? However, Ghost Spider had never heard of such a situation. No, I heard that Luca Saint's trial is very helpful for improving strength, so. When Ghost Spider said this, he also had a knot in his heart. Luca would not use this training method to recruit people from the marine step by step. If so, should he continue to stay? So that's the case, it's okay, Enel has already told you about the rules of the trial. As he said that, Luca completely released his Conqueror's haki. Observation haki assists himself to better control Conquerors. And Conquerors completely covers the nearby area. Let Luca have a certain degree of control over the nearby nature. As for the armament haki, Luca directly covered the entire venue. For a while, in Ghost Spider's eyes, everything around was coated with a layer of armament haki. It was as if he entered a black world. In addition to the color of the sky and the Conquerors full of oppression. Wait, this Conquerors. Ghost Spider suddenly found that every cell in his body was cheering. More power and more potential are constantly being stimulated. This feeling is what he felt when he was young and just joined the Marines and started training. Now, his potential has long been exhausted. Strength improvement is extremely difficult, but now, he found that his strength improvement is so easy. It seems that the shackles and restrictions on his body have been broken by someone at this moment. Ah, this is a way to use Conquerors. If you have Conquerors in the future, I can also teach you. Ghost Spider looked shocked. Even though he has been shocked countless times because of Luca's actions. But at the moment, his heart is still not calm at all. Of course I also have requirements. Luca continued to speak. Sure enough, there is no such kindness, Ghost Spider thought in his heart. However, he will never forget the scene in front of him. Above the sky, black lightning flashed continuously. The clouds shook. Everything around was covered with black armed colors. At this moment, Ghost Spider was very keen to find that the ordinary Marines around him were even more excited. Each of them was eager to fight. Under the training of this environment, such Marines are probably more brutal than those pirates outside. In addition to the trial process mentioned by Enel before. Ghost Spider felt that if this situation continued, within half a year, Luca's people would be even the lowest level subordinates. The combat power was quite terrifying. However, Luca in front of him was still dressed in the same outfit. It seemed that there was no change. But at this moment, Ghost Spider, who looked at Luca again, suddenly had a word in his mind. Emperor. How could the person in front of him be comparable to an ordinary celestial dragons? This is a real emperor. Luca didn't know how much Ghost Spider thought at this moment. That is, you can't give up training your own strength. And, you have to participate in my trials every day like them. Luca's voice fell completely, and there was not much time in between. After hearing this, Ghost Spider was stunned. Just like that. Ghost Spider felt that it shouldn't be that simple. Hat, what do you think? Luca looked casual. But Ghost Spider instantly felt a kind of pressure. Who is in front of him? This is an emperor. The title given in the Marine is absolutely correct. Buzz buzz. At this time, the den mushi in Ghost Spider's arm suddenly made a vibrating sound. Luca also directly removed his haki. Enel and others also stared at Ghost Spider. Those Marines, in their eyes, there is only Luca and Marine. It seems that except for the clothes they are wearing, they are Marines' clothes. The rest seems to have nothing to do with the Marines. In an instant, the scene immediately became cold. Answer the phone. We are not enemies. Luca looked casual. He knew very well that during this period, those people in the Holy Land would not embarrass him. After all, he had not done anything yet. It was just recruiting someone. This little thing was nothing. Ghost Spider wiped the sweat from his forehead. In his eyes, Luca's terrifying level was incomparable to that of the 5 elders. With a slightly trembling hand, he took out the den mushi from his arms. Marshal Sengoku, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't participate in your trial for the time being. The NICE lobby has launched a buster call. The other 4 vice admirals have already set off. I can't delay any longer here. Ghost Spider also breathed a sigh of relief. Conflict with Luca? To be honest, even if he went to trouble the 5 elders tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to offend Luca. Is that so? It's okay. I'm planning to go out to sea to check their results. Luca's casual voice made Ghost Spider's face turn pale instantly. Others don't know the details of this buster call. But he knows very well. This buster call is about Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. And Straw Hat Luffy is Garp's grandson. But who is Luca? Celestial dragons. No matter whether this identity is noble or humble. The other party has the power to judge other celestial dragons, which is quite terrifying. Yes, yes. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Aokiji's Anxiety. Ghost Spider agreed with a tingling scalp. After all, if he refused, it didn't seem to make much sense. From now on, Luca would have no good relationship with him. Luffy is Garp's grandson, not his grandson. He didn't need to worry about such things. It's just that I'm a little bored staying here, so I plan to go out for a walk. Don't worry, I won't take away your credit. Luca said this deliberately. In fact, Luca was thinking about Lucci and his gang. After his teaching and training, Enel's strength has improved greatly. Luca is quite confident about Lucci and his gang. To be honest, Luca doesn't care about Luffy and his gang at all. Even now, when Luffy and his gang are here, it's difficult to stand in front of him. And it's a bit provocative to Garp's sensitive nerves. Simply, wait until the top. Buster call, what is that? Enel was curious. It seems that there is no way to exercise today, but it seems that he can also go out to test his strength this time. His strength has increased so much, fighting with Luca every day. It feels like Luca's strength is like a bottomless pit, as if Luca's strength is increasing faster than his every day. But his own strength has indeed improved, and Enel is quite sure of this. At present, it is not bad for Enel to find an opponent to fight with. Ghost Spider was about to explain, but suddenly he was silent. Luca's strength is quite terrifying. In his eyes, he can already compete with Sengoku and others. As for Enel, he definitely has the fighting power to compete with Admiral. These two people go to Buster Call. I'm afraid that the four emperors can't stand it. Let's talk on the way, Marshal Sengoku is urging us. Luca glanced in the direction of the Marine headquarters with a smile on his face. At the same time, Sengoku just put down the Den Mushi. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought that Luca was going to replace Inigamo and start this Buster Call. It turned out that he went to Luca to find those Marines. That's right, after all, they ran away from his command, and he said that he couldn't bring them back, so Inigamo must be a little dissatisfied. Another troublesome matter, has Aokiji arrived? Sengoku glanced at Kizaru. Kizaru nodded slightly. He still looked casual. Well, he set off early and has been following, but this Buster Call should not be initiated by him. On the surface, only Aokiji knew what happened that year. In fact, the whole Marine understood. It was Aokiji who let Robin go. No one is a fool. Now, the matter of that year should have a result. Aokiji probably handed the phone used to initiate the Buster Call to the CP9 people. In this way, whether the Buster Call was initiated or not, after this matter is over, it has nothing to do with Aokiji and the Marines. He nodded calmly, and breathed a sigh of relief. The events of the past should have a result. Fortunately, he has not made any moves these days, and is just training himself. The children can come out now. Before, he did not dare to let the female soldiers in the Marine appear in front of Luca. However, after she had roughly figured out Luca's character, she felt a little relieved. After all, the previous image of celestial dragons was deeply rooted in her heart. So she and Sengoku were naturally extremely defensive. Garp narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and kept eating senbei. But everyone present knew that Garp's heart was not calm at this time. He has never left the manor and has been training. When he said this, Sengoku was a little shocked. First of all, people like Luca are already quite powerful, but up to now, Luca's daily life is training. Yes, but he seems to be training that Enel. If he has any plans, he will most likely find us later. Crane looked a little helpless. One thing she can be very sure of is that Luca's observation haki completely surpasses her. If she wants to sense Luca, unless the other party does not intend to cover it up, otherwise, she can't sense it at all. In addition to the other party's identity and origin, Crane knows what the other party wants, and Marine has no right to refuse from the beginning. The next moment, Kizaru's words made the faces of several people in the office change drastically. It's really scary. He and Inigamo set off together to the port, not just him alone. Because of Luca's existence, Marine has always been on guard to a certain extent. On weekdays, the three admirals, whoever has free time, will use the observation haki to monitor the entire naval headquarters. What? Sengoku stood up immediately. He walked quickly to the window. He saw Luca, Enel, and many Marines who followed him before, passing by the big square in front. Garb. You should go there too. Remember, don't bother him unless it's absolutely necessary. If he gets hurt, we will be in a lot of trouble. Behind you, there is not only justice, but also Marine. Sengoku said helplessly. Garp finished eating the senbei one by one, without speaking, and slowly stood up and left the marshal's office. Sengoku didn't say anything else. Hey, this guy is quite scary. He's stronger than before. There won't be any problem. Kizaru still looked casual. However, if he took off his glasses at this moment, his eyes were full of shock. How could someone, after reaching this level of strength, break through as easily as eating and drinking? If Garp really clashed with Luca and was defeated, it would be a very scary thing. No, if Garp hurt him, then blame it on those CP9. They have been lurking for so many years, and things have turned out like this. What does it have to do with us? In Sengoku's eyes, Garp could not be defeated. Kizaru's expression was also somewhat helpless. He didn't mean that. He was thinking, what if Garp attacked Luca and was defeated by Luca? But the result has not come out yet, and it is not appropriate for him to say so. In the end, Kizaru didn't say much. The news of Marine was immediately spread to Aokiji, who was hiding near Nice lobby. Buster Call was finally activated. Aokiji's expression was a bit complicated. Back then, one of his friends was willing to use his life to protect Robin. Of course, he held back when he attacked. Killing his friend expressionlessly, this kind of thing, Aokiji must not do. Whether you can survive depends on you, Nico Robin. What's going on with this extremely bad premonition? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26. What? You want me to stop Luca? Aokiji felt uneasy for some reason. This was an intuition that had been trained for many years and had been between life and death for many times. He knew it from the moment Buster Call was launched. The naval headquarters also conveyed the news to him directly. According to the normal configuration of Buster Call, 10 warships and 5 vice admirals set out from the headquarters together and then directly annihilated the target. This kind of combat power is basically no problem for dealing with ordinary pirates and the current Straw Hat pirates. But why did Aokiji feel so extremely uneasy? It shouldn't be, those kids are still too weak, he shouldn't come. Subconsciously, Aokiji thought of Luca. A ruthless man who fought his way out of the Holy Land. How could he come to Nice lobby just because of a small Buster Call or a pirate of Luffy's level? It's impossible. Could it be Robin? At this moment, Aokiji felt very keenly that the wind began to blow on the entire sea surface. This wind was not the wind that swept up naturally on the sea. It was Buster Call's warship. There is an Uzumaki current between Naval Headquarters and Ice Lobby and Impel Down. Only world government and marine can use this route. With the help of this Uzumaki current, marine sails at a very fast speed. Of course, it is limited to these three. Is it here? Well, that is. Aokiji stood up straight, completely unlike the casualness just now, just lying there. His eyes penetrated the sea. Over the 9 marine warships. He stared at the last warship. There was some armament haki around that warship. In addition, the sky behind the warship flashed black and red lightning from time to time. What a terrifying conquerors! This feeling is definitely him. How could he come here? Aokiji's face was horrified, his expression was extremely panic, and his palms were shaking. His eyes were focused, as if everything in the world had disappeared. Only, on the last warship, a blond man with an extremely strong figure appeared in front of him. In the other's body, it seemed that there was a power even more vast than Garp. Heavenly Emperor Luca. Aokiji had seen the oppressive feeling of the 4 emperors. Linlin, a super pirate group built by the 4 emperors relying on their own children as the main force. Red hair, almost all of the group are elites, and behind the elites are ordinary outer crew members. Kaido, living on the ghost island of Wano Kuni, has a natural terrain as a barrier. All of them are Zoan fruit ability users. Whitebeard, the power of shock fruit is quite terrifying. There are 10 squad leaders under his command. But now, in Aokiji's eyes, Luca exudes a might that is comparable to Whitebeard and others. The most important thing is that Luca's strength has not yet reached its peak. He looks to be in his 20s. Buzz. The den mushi in his arms vibrates gently. Aokiji swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but his eyes never left Luca. He didn't even look closely at who called the den mushi in his hand. Aokiji, you should have seen it now, Luca is also there. If you can, try to stop him. Try not to let him conflict with Garp because of Luffy's matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the 5 elders. Well, the previous words sounded very familiar to Aokiji. They were the voice of Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji was confused by the following words. What? Let him stop Luca? The previous words were fine, but now, in his perception, Luca's strength is at least 30% stronger than when he first came to Marine. This is still normal. If they really fight, the combat power will definitely be twice as much as before. The most outrageous thing is that the opponent seems to be training haki at this time. What kind of madness is this? He goes to stop? He uses his head to stop? Marshal Sengoku, this. Aokiji's expression is complicated. Although he uses frozen fruit. But he is a warm-hearted person. However, now, Aokiji feels as if his mouth has been roasted. The words are a little unclear. I know this is a very troublesome matter, but you are the only one there right now. Akainu is not at the headquarters. If Kizaru also goes to Ice Lobby, the 5 elders will definitely ask about it. Garp is there, you just need to be a buffer between them. After saying that, Sengoku immediately hung up the den mushi. At this moment, Aokiji felt that the den mushi in his hand was so cold. He also noticed it when Luca just brought Enel back to the naval headquarters. After finding that Luca was exercising, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, he found that Luca was like this almost every day, and he didn't choose to rest for a day. What's more outrageous is that bottlenecks and upper limits seem to be completely non-existent in Luca. It should be possible to stop it. Aokiji suddenly felt the pressure doubled. When he let Robin go, he didn't have such pressure now. Then, Aokiji found that there was more than just Luca on the warship where Luca was. There are also Spider Demon and Enel, who is also from Logia. The fruit is the Thunder Fruit, which is known for its strongest attack power among Logia. Aokiji opened his mouth and looked down at the den mushi in his hand. He suddenly felt that the word justice on his back was so heavy. Luca Saint, we don't need to be so anxious. Spider Demon had no idea how to persuade Luca beside him. He always felt that Luca came with a plan. Spider Demon had no idea what this plan was. It's not that I'm in a hurry, I just took the opportunity to test my guess. My conquerors can temporarily change the sky. Even if I leave, under my influence, the sky will take some time to return to its original appearance. As for the armament haki, this thing is even more wonderful. It is simply the essence of the will and physique in a person's body. Luca stretched out his palm, and a ball of armament haki and blood energy gathered in his palm. However, the black and red ball the size of a finger immediately solidified on his palm. Seeing such a terrifying skill, Ghost Spider could not help but remain silent. As for Luca, Ghost Spider found that his opponent was often amazing in terms of fighting and studying power. But even so, Ghost Spider felt Luca's horror more and more. What are you worried about? Are there any opponents that make you feel distressed in Buster Call? Luca said casually. As for why Ghost Spider looked so panicked, he could certainly guess. But Luca was too lazy to say. If Garp and Aokiji wanted to make trouble for him, Luca would be happy to do so. After all, Garp and Aokiji would never kill him. And whether he beat Garp or Aokiji, he would gain a lot. Who doesn't like the benefits without any risk? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27 The Emperor's Arrival. Finally, the warship where Luca was also gradually arrived near the Gate of Justice. On other warships, many Marines had already disembarked. Even the 4 vice-admirals left the warships and stepped into the Gate of Justice. They planned to provide support. It was at this time that Luca saw Robin being dragged here by Spondum. For Luca, Robin was not attractive at all. There were only 2 goals for coming here, one was Lucci and others, and the other was to see if there was a chance to fight Garp. Moreover, Garp must make the first move. After all, he still had to stay at the naval headquarters for a long time, and he took the initiative to fight Garp. And Garp attacked him. These 2 things have very different meanings for Marines. Aren't you going down? Ghost Spider, I saw those vice-admirals go down. Luca still stood on the deck with his hands folded in front of his chest. All over his body, there was only a little sea breeze blowing his blonde hair, swaying gently. Ghost Spider swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's okay, we don't need to work too hard for this Buster Call. Ghost Spider also focused his eyes on Robin. He immediately realized that Luca didn't seem to be interested in Robin. But his eyes were looking for something. Could it be Luffy? No, Luca's target. Could it be Garp? In a sense, Ghost Spider really guessed it right. Really? Tisk, what a pity, I thought there was some strong enemy, so Enel could practice. Luca squeezed his palms. He looked nonchalant. But his heart was already full of joy. Because, at this moment, Luca had already felt that Aokiji's breath was moving quickly here. Although it was relatively hidden, in his perception of observation, this kind of concealment was just Aokiji deceiving himself. Aokiji came over. Then, Garp will be here soon too. Strong? It seems there is no strong one. It turned out to be that guy, Luffy. I am now strong enough to defeat him. No matter what kind of fruit ability user, facing armament haki, it will lose its effect. Enel was a little excited at first, and then his expression became quiet again. Unfortunately, my strength has increased rapidly during this period of time, and he is no longer my opponent at all now. Such a weak opponent is so difficult for him. Enel said, his expression changed again, and he turned his head to stare at the sea next to him. I saw a middle-aged man in a sea blue outfit riding a bicycle on the sea, slowly walking towards here. Aokiji Admiral. Ghost Spider followed Enel's gaze and turned his head to look. He found that the person coming was Aokiji. Aokiji's expression was also a little complicated. His perception was indeed correct. This Enel was also quite powerful. Moreover, he has been discovered now. It's no good pretending not to see it. Then, Aokiji immediately boarded Luca's warship. Ah, Saint Luca, I didn't expect that you would come with Marine's buster call. However, there are only a few pirates here, you don't need to make a move. Aokiji boarded the warship and immediately greeted Luca. Looking at Luca's back, a few drops of sweat appeared on Aokiji's forehead. He still couldn't feel how terrifying Luca's strength was. He could only pray silently that Luca would not make a move. As for stopping Luca, this idea is limited to an idea. Aokiji Admiral, I know those details, no need to say more. And I really have no interest in them. Aokiji didn't believe a word of Luca's words. He felt that people like Luca definitely had a plan to come here. It's impossible for him to suddenly stop practicing and come here directly. After all, Luca is a celestial dragon, a Shishibukai, not a marine. The entire marine almost has to give Luca face. How can such a person move for a few pirates or something like Buster Call? How is it possible? In the end, Aokiji did not respond, but he still stood on the deck with a tense nerve. Parallel with Ghost Spider. Enel sat cross-legged in the air behind Luca, glanced at Aokiji a few times, and then ignored him and slowly closed his eyes. Entered a kind of training mode that is unique to him. It's almost there, the gate of justice, just cross the gate of justice. What is that? Suddenly, Spondam's eyes widened. What did he see? A warship covered with black and red energy stopped behind the gate of justice. The sky behind was even more terrifying. Black lightning flashed from time to time. The so-called gate of justice, at this moment, inexplicably added a bit of fear. This kind of aura, when did Marine have such a strong person? Is this Admiral? Admiral doesn't have such ability, right? Spondam was stunned. His body stopped in place. Robin, who was being held by him, also stared with wide eyes. A strong and terrifying figure with aura soon emerged in her eyes. The King of Heaven, Luca. A cold air rushed from the scalp to the soles of the feet. At this moment, Robin was directly shocked. If it was Luca, then how could Luffy and the others defeat the other party? In an instant, Robin, who had some hope in her heart, turned into despair at this moment. As for Aokiji, she also saw it. However, she estimated that Luca would not let her go. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air came. Who? Who is it? Spondam suddenly felt that someone hit him on the back of his head. He fell directly to the ground. But then, he stood up immediately. He was full of confidence. The King of Heaven, Luca, he had also heard of this name. Turning his head, Spondam immediately saw the Sniper King, to be precise, Usopp wearing a mask. You pirates don't know who the person who came this time is. Robin, didn't you tell them the information about that person? Don't you think you are cruel to let them die? Spondam now looked like a villain who had succeeded. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that the sky darkened. Hey? This is... Spondam slowly raised his head, with a bad premonition in his heart. I saw a figure falling from the sky and smashing directly towards him. Slow down. Bang! In panic, Spondam dodged the blow by rolling over like a dog. The figure that came over was Frankie, who was planning to join the Straw Hat Pirates soon. We caught up, hurry up, Robin. Frankie ignored Spondam and shook his head. Although he was now a semi-transformed robot. But he still felt the pain. Robin. Frankie had a bad feeling in his heart. Because he felt despair from Robin. A despair that did not intend to resist at all. Frankie. Quick, take Luffy and the others away, that guy is very strong. I have no hope anymore. Robin cried again. At the moment, few people noticed the tragedy here. The 4 vice-admirals who had just stepped into the door of justice also had complicated expressions. How could they not know what this buster call was about? However, at this time, something that no one expected happened. Boom! The tower in Nice lobby broke through and a huge fist stretched out from it. Flying out together, there was a figure in the air. This person was Rob Lucci. When Luca saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The opportunity has come, the opportunity for Garp to take action. Luca did not speak out loud, but just muttered in his heart. Unlike Luca, who was extremely calm from beginning to end, Aokiji and Ghost Spider, who saw this scene, were scared pale on the spot. Because they found that Lucci, who was beaten out, was just about to hit the warship where Luca was. No way! Ghost Spider's whole body was shaking. He thought about blocking left and right, but he never thought that a person would fall from the sky. Aokiji also swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment. In a hurry, he immediately took action. However, due to the shock just now, he was a little slow after all. Someone was faster than him. The realm of thunder. Enel didn't even open his eyes, but just snapped his fingers. Lucci was in mid-air, about to fall on the warship. Suddenly, he seemed to be immersed in a ball of sponge. His body became slow. The speed of falling also gradually slowed down, as if he was being held by someone. He was placed on the warship. Lucci's eyes widened. His eyes were first focused on Enel. Can the Thunder Fruit ability be used like this? Lucci had just stood firm, and his body still felt a current flowing through it. This current seemed to activate the recovery mechanism in his body that everyone has. At the same time, it further activated his muscles. However, the consequence of doing this is that he will be very tired when he relaxes later, and even faint directly. But at the moment, his combat power has increased by about 10%. This kind of fruit power to control water skin, talent. A real monster! Lucci exclaimed in his heart. Enel still didn't open his eyes. He had thought of this ability the first time he was about to be killed by Luca. Of course, it was not based on comprehension. He was walking between life and death every day, so how could his strength not improve quickly? But Enel didn't intend to explain at all. Mortal, don't compare yourself with God. After Enel finished speaking, there was no next move. Aokiji and Spider Demon breathed a sigh of relief. Because they both found that Luca didn't seem to care at all. Good. Next is this CP9, leaving the warship and looking for Straw Hat Luffy, and finally, the warships fired at the same time. They didn't worry about whether Luffy was dead or alive. As for Luffy, they heard that Garp was on the way, so they didn't have to worry about it. It was impossible for Luffy to be killed by a shell. Then they successfully completed this buster call. Lucci! A loud shout came from Nice lobby, and Aokiji and Spider Demon's breathing suddenly condensed. During the Battle of God Valley, Aokiji was not as uneasy as he is now. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28 The Emperor's Invitation. Aokiji and Anigamo looked at each other. They were both a little helpless. Sure enough, it was just as they thought. A figure jumped out of the broken tower. The other person wore a red shirt and blue shorts. His breath was almost reaching its limit. Enel. The figure that jumped out was none other than Luffy. While he was looking for Lucci, he inevitably saw Enel. What surprised Luffy the most was that there were Aokiji and Luca. He had seen Aokiji's strength. But Luca, standing at the front of the warship, was casual and looked a little excited. That guy is a more terrifying guy. Luffy exclaimed in his heart. However, he was already in the air and it was impossible for him to dodge directly. Moreover, he was also sure that he did not defeat Lucci. It must be between him and Lucci, and one of them fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. That would be considered a winner. Thunder God's decree, thunder. Enel opened his eyes directly. After all, he had lost to Luffy before, so Luffy was worth him opening his eyes to face. Enel spread his palm. A flash of lightning gathered in Enel's palm in an instant. A flash of lightning gave everyone a very unstable feeling. The next moment, the lightning rushed to the sky. In another moment, it hit Luffy directly. From the perspective of others, it was just after Enel stretched out his palm that a lightning bolt jumped out of his palm directly. It crossed the clouds and fell straight down, hitting Luffy. The speed was so fast that it seemed that the three were connected in a straight line. Boom! Thanks to Luffy himself being a rubber fruit ability user, or perhaps the potential brought by the Nika fruit. This blow did not kill Luffy. Bang! Luffy fell directly to the ground like a cannonball. His skin was burned over a large area. How is it possible? I should be immune to this kind of attack. Luffy climbed up trembling all over. He felt that lightning was running around in his body. A mouthful of blood suddenly came up. The horror in his heart had already appeared on his face. How could it be? How could Enel become so strong? Luffy developed the second gear by himself before. He thought that he would not waste too much time defeating Enel in the second gear. But Enel's attack at the moment made him feel a little overwhelmed. But he still had to take Robin, Zoro, and others away. He couldn't fall down. Luffy's body kept shaking. The whole person emerged with a more terrifying will, and he stood up with difficulty. Robin had already cried when he saw this scene. As for Sanji, Zoro and others, they looked at Luka and Enel with horror. How is it possible? That guy, how did that guy suddenly become so strong? Damn it, I can't keep up with my physical strength now. Sanji said helplessly. There was also a bit of despair in his expression. At the moment, they were surrounded by 10 warships. It seemed that they could not escape, and all they were doing now was just struggling. The result doesn't seem to change. The Sniper King, that is, Usopp, fell to his knees at this moment. How could it be? Is there no way? Luffy. Usopp also saw the scene just now. Similarly, Enel's figure, as well as the figures of Aokiji and Luka, also appeared in his eyes. He had also seen Aokiji's strength. As for Luka, he didn't dare to breathe loudly just standing there. He suddenly remembered that not long ago, Luka's news was published in the newspaper. The King of Heaven Luka. Compared with the Straw Hat Pirates who were extremely desperate at the moment. On the deck, Enel, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, raised his eyebrows. Although I held back, I can't stand up. Sure enough, I have become stronger, and he can't keep up with me. Now, even if they come together, there is no pressure for me. Enel squeezed his palms and slowly looked at Luka. Before he made his move, Enel actually wanted to kill Luffy. But after he made his move, he realized that with Luffy's current strength, killing him didn't seem to give him any sense of accomplishment. Besides, the other party had held back last time. This time, he might as well hold back. However, Enel planned to see what Luka meant to do as to whether to kill Luffy. Aokiji and Ghost Spider hadn't noticed these details. But there was one thing they could see: Luffy's life and death now depended on Luka's thoughts. If Luffy really died, Garp might have gone crazy on the spot. That would also be a big disaster for Marine. As for Lucci, he was stunned at the moment. He was still standing there, without making any moves. CP9, what are you waiting for? Isn't this pirate your prey? Are you going to give it to us? Although Luka didn't respond to Enel. But this voice brought Lucci back to his senses. He subconsciously looked at Luka. However, Luka turned his head and looked at him. The moment they looked at each other, Lucci understood. Luka was the same as him. No, Luka had higher potential and stronger strength than him. It was just that he was similar to him in terms of fighting, and they were considered the same kind of people. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Luca Saint. As a leader in CP9, Lucci couldn't be unaware of some information. Especially Luca's matter, and Greengu had never concealed it. Naturally, that information would slowly spread in the CP organization. Go, your prey, solve it yourself. Whether it succeeds or fails, there must be a result. This also made Aokiji and Ghost Spider feel relieved. Even if something else happened later, even if there was no Luca. If Luffy really died, he should blame this CP9, Rob Lucci. A CP9, and a celestial dragons with terrifying strength. There is no need to elaborate on which of these two people is easier to deal with. Lucci's figure once again transformed into a leopard with black Madara dots, leaped out, and rushed straight towards Luffy. It seems that the problem has been solved. Aokiji and Ghost Spider thought so. But the next moment, they suddenly felt that this place was locked by a powerful observation haki. Aokiji's face changed drastically. Because he also sensed a very familiar breath from this observation haki. "No way, teacher." Aokiji turned his head and looked around. He found that, from some point in the distance, a warship with a dog head bow was slowly sailing towards here. At the same time, the familiar figure on the warship suddenly flashed. Then, a rough voice sounded in their ears. "Attack my grandson and let me see your strength." In the original book, during the Summit War, Ace died, and Garp almost lost his mind and wanted to kill Akainu. So his own grandson almost lost his life. Of course, Garp couldn't help it. Besides, Enel is not a marine. Hey! Enel now also mastered Conqueror's haki. However, what he is most proud of is his observation haki. Although it does not have the effect of predicting the future, when he feels danger, everything around him will slow down several times. This speed, and Captain Luca, no, it's much slower than Captain Luca. Enel's eyes widened. Is there such a strong man among the Marines? Who is it? Bang! Enel saw that a fist was about to hit his face. But this fist was steadily caught by another person. "Garp, calm down, your grandson is not dead, you directly attack my subordinates, isn't it a bit too much?" Luca's eyes were not on Garp at all. Garp's punch just now probably used 50% of his strength. If he really fights Garp, he also has a 50% chance of winning. However, if he wins Garp, his gains from this trip will definitely be great. After all, the standard for the activation of his special ability is his blood and the activity in his body. The more it reaches the limit, the more terrifying the effect. When he was training with Enel and others before, he controlled and came to this conclusion several times. His body is probably similar to an enhanced version of a scion. Moreover, there is no bottleneck or upper limit of qualifications to limit him. In addition, even if he loses, he will gain something. The gains will be greater if he wins. This battle must be fought. 2 years may seem like a lot of time, but it is just a blink of an eye. Garp's scalp was also a little numb. In this era, there are very few people who can take such a punch from him. Has Luca's strength increased so much compared to when he just arrived at the naval headquarters? Garp's eyes widened, not knowing what to say. Luffy is a pirate, and it is in accordance with the rules for Marine to capture pirates. Other Marines will give him face, but who is Luca? On the sea, Marine has to give Luca face, even ordinary celestial dragons have to give him face. As for Aokiji at this moment, he has already frozen. At the same time, there is a little confusion on his face. So, after this situation happened, how would he stop Garp and Luca? Vice Admiral Garp. Why did Vice Admiral Garp attack Lord Enel? Grandson, is that pirate the grandson of Lord Garp? Don't forget, on Luca's ship at this moment, there are the Marines who followed Luca before. They were shocked at this moment. The only people who knew about Garp's affairs were the Vice Admiral and the Admiral among the Marines. Ordinary Marines don't know at all. However, Garp turned his head and saw these Marines at this moment, and his expression was a little ashamed for a while. But then, he found something wrong. Because the group of Marines following Luca are not weak, although they are not as strong as Ghost Spider and others. But they are only 30% to 40% weaker than Verger before. Even with such combat power, there are only 1,000 in the Marine. Engine, anything can happen. If it weren't for Garp, Marine would have lived a miserable life. You can't deny everything he did in the past just because of this little thing. After all, everyone has weaknesses and things that they can't do well. The Marines who followed Luca stopped talking when they saw Luca say this. His expression returned to calm. Garp also reacted at this moment. It seems that Luca didn't come here to cause trouble for his grandson. I don't care about your affairs, but you have to pay a price for starting the fight first. Luca stared at Garp. In his pupils, the fighting spirit surged wildly. At this moment, Garp understood that Luca just wanted to spar with him, perhaps for training, or perhaps because he was curious about Garp's strength. But Luca, because of his status, could not go directly to the Marine Marshal's office to find him. This guy has terrifying strength and potential that is different from ordinary people. The most important thing is that his methods are also terrifying. He can gather such a group of Marines and make them change so much. What a courage! Garp understood in an instant that in the future, within a few months, not 1 or 2 years, if Luca really wants to do something to Marine, he and Sengoku will not be able to stop him. Even those people in the Holy Land underestimated Luca. Luca's words also made Ghost Spider and Aokiji look dazed. They were like ants on a hot pot, extremely anxious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Luca, what do you want to do? Garp seemed to have been drained of all his strength and asked helplessly. An ice lobby is big enough to be our battlefield. If you win, you will have a chance to let your grandson go from me. If you lose, you will get nothing. It's that simple. The fighting spirit in Luca's eyes almost reached its peak. Garp sighed, it was indeed so. This madman is still rational and has a plan. The madman is comparable to Rox back then. No, it's even more terrifying than Rox back then. It seems that I have to spar with you. If I don't agree, you will probably attack my grandson immediately. Garp's expression was very complicated. He looked at Aokiji again. He sighed in his heart that his best friend, Sengoku, actually underestimated Luca. No, you misunderstood. The opportunity I mentioned means that if your grandson is in danger, you can find me and let him go. As for this time, Enel and I will not make things difficult for him. Whether he can defeat Lucci depends on himself. For Luca, he can of course choose to directly trouble Garp at the naval headquarters. However, the impact that will come later is not what Luca wants. Some means and calculations can maximize the benefits, why not do that? However, Luca did not realize how much impact his words had on Aokiji and Garp. Garp wanted to question Luca, but he remembered Luca's identity and the power. He can judge other celestial dragons. In other words, Luca can really do that. Okay. Garp responded loudly. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29 Everyone underestimates you. Luca put on a smile without hiding it. Aokiji, you come and order Buster Call to stop, and order it as me. The 5 elders won't care about this. Enel, if anyone objects again, kill him. Luca's casual voice made Aokiji and Ghost Spider feel a little scared. This one came from the Holy Land. Although he is different from other celestial dragons. But it doesn't mean that he is very easy to talk to. If you have no strength and are blocking his way, he will not hesitate to take action. Luckily, Marine actually has no conflict of interest with this one. It was also at this time that Garp first truly experienced Luca's privileges in the Five Elders. "You can do this? You can order them." Garp spoke subconsciously. Of course, the they he mentioned naturally refers to the Five Elders. Luca twisted his neck, and his expression was extremely excited. "It's not an order, but they will definitely give me this face." Then, Luca bowed slightly, and the next moment, like a cannonball, he jumped directly from the deck, flying to the center of an ice lobby. Garp's forehead was sweating again. It seems that he has strength. He can talk to Luca on an equal footing. But in fact, if Luca really wants to do something to him, he can't stop it. At the moment, he can be said to be a dish on Luca's table. There is no possibility of resistance. "What a terrible guy, how many people like you are among the celestial dragons?" Garp's eyes flashed with helplessness and pain. He always thought that as long as he didn't get promoted to admiral, he could avoid it as much as possible. Now it seems that there is no way to avoid it. "Vice Admiral Garp." Ghost Spider looked at Garp and spoke subconsciously. Then, he turned his head and looked at Aokiji. Garp took a deep breath. "Forget it, Aokiji, thank you for your help." "This old man." Garp stopped talking and followed Luca to the ice lobby. As for the duel between Luffy and Lucci, Garp believed that the winner would be his grandson. Aokiji nodded gently. Then he took out the Den Mushi from his arms. Ghost Spider's eyes widened even more. Canceling Buster Call has never happened in history. And after all, it was Luca's one-sided statement. If they really did it, wouldn't the Five Elders blame them? Aokiji Admiral. Ghost Spider's palms were shaking. There was no way. Here, his strength was the weakest, but he was the only one who knew the most about Luca. On the one hand, he was shocked by Luca. On the other hand, he was afraid of his own lack of strength. He didn't have to lie to us. Aokiji had never experienced this kind of confidence. Holy Land, between powers. In this spacious hall, which is enough to accommodate 100 people, there are only 3 simple sofas and a coffee table. It seems that the layout is quite simple, but if you look carefully, you will find it. The decoration in this hall is quite gorgeous. Buzz. Suddenly, the Den Mushi on the coffee table vibrated gently. Satan, one of the 5 elders, picked up the Den Mushi casually. Aokiji? What can I do for you? Satan looked relaxed. Except for Luca's matter, everything went very smoothly for Satan. Not long ago, Doflamingo didn't know what he was thinking and planned to withdraw from Shishibukai for a while. Perhaps Luca's existence stimulated him. However, it doesn't matter. Not long ago, the guy who defected from the Whitebeard pirates also contacted them. He wanted the location of Shishibukai. "I want to stop the Buster Call launched in Ice Lobby this time." As soon as Aokiji's voice came out. In addition to Satan, the other 4-5 elders also looked over. They didn't speak, but there was some confusion in their eyes. Then, they set their eyes on Satan. Satan was stunned for a moment, and then responded, "Aokiji Admiral, you should understand that Buster Call represents the face of the world government, including your marine. In addition, that Nico Robin was also because of you." Just when Satan continued to speak, Aokiji interrupted him directly. "Saint Luca said that he issued this order in his capacity. He is a little busy now. Maybe, I can let him take the initiative to talk to you later." Aokiji said this. The 5 elders fell into a long silence. Satan's eyes widened, and the first thing he thought of was, what is Luca going to do? However, he knew that Luca was now more important to him. The importance of them is above the 5 of them. After all, Greengu knew the weaknesses of the 5 of them. But Greengu didn't know Luca, and he also wanted to use Luca. In other words, both him and Greengu planned to take Luca as their own pawn to check and balance each other. If it's Luca Saint, then this buster call can be cancelled. In addition, I hope that this failed mission will not be recorded. This kind of failed mission is a stain on Marine and the world. Satan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. If Luca works with the 5 of them in the future, he can use this thing to suppress Luca. As for Luca's strength being stronger than the 5 of them, this possibility seems too outrageous to Satan. Even if Luca's potential is indeed very terrifying. However, who can surpass them in 2 years? The rest of the matter will be left to you, Aokiji Admiral, is it okay? Satan thought and responded. Aokiji's mouth corners are a little harder to suppress than AK at this moment. I know. Hang up the phone. Satan looked at the other 4 people. Nasu Xiaolang, he is the financial martial god among the 5 elders, wearing a white Taoist robe, round frame glasses, and a famous sword behind him. Should we tell that lord about this? Nasu Xiaolang stared at Satan. Mainly because last time, after Satan came back from IM, his aura seemed to have weakened by 10%. Satan's expression froze. To be honest, he didn't dare to see IM at all now. For that lord, this matter is nothing, unless Luca's strength or power has increased a lot. Or if Luca himself is in danger of life, I can go to that lord. It's best not to disturb such a small matter. Seeing Satan say this, the other 4 people had no idea. Admiral Aokiji, what about those 5? Ghost Spider's face turned pale, full of disbelief. Aokiji was relieved. Well, thanks to Luca Saint. However, Nico Robin, Aokiji still has to investigate, just in case, Nico Robin really has the power to destroy the world. If Nico Robin does evil in the future, he, the Admiral, has an inescapable responsibility. The next step is simple. Aokiji just relaxed, and Enel's eyes were on Aokiji again. However, Enel didn't say anything. Then he focused his eyes on Luca and Garp. At this moment, Zoro and others stared at the figures in front of them with fear. Especially Zoro, he roared madly in his heart, "Hold on! Hold on! Damn it, don't tremble! Now Zoro has already won. He plans to support Luffy." Usopp supported Frankie from a distance to better rescue Robin. Just now, Zoro was curious about what happened to Usopp, and suddenly he turned pale with fear. Finally, Zoro now understood. Where did this guy come from? He didn't carry any weapons on his body. Only the strong muscles, blonde hair, and scarlet eyes. His standing posture was indescribably arrogant and casual. On the surface, or in his eyes, the opponent's flaws were countless. But at this moment, Zoro found that he didn't even have the strength to swing the knife. Luca glanced at Zoro. The person who had been extremely admired in the past was now trembling in front of him. Get out of the way, you might as well go to help Luffy, and then survive this crisis and become stronger. Maybe, the next time we meet, you will be dead. Luca obviously didn't have any murderous aura on his body. But Zoro and others felt fear at this moment. The CP9 around him also ran over quickly. They wanted to get closer, but after feeling the breath emanating from Luca, they subconsciously stopped where they were. Finally, another meteor hit not far from Luca. Saint Luca, is this the battlefield you chose? Should we find another place? Garp subconsciously glanced at Zoro and others. He naturally knew that Zoro and others were the crew of his grandson. So, he didn't want Luca to fight him here, but he had no right to refuse. If they don't escape, they will die here. If they escape, I won't care about them. The people in the Straw Hat Pirates all have some potential. It won't be too late to harvest a wave in the future. At present, killing them all will not benefit them at all except for getting Garp's hatred. Zoro understood what Luca said, and hurriedly grabbed Usopp, who was still trembling next to him, and ran quickly towards Luffy. The surrounding CP9 swallowed their saliva after seeing this scene, and then they also evacuated immediately. In a flash, only Garp and Luca were left here. I'm curious, what is your goal? It can't be to become the Pirate King. Garp was also a little curious about Luca. However, immediately afterwards, his pupils were enlarged countless times. Because Luca's figure had already arrived in front of him. If I have to say it, it should be revenge. As the voice fell, Garp also felt a fist wind coming towards his face. No hesitation. Garp also fought back with his iron fist. Bang! Just once. Zoro and others, including CP9 who had not evacuated before, felt that the entire NICE lobby shook at this moment. While shocked, Zoro did not slow down. Instead, he ran towards Luffy at a faster speed. Luffy, we don't have much time. Zoro noticed that the NICE lobby under his feet had some cracks. Terrible power, Roger back then, no, Rocks back then, didn't have this kind of power at your age. Garp spoke in horror, and his figure also stepped back a few steps. Looking up again, he found that Luca had completely entered the fighting state. Blonde hair danced wildly. Armament color and conquerors did not entangle Luca's body, but instead burned around Luca's body like flames. Hey, there's no need to be like this, aren't we sparring? Garp was a little dumbfounded. He felt that if he finished this battle with Luca, he would have to recover from his injuries. Everyone on the sea underestimated your hacky accomplishments, and Roger didn't have conquerors. The more Garp observed, the more shocked he was. Luca stared at Garp very seriously. Garp, you'd better use your full strength, otherwise you will die like this. Luca said, spreading his palms, and scarlet energy continued to gather in his palms. In addition, Conqueror's armed color and two-color haki were also gathering in it. Are you going to blow up this island? After feeling the terrifying power in it, Garp couldn't help but shout loudly. However, Luca didn't say this to Garp at all. Gai Sabo. He threw the energy ball in his hand directly, and his figure disappeared at this time. Fist bone shattering star. Garp didn't dare to be careless at all, and used his full strength on the spot, hitting Gai Sabo with one blow. It hurts, as if countless spikes have penetrated into his skin. His arms are trembling at this moment. Sweat is constantly pouring out of his forehead. It seems that I overestimated your strength, Garp. Luca's voice is a little angry. He is not afraid of Garp's strength, but such a blow is already a bit strenuous for Garp. Garp's eyes flashed. He exerted force again, and the scarlet energy ball exploded directly, knocking him back. Clan annihilation. Use all your strength for me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Luca was very angry. However, the blood in his body was indeed boiling. This time, after he defeated Garp, the breakthrough in strength was about 1% of the original. But this level is still a little less for Luca. It is equivalent to a training with Enel and others. Don't underestimate me. Fall to the bottom of the sea. Garp grabbed Luca at an incredible angle and threw him directly to the ground. Boom! The cracks in NICE lobby expanded more than 10 times. The whole island began to shake visibly. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 30 learned? No, it's just imitation. Garp was panting, looking nervous. If he hadn't caught Luca just now, he would have been defeated by Luca in an instant. Sengoku, this guy is not what you said, don't worry about him. This guy is too scary. Garp couldn't help but sigh. However, he never said these words out loud. He only said them silently in his heart. He maximized his perception of observation. He found that Luca was hit into the ground by his blow, and had penetrated the island and fell directly into the sea under the judiciary. How could it be? He didn't put up any resistance. At this time, Garp suddenly realized that something was wrong. According to his 1 or 2 moves of testing Luca just now, if Luca wanted to, he would not be smashed directly through an ice lobby and into the sea. Then think about how he caught Luca very easily just now. Compared with Luca's lack of combat experience. And Luca deliberately didn't defend. Between the two possibilities, Garp is more willing to believe the second one. Sure enough, Garp didn't have to wait for long. In just 1 or 2 moments, the land under Garp was torn open. Garp could even see the current under an ice lobby through the hole. At the same time, he also saw Luca's figure. After meeting Luca's extremely excited eyes, Garp realized that his guess was correct. I am not your opponent. It seems meaningless to continue. Garp turned his head to look at Luca, who had come to his side again. His expression was full of horror. Whether it is meaningful or not is not up to you. If you are so negative, I will kill your grandson immediately. Luca would naturally not tell his secret. However, if you want Garp to use his full strength, there is a way. Just threaten Luffy directly. You. Sure enough, Garp immediately became furious and attacked again. The speed was 20% faster than before. There was even a little murderous intent. Luca felt his blood boiling again. During this period, Luca clearly found that his body began to become stronger. Breakthrough in battle, this is rare. Fist bone smashing star. This time, Garp's attack was accompanied by armament haki, and conquerors. Among the two-color haki, only armament haki was 3 points stronger than Luca, but conquerors was completely incomparable to Luca's. But then, Garp was dumbfounded again. Fist bone smashing star. How is it possible? Garp's eyes widened. Luca raised his fist like him, and the might on it was no different from his. This was the same move as his. His move was a move that he had improved and experimented with countless times during his life and death trials. However, he had only used it once. This move was directly seen through by Luca. Garp was extremely shocked. He once again understood that Luca's fighting talent was the most terrifying in the sea, since the establishment of the world government. In the Battle of God Valley that year, he had seen the Knights of God, and the strength of those people was definitely not as strong as Luca. Or perhaps, he had not seen the elites of the Knights of God. Bang! A huge roar resounded throughout the ice lobby. Frankie hurriedly grabbed Robin and ran. As for Spondum, although he did not die, he was completely unconscious because of the previous aftermath. All the Marines around had evacuated back to the warship. Aokiji and Ghost Spider, including the other 4 vice admirals. Their scalps were tingling and their faces were horrified. Especially Aokiji. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. No sound came out, only a look of astonishment. The same was true for Ghost Spider, but he could still make a sound. This is Saint Luca, learned the moves of Vice Admiral Garp. First of all, it is certain that Luca would not know Garp's moves at first. After all, Luca came from the Holy Land. He is not Garp's son. At the same time, after Luca came to Marine, in addition to going out to sea before and recruiting Enel, counting those Marines as subordinates. Most of the time after that, Luca was used to train these people. Ghost Spider was quite sure of this. And except for the time when Luca just came to Marine, Garp and Luca had never met each other in the rest of the time. In other words, Luca learned this move just by taking a look. He actually has such a terrifying talent for close combat skills. Aokiji couldn't help but speak. At this time, he couldn't help but recall again what Sengoku had told him just now. Let him stop the conflict between Luca and Garp. Judging from the current situation, how could he stop this conflict? He dared to say that if he went over, Luca would probably fight him together. The eyes of the Marines following Luca were also bloodshot. Luca Saint! Luca Saint! They just kept calling Luca's name. Their expressions were extremely excited, and their faces were full of excitement. Each of them seemed like a monkey with chicken blood. Enel waved his hand to quiet down the Marines. Then, he responded to Aokiji and Ghost Spider. Although, my idea is the same as yours, Captain Luca should have learned this move. But according to Captain Luca himself, he can only use the same move as a rough imitation. If he has learned this move, then he can integrate it into his own moves. This is what Captain Luca said about learning the enemy's moves. Enel was also shocked by Luca's idea. At the beginning, he used Thunder Fruit to spar with Luca on the first day, and he didn't see any clues. But on the second day, Luca's Conquerors and Observation Haki combined to directly suppress his Observation Haki, including some of his Thunder Fruit abilities. For example, any move that shoots lightning into the air and uses some natural power to amplify. It is impossible to hit Luca. And it is possible to become Luca's helper. When sparring with Luca every day, Enel feels that he is making progress every day, but at the same time, he finds that his daily progress is completely unable to catch up with Luca. Invisibly, Enel's admiration for Luca deepened. As for sending lightning into the air and using natural forces to amplify it, it was actually Luca who thought of it. After all, the speed of lightning is quite fast. There are not many people who can dodge lightning on the sea. And doing so can not only increase the power, but also increase the number of times such moves are used. After that, Enel can use the power of the fruit to consume less physical strength and exert greater power. What? Integrate into your own moves. Aokiji was a little dumbfounded. What kind of top-notch combat understanding is this? Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. After all, the same move cannot be suitable for everyone. For example, Marine 6 styles, in the entire Marine. There are actually not many people who have mastered all of them. Most people are very grand masters of only one or two of them. That's right, integrating it into your own moves, and, at the critical moment, using it instinctively, this is called perfect mastery. And just integrating it into your own moves, this is considered learning. Using moves instinctively and letting the body react naturally, this level I can't achieve at the moment, can you do it? Aokiji Admiral. During this period, Enel was also somewhat curious about Aokiji's strength. However, Aokiji thought about Enel's words carefully. He used the moves instinctively at the critical moment without thinking. He had occasionally used this state when he was young and really fought with pirates and was in danger. That feeling was quite wonderful. It was indescribable, as if it was a natural outcome. There was no extra waste of physical strength, and the power was much higher than usual. However, since Aokiji became a Marine Admiral, there were very few battles that could really threaten his life. That feeling has not been felt for many years. Between life and death, I accidentally encountered that state. That state is like the moon in the water, unfathomable. Aokiji said helplessly. Ghost Spider-Man was already dumbfounded. He could still understand the previous part. He understood the words using moves instinctively when they were taken out separately, but why didn't he understand them when they were put together? So, you're not that strong. Enel commented lightly. Aokiji's face darkened a little, but he didn't argue with Enel. Luca and Garp were fighting in front. If nothing unexpected happened, if the fight continued, an ice lobby would definitely be a mess. If he and Enel had a sparring match, he would probably have no place to stay in a while. Lucci was panting heavily, looking very unwilling. His physical strength had reached its limit, and he couldn't use any moves. And Luffy was also about to reach his limit, but Zoro and Sanji were still around Luffy. Including Usopp, who was still wearing a mask. These people attacked together, and his physical strength was exhausted. After all, you won. I'm still too weak. Lucci was very unwilling. He had seen Luca with his own eyes, and he knew that Luca was not much older than him and Luffy. But such a person was so powerful that he could fight Garp. Even the ice lobby was like a leaf in a storm, and it seemed that it would be torn apart by the wind in the next moment. And he thought he was not weak. But he couldn't take down these few pirates. His teammates were also unknown at this moment. How could I fall down? I can't fall down. This was Lucci's last thought before he fainted. Luffy's expression was also extremely complicated. He wanted to protect his partners, but now he found that his strength was too weak. Luffy. We should leave. We can't stay here any longer. This nice lobby is about to sink. Sanji glanced at the torn clouds in the distance. And the breath coming from afar. It made his scalp tingle. He didn't know how to fight this kind of enemy. Robin. Where's Robin? Luffy shouted anxiously. Frankie went to save her. Marine stopped attacking for some reason. Sanji's expression was extremely complicated. His thoughts were not as casual as Luffy's. Sanji guessed that it was related to the two people in the distance. The Straw Hat Pirates evacuated with the help of the ship spirits just like in the original book. However, no one paid attention to Marine now. Everyone was paying attention to the big battle. Bang! Another building collapsed. Garp walked out slowly, and felt relieved when he felt that Luffy had left. At the same time, he looked up at the figure in front of him. This figure gave him a much more terrifying feeling. You broke through again. Garp said with a trembling heart. He was slightly relieved that his grandson was basically safe. But the Luca in front of him shocked him even more. It's not a breakthrough. I should have learned 20% of your boxing skills. Of these, I have only mastered half of them completely. For the other half, I can only imitate your moves. I can't integrate them into my moves yet. You are worthy of being a marine hero. Your strength is really strong, and your exquisite boxing skills are amazing. Luca did not hesitate to praise him. In Luca's eyes, Garp's iron fist can be said to be the pinnacle. However, after hearing these words, Garp's face looked a little strange. My boxing skills are just toys for you. You only attack and don't defend, and even suppress your own strength, just to learn my boxing skills. Garp was puzzled. At the same time, Garp sat directly on the ground, and the fighting spirit in his heart had disappeared completely. He lost. Just now, he had already used 80% of his strength, and Garp had no idea how much Luca had hidden. But Garp knew very well that if it was a life-and-death battle, Luca would be able to kill him within 10 moves. Unless he used a move that Luca had never seen before. When he thought of this, Garp was desperate. If he was Luca's enemy, in the absence of intelligence, the normal process would generally be to test the opponent first. Once tested, it means that Luca will see through his moves and learn most of them. It is also very easy for Luca to defend against the following moves. However, by chance, Luca's moves are mainly based on mobilizing blood and chi. Unless Luca's neck is wiped instantly and Luca's heart is pierced. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the lower the probability of winning Luca. The most terrifying thing is that this guy seems to have endless physical strength from the beginning to now. Obviously, he didn't use his full strength at all. Garp made an evaluation of Luca in his heart, but he never said it out loud. Fortunately, Luca is not a fruit ability user, otherwise. Wait, a mythical beast devil fruit is nothing to celestial dragons like him. For a moment, Garp felt a little uneasy again. Who in this world can stop such a terrifying guy? Learning your boxing is just a pleasant surprise. It is mainly for training myself. Seeing that Garp had no fighting spirit and sat on the ground without any image, Luca felt that in his body. Conqueror's haki, comprehension, every cell in the body. Meridians, blood, 5 internal organs, everything. All aspects directly improved by 1/3. Good. It didn't make him plan such a battle in vain. The next step is to recruit Lucci and others, and then Supernova, Luo, Kid, and others. Luca also dispersed his fighting state directly. The arrogance on his body disappeared. Everything was restrained. I lost. Garp stared at Luca with an extremely complicated expression. This time, He truly felt that he was old and could not protect his grandson. "Don't worry, Garp, as long as your grandson doesn't jump in front of me, I won't care. This is because you are a marine hero." Luca was also refreshed at the moment. His strength was greatly improved, and then a group of good subordinates joined him. He was already quite satisfied with the gains of this trip. Garp saw Luca say this and nodded slightly. At this time, Aokiji came over alone. "Saint Luca, congratulations." Aokiji looked at Garp with a complicated expression. But the words were said to Luca. His mentor was now defeated. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31. Which foot did you put in the door just now? Well, it's time to end it. Aokiji, you asked the Marines to find those CP9s. They failed their mission, so let them join my army. With the identity of celestial dragons, Luca thought it was not a problem to accept Lucci and others. However, Law and Kid and others were a bit troublesome. As for Law, he could be conquered by solving Doflamingo. As for Kid and others, how about just defeating them? Luca was thinking in his mind, and his expression was extremely casual. However, this change made Aokiji see the state of Luca and Garp at the moment. Garp's condition was not good, but more of an old and fading feeling. Aokiji had never seen Garp like this. As for Luca, not to mention how powerful he was, his momentum alone was more unfathomable than before the competition. What Aokiji was sure of was that Luca's strength had made a significant breakthrough compared to before. What kind of monster is this? Doesn't he have any limits? Doesn't he know what fatigue is? A move, after using it, must consume one's physical strength. It's fine that Luca didn't consume any energy. His strength has also broken through. Aokiji couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. On the surface, he was still relatively calm. Which CP9s do you want to recruit? Aokiji's eyes flashed with some doubts again. CP9? Lucci? These guys are pretty good. But no matter how you look at it, they can't be compared with Enel. Luca also accepts such a guy? Just Lucci, if you have to say it, it's a stretch. But Lucci's teammates are not very strong either. What? In your eyes, I have high requirements for the strength of the crew. No, you're wrong. Compared with strength, I value their will more. Of course, there are trash in the CP organization, but it doesn't mean that everyone is trash. Luca is full of energy. At this moment, he has made a big breakthrough in strength. After that, he will completely integrate the power that has been improved in his body, and his strength will be further improved. So at this moment, Luca is naturally stronger than before he sparred with Garp. Hey, Luca, can I ask a question? Garp stared at Luca's face. The young man in front of him is younger than Rox back then, but his strength is more terrifying than Rox back then. In addition to his own strength, Garp was more shocked by Luca's instinct and understanding in the battle. It's okay that his own qualifications are quite terrifying. The intuition and understanding in the battle are the real tricky parts. For example, now, Garp has come to a conclusion. Unless you use a very powerful killer move, and it must be fatal, otherwise, don't expect to hit Luca a second time with the same move. If you have anything to ask, just ask directly. If you want to ask about my attitude towards Marine, don't worry about that. We are not enemies. At least, I won't take the initiative to persecute you. Luca was also giving Garp and the others a shot of prevention. After all, Sengoku doesn't trust him yet. Distrust means that he will be tested in secret. Luca is too lazy to engage in these intrigues with Marine. If Luca wants something from Marine, that would naturally be the criminals in Impel Down. However, when the Summit War comes, those criminals who are worth killing will be brought directly by Blackbeard. Therefore, Luca is not in a hurry about this matter. Garp took a deep breath and stood up again. I really want to know what your plan is, but since it is not to hurt Marine, I will not ask. As he spoke, Garp felt that time was not forgiving. Luca smiled, but did not say much in the end. Afterwards, many CP9s and Marines who came because of Buster Call renovated Nice lobby. Many people were rescued. Among them, Lucci's physical strength reached the limit, not like in the original book, he was beaten unconscious by Luffy. So he woke up after only 1 or 2 hours. He can walk on the ground. But now Nice lobby, in addition to CP9 and Marines who are stationed in Nice lobby. The only person with the highest status and the ability to command both Marine and CP9 is Luca. Garp and Aokiji, as well as 5 vice admirals including Ghost Spider, have already returned to the headquarters. It seems that you have all recovered. Unfortunately, that Straw Hat Luffy escaped after all. And that Nico Robin also ran away. The most regrettable thing is that you have been lurking for many years. The Pluton design that you finally got. Now, it has also turned into ashes. In a nice lobby, in a hall that had been cleared out long ago, Luca sat casually on the sofa. In front of him were fine wines. And some fruits and other food. Compared to these things, Luca was more concerned about the people in front of him. Enel was like a suspended sculpture, floating behind Luca. Like a guard. But he kept his eyes closed. However, no one present, except Luca, dared to underestimate Enel. As for the people in front of Luca, they are naturally Lucci and others, and Spondam, who was not injured too much because of Luca's appearance. According to the original book, he is now seriously injured and lying on the hospital bed, unable to move. And all the faults of the matter were directly pushed onto Lucci and others. Saint Luca. You should know that I am only responsible for commanding and finishing tasks. The real task in charge of the battle is not me, but them. Before, I also thought the task was completed. So I also issued them devil fruit. Spondam spoke directly. His mouth seemed to be coated with high-grade lubricant, and he didn't even take a breath while speaking. At this moment, Luca understood why Spondam, who was so weak, could become the leader of Lucci and others. He, Luca, underestimated everyone in the world. Lucci and others have just recovered now, and their physical strength is only 1/10 of what it was. But their eyeballs that were about to bulge out have already explained their mood at the moment. Luca slowly stretched out his hand. It was considered to interrupt Spondam. Which foot entered the door first? Luca's eyes flashed fiercely. Why keep such a person? It's best to kill him directly. Besides, he has never done anything good, so it's not unfair to kill him. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 32 Secret Deal. Spondam's most proud skill was learned from his father. He understood the details of the conversation very well. For example, at this moment, Spondam clearly felt that Luca wanted to kill him. No matter if he answered left foot or right foot, Luca would kill him with either of the two answers. Saint Luca, my mission was instructed by those 5, so. Spondam directly brought out the 5 elders. What's more regrettable is that his information about Luca is very insufficient. Luca didn't wait for Spondam to finish speaking, and nodded lightly. Then he leaned directly on the sofa. However, Enel, who was behind Luca, opened his eyes directly. He spread his palm, and a lightning snake suddenly gathered in his palm, and in the next moment, it came directly in front of Spondam. Wait, no. Crack. Just a flash of lightning, and there was only a pile of ashes in the cleaned hall. Lucci and the others were so frightened that they lost their voices. They stood still and tried not to tremble. But then, Luca's words made them a little dazed. Maybe I should be more direct and stop talking nonsense. Right now, there is only one way for you to join me. Luca still had a cold expression. However, after his words came out, Lucci and the others were surprised and confused. Their strength was still good in CP9, but compared with Enel and the Marines who followed Luca. For example, at this moment, the two sentinels outside the door. Their strength was not much weaker than theirs. Keiku and the others also followed Lucci. They never spoke, and they all focused their eyes on Lucci. Lucci was not a fool. We can join, but what do you want from us? Our strength is not even comparable to a sentry outside your door. Lucci agreed directly. He was afraid that if he didn't agree, his companions would end up like Spondam in the next moment. Such a situation would naturally be the worst for Lucci. Hat, what do you get? If I have to say it, it's my appreciation for you. In this world, there are always some guys who are quite special. Rob Lucci, you are very special, that's all. And I, with enough resources, naturally want to recruit some of my subordinates. Luca said lightly. At the same time, he got up from the sofa. Keiku and others couldn't help but look at Lucci, but the reason given by Luca still made them feel uneasy. In other words, Lucci and others felt that this reason was not enough. Luca naturally saw this. What power do you think is the most powerful? Luca's question made Lucci fall into contemplation. Soon after, he spoke a little nervously. The strongest power has the most noble status and power in the world, and at the same time, it has rare potential in history, and it has conquerors, all these added together. Such a guy has the strongest power. In my opinion, your power is the strongest. After Lucci finished speaking, he looked at Luca very carefully, with a nervous look. If he was alone, he would not be so restrained. But now, he also has a partner he cares about. My understanding is that the strongest power has never belonged to those who are born with extraordinary agility, intelligence, and qualifications. The real strongest power belongs to those who are willing to do everything to achieve their goals. Then, everyone, do you need other reasons? Luca did not use any haki or his own momentum. But, that's it. Lucci and others felt their scalps tingling. No need. From today on, we are your subordinates, Luca Saint. You lost? How is that possible, Garp? Don't joke with me, what's the situation? Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku's face changed and his body trembled. As Garp's best friend, what Garp said and what he thought. Sengoku didn't need to think too much, he could guess it directly. And now, Garp said that he had a sparring match with Luca and lost to Luca directly. Even his moves were learned by Luca. Is this a joke? What is Garp's strength? Garp's set of iron fists was optimized step by step after countless fights. Such moves, it hasn't been a day, no, less than half a day, and someone has learned it. How can Sengoku believe it? Kizaru in the marshal's office, who was drinking tea, suddenly stopped. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then, he calmed down immediately. For him, all this was expected. Because, from the beginning, he, Kizaru, didn't think that Garp could beat Luca. Have the results come out? Next, the idea of this heavenly emperor is the real trouble. Kizaru sighed in his heart. At the same time, he was also thinking whether he should talk to the world government. Transfer him from the headquarters to the research department temporarily to protect the research department. After all, Vegapunk, who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world, is his good friend. Hasn't he made some achievements recently? It's reasonable to protect it by yourself. So it's true? I know, the rest, I'll tell you when you come back. After the Den Mushi hung up, Sengoku felt a slight pain in his eyebrows. Luca's strength is terrifying, and his identity is special. And he often stays in the marine. At present, the only good news is that Luca is not like those ordinary celestial dragons, who have lusty thoughts about women. This is probably the only good news. However, Luca has an extremely special pursuit of power. Crane, who was also in the marshal's office, also spoke at this moment. Don't worry, Sengoku, if he wanted to do something to Marine, he would have done it long ago, without waiting until now. Crane has been observing Luca these days and analyzing it all the time. The more she observed, the more she realized that Luca's pursuit of power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Sengoku finally nodded. For now, let's wait for Garp to come back. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders also learned about Enice Lobby. But they didn't care much. Moreover, the matter was related to Luca, so they just ignored it. The same information was also learned by Greengu. In a commander's training ground under the Knights of God. Greengu looked indifferent. No need to notify me, this is not a big deal. Let's talk about it when his strength can crush the sea. It's best that his power is also quite strong. At present, he is just consuming his blood and energy to reach such combat power. After all, it's just a castle in the air. Instead of paying attention to him, let's continue to pay attention to the entire sea. Besides, we have been paying attention to him, and has become more and more wary of us. Now, I must not want to make this very sensitive guy angry. In Greengu's view, Luca's fighting style is flawed after all. Although the current combat power is indeed high, what about the future? A person's blood and potential are limited. The Knights of the One Life God standing in front of Greengu nodded gently and left. And Greengu slowly looked in the direction of Pangu City. You plan to use him as a chess piece? Do you think I don't have any chess pieces in my hand? Controlling Uranus is indeed your advantage, but over time, you will always think of relying on Uranus to solve problems. If one day, Uranus loses its effect, you will become powerless to resist. Greengu's eyes were full of indifference. He knew I'm too well. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo is really trustworthy. This deal is great. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Lucci and others have a shattered worldview. On a pirate ship that was obviously just built. A very fat figure laughed loudly. He didn't have many good teeth in his mouth and his face was extremely rough. It made people feel uncomfortable. This person was Teach, who left the Whitebeard ship. In other words, the hero who swallowed the dark fruit and left a scar on red hair, or a gambler, or a real pirate. The request given by Doflamingo was just to kill the celestial dragon's Shishibukai. It just so happens that I was originally planning to kill him. If it weren't for him, things might not be so troublesome. Thief, ha ha ha, although it wasted a little time, the result was still in the direction I expected. Teach laughed wildly. As for the details in Enice Lobby, there was no very detailed report in the newspaper. It was only reported that Luffy and his friends had a fight in Enice Lobby. A staff member of the world government, Spondum, died gloriously to protect civilians. Therefore, there are few people on the sea who know clearly how strong Luca is. At this moment, several crew members of Blackbeard also have smiles on their faces. Among them, Badgers raised his arms high and bulged his muscles. Captain! When the time comes, leave that Luca to me. I can kill him with one punch. I haven't killed celestial dragons for so long. Ha ha ha. At present, he has not obtained the fruit ability. Originally, he had this plan, but Blackbeard asked him to wait. Wait until he gets a fruit that is more suitable for him. Okay. When the time comes, I will leave it to you. At this moment, Blackbeard is still thinking about relying on his identity as Shishibukai to enter Impel Down and recruit more pirates. He has no idea how terrifying Luca's strength is. He even thought of Sengoku's rage, seeing him recruit many pirates and swaggering away from Marine. With those people, he can definitely kill Whitebeard. Lafayette, you should go to Marine soon. The world government has agreed, so there will be no problem on the Marine side. Blackbeard turned his head and stared at Lafayette. Badgers, Poison Q, Lafayette, and Van Oka, these 4 people are Blackbeard's original team. Lafayette nodded gently. Then he pinched the corner of his hat habitually and said with a smile, "Leave it to me, Captain." The matter of Enice Lobby did not attract much attention. Among the 4 emperors, it was Red Hair who looked at Luffy more because of his relationship with him. He also knew in his heart that Luffy was Garp's grandson, and he was not very worried about Luffy's safety. "Has Ace been caught?" Red Hair put down the newspaper in front of him, feeling a little complicated. "I don't know when it started, maybe since Luffy went to sea, he found that things on the sea were out of his control one after another." Beckman, who was sitting opposite the red-haired man, spoke slowly, "Yes, Whitebeard doesn't seem to have received this news yet. As for Teach, that guy doesn't know what he wants to do at all. He used Ace as a bargaining chip to exchange with the world government for the position of Shishibukai. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be Shishibukai in a few days." Beckman was a little confused. He knew that people like Teach would never be bound by so-called companions or other things. That kind of guy is willing to pay any price for power. This storm can no longer be stopped. Many people will die in this storm. But some people will be reborn and break through. A few blue veins gradually appeared on the red-haired man's forehead. After seeing this scene, Beckman sighed in his heart. His captain was stuck after all. If he wants to get out, he must either defeat Luca in the true sense, or the red-haired man must see Luca's death with his own eyes. Otherwise, the red-haired man's mood will not be so calm. But a guy like Luca is not comparable to Blackbeard. Beckman thought carefully about the news about Enice Lobby. Buster Call, Luca, 5 vice admirals from Buster Call, an admiral, and Garp went together. The Enice Lobby incident was definitely not as simple as reported in the news. These people went there, and they definitely did not just go sightseeing. "Captain, do you want to go to Sabayati?" In Sabayati, Rayleigh is Roger's vice-captain. At the same time, Rayleigh is called Pluton, and his strength is quite terrifying. At the same time, there is a woman following Rayleigh. Xylee has most of the information on the sea. Maybe we can ask her to find out the true details of this celestial dragons. Snap! The red-haired man slapped his palm on the table, making a crisp sound. "No need to do this, let's make arrangements next and deal with Kaido." Seeing this scene, Beckman nodded helplessly. Naval headquarters, in the back mountain, a manor that has been rebuilt and expanded by pirates. Lucci and the others had complicated expressions. They had recovered almost to their full potential. They were not in peak condition, but they could fight normally. But under such circumstances, they were beaten by the 3 Marines following Luca and could hardly fight back. "Is this your strength? Lucci, I've heard of you. You shouldn't have only this strength. Even if you are injured, don't forget that we didn't use our full strength. At the beginning, I was still under the command of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. I was just an ordinary logistics marine. We could only go on the field when the battle against pirates was coming to an end. Otherwise, if we go up, we will die. I thought your strength would surprise me. Saint Luca also has a very high opinion of you. But now, even if you all come together, you are not the opponent of the 3 of us. What qualifications do you have to comment on the training method taught by Saint Luca?" One of the Marines was covered with black armament haki all over his body. His armament haki was not like the armament haki of others. On the contrary, his armament haki seemed to be a layer of flowing liquid, covering and flowing on his body. Such armament haki has strong defense, but it also consumes a lot of energy. However, if it is fully mastered, the consumption will be reduced a lot. It can even refine the skin invisibly. But as a price, they have to eat a huge amount of food every day, or use sea kings as a tonic. Otherwise, there is no strength to exercise at all. Are you 3 the strongest people except Enel and Luca Saint? Lucci said in horror. The wonderful armament haki, the observation haki that blocks all offensive methods. The two hakis have been trained to this level, except that the combat experience is still not enough. However, the high value completely makes up for it. As for how strong Luca is, Lucci and others can no longer imagine it at this moment. Because in this manner, there are three kinds of haki that completely cover and block. The earth is coated with a layer of black film, and the black and red lightning flashes in the sky are faintly visible. The perception of observation haki cannot leave this manner at all. Similarly, people from the outside world should not even think about exploring here. In the eyes of Lucci and the others, the environment in front of them seemed to have entered the legendary hell. The strongest. The Marine looked around with a smile and shook his head gently. His expression was as if he had heard a big joke. We are no different from other Marines. Because of my poor qualifications, Conqueror's haki cannot be perfectly integrated yet. Conqueror's haki cannot be perfectly integrated? What does this mean? Lucci and the others' expressions changed again. Keiku, who was originally breathing heavily, suddenly stopped at this moment. Could it be that these people actually also mastered Conqueror's haki? Such an absurd idea suddenly appeared in the minds of Lucci and the others. As soon as this idea appeared, they tried their best to deny it in their hearts. But the scene that happened next made their worldview seem to be shattered. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34 Marine changes his mind. What does Conqueror's haki fusion mean? Lucci had already transformed into a human beast form, like a standing Madara-pointed leopard. He seemed to have stopped breathing. Or rather, his breathing at this moment subconsciously stopped. Aren't you the most terrifying genius in CP9 in the past 500 years? Seeing Lucci's question, the Marine was also a little confused. In his opinion, what exactly Conqueror's haki is should be quite clear to Lucci. Armament haki, observation haki, Conquerors, just these three colors. What do you think? Another Marine also spoke up. He now suspected that the few people Luca brought back were quietly replaced by the world government. Sure enough, it was no wonder that Saint Luca had to come out of the Holy Land. Those guys in the Holy Land were all bad guys. Lucci was silent. Of course he knew this, but he didn't want to believe it. Originally, because he had received the kind of training that the world government trained the CP organization. Over the years, he has his own understanding of training. After coming to Luca, he saw these Marines training, and he couldn't help but want to instruct these Marines. Luca said that there was a breakthrough in the battle and it took some time to calm down, so he didn't care about them. These Marines admire Luca very much. After being told by Lucci, they were angry on the spot. After all, it's a matter of strength, so let's compete. Lucci and the others also thought that they had just joined Luca's army and needed a battle to let them gain a foothold. Originally, Lucci thought that Enel went to Luca, and Luca would favor these people. As a result, Luca used the barrier ability constructed by Conqueror's haki and told them to let them solve such things by themselves. This is the beginning of the competition. You all have mastered Conqueror's haki? Conqueror's haki, you have mastered it too. At this time, Keiku couldn't help but speak and confirm with these people again. The other Marines around looked at them coldly without speaking. Mastered, according to Saint Luca, we are not completely mastered, the real mastery is perfect control. Among us, there are only those dozen people who can achieve perfect control. Don't worry, even if you die, you can be revived in this barrier of Saint Luca. After speaking, Lucci and others' pupils dilated again. The three Marines were murderous, and their breath was more violent than before. In an instant, they all lost consciousness. In the previous moment, a piercing pain swept through the body. I don't know how long it took. Lucci felt like he was drowning. Finally, he climbed out of the invisible water, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Lucci opened his eyes and found that he and his companions were lying on the ground. At the position of his heart, a ball of blood-colored energy was repairing himself. In a blink of an eye, he was out of danger. Of course, after this kind of resurrection from the dead, his physical strength was completely consumed, and he could only barely stand. This is the masterpiece of Saint Luca, the holy land of immortality. In this environment, countless life and death, and the combat skills that have been comprehended, Haki, must have made rapid progress. Do you have any questions? Do you still need your guidance on the training method that Saint Luca has formulated for us? Rob Lucci. That day passed quickly. At the same time, Lucci later trained even more like crazy. He could accept that his qualifications were not good, his background was not good. His strength was poor. However, the only thing he could not accept was that he was looked down upon by the Marines under Luca. Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. At this moment, he fell into a very quiet atmosphere. However, the current Marshal's office has all the pillars of the Marine. Garp, the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Crane, and vice admirals including Inigamo. Including Hina, Momuzagi, Shitan, and others. It can be said that now all the core members of the Marine who are still in the headquarters have gathered here. None of the many Marines spoke at this moment. It's really scary. Is this the real scary guy from that place? In a competition, he even learned the moves of Vice Admiral Garp. He doesn't think he has learned the moves he used, but only when he integrates them into his own moves can he be considered to have learned them. He is really a guy who demands a lot of himself. Kizaru spoke slowly. There was shock and admiration in his pupils under the sunglasses. What shocked him was Luca's understanding of fighting, and what he admired was Luca's demands on himself. Such a guy, with terrifying strength, is quite a headache. At the moment, the only good news is that the other party will not be an enemy of them, the Marines. Don't worry, he is not our enemy. If he was, we wouldn't have to wait until now. He is also very good at training his subordinates. Even if he doesn't settle down in our Marine, he can settle down somewhere else. It won't take too long for him to pull up a terrifying team. It takes more than 10 years for an ordinary pirate group to achieve what he has. Perhaps, we should trust him. What do you think? Sengoku. Tsuru spoke calmly. She was not as worried as Sengoku. On the one hand, she thought that Luca's strength did not require him to play any calculations with them. That is, she wanted to compete with Garp and used some tricks. However, Garp himself did not care much about such things. Sengoku nodded lightly, not because he did not trust Luca, but because he was the Marine Marshal and his responsibility was for the entire Marine. Of course, he could not be careless. Well, that's the only way. You all understand about Luca. In short, don't make enemies with him, try to make friends with him. Ghost Spider, try to meet Luca's food supply or any requirements he has, and you are responsible for everything. Time flies. These days, many people in the naval headquarters have become accustomed to Luca's existence. And, because of the change in Marines' attitude towards Luca, the female soldiers entering and leaving the headquarters have also returned to normal. As for Luca, he has also fully mastered his ever-increasing power these days. The strength of the people under his command has also improved significantly. Lucci and others have some qualifications after all, and they soon surpassed those Marines. However, the only one who can perfectly control conquerors is Lucci himself. Is this conquerors? So that's it. It's a response to the pure will in one's heart. Listen to your heart, and if your spirit meets the requirements, you can use conquerors. Look directly at your true thoughts and don't be afraid, then you can master it perfectly. It seems simple. Most people can master the first step after experiencing life and death several times, but the difficulty of the second step is far beyond the first step. Lucci sighed in his heart. His eyes looked at the hall at the back of the manor again. Under the hall, there was a retreat room, and Luca was inside. The idea of chasing Luca became more and more determined. Hey! Lucci looked up suddenly, and he saw a birdman flying in the sky. Or rather, a person with a pair of wings came to the sky above them. Looking for death. Lucci was shocked and angry. With his eyesight, he could naturally see clearly that the other party was not a marine at all. Even the mastery of observation haki was comparable to that of a young child in front of him. Lafayette's face was pale and his body was also shocked. Were you discovered? This should not be a civilian area. Although it has been renovated and turned into a training area, but... At this moment, a voice came from my ear. Die. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35, Kizaru is horrified. Lafayette's body trembled, and in panic, he quickly turned sideways. Unfortunately, as soon as this action came out, he realized that he had been completely locked by observation haki from beginning to end. Wait a minute. I came here for a deal with the world government. I want to find Sengoku. Lafayette knew that if he didn't explain these details clearly, he was afraid that he would be beaten into a pulp in the next moment. Who on earth has such a terrifying fighting power? Could it be Garp? Lafayette was puzzled. If it was Garp, it would be even more impossible to attack him. Sengoku knew about the deal between their Blackbeard pirates and the world government. Then, why would Garp attack them? Deal. Lucci's body paused, and the strength in his hands was reduced by 3 points, and at the same time he shifted his direction. Lafayette just felt that a terrifying fist wind flew past him. It directly shattered the clouds in the distance. If the punch just now really landed on him, not to mention whether he could survive, it would be a question whether his body could be intact. He is worthy of being a marine hero, and his strength is indeed. Who are you? Lafayette was a little stunned, because the person in front of him was not Garp at all. It was a human-shaped black Madara leopard. Obviously, the other party was a Zoan fruit ability user. Lucci dispersed the changes in his fruit ability and looked at Lafayette with a cold face. Tell me in detail, what is the deal between you and the world government? Lucci's heart was full of murderous intent. He still has no good feelings towards the world government now. Because, since the Nice Lobby incident, he was directly removed from the CP organization. Fortunately, Luca planned to recruit them. Otherwise, because of that failure, Lucci and others would have to face the pursuit from the CP organization. I have to see Marshal Sengoku before I can tell you. At this time, Lafayette also looked at Lucci carefully. He found that he had never seen Lucci, nor had he heard of Lucci from Marine. However, the other party gave him an inexplicably familiar feeling. Moreover, at this moment, Lucci relied on the moonwalk in the Marine 6 styles to step lightly in the air so as not to fall down. The previous Lucci certainly could not do this. However, over the past period of time, his strength has increased, and the 6 styles he learned in the past have become easier to use. On this basis, he has also developed some of his own moves. What's going on? Another voice appeared. Then, Lafayette noticed that in front of him, some blue electric light appeared, and in an instant, it condensed into a human figure. Then the electric light dissipated, and another person appeared in the sky. Before coming to the Marine headquarters, Lafayette thought he was quite safe. On the one hand, he could fly, and on the other hand, the world government also agreed to cooperate. In any case, he was quite safe. But now it seems that this is not the case. Enel? Could this be? Lafayette took a breath. He never expected that Luca was actually in the Marine. You know, at this time, Naval Headquarters has not summoned Shishibukai. There are not many reports about Luca on the sea. Yes, this is Luca Saint's manor. If you want to find Sengoku, you should go in that direction. Lucci pointed to naval headquarters. The building of naval headquarters is taller than the manor here. You can see it at a glance. Since the other party has a deal with the world government, then they probably won't get the answer if they ask here. Simply tell Luca about this. Lucci thought so. Enel glanced at Lucci, and finally didn't say much. Lucci is now quite loyal to Luca. Maybe, there's no need to look for them, they're already here. Enel also spoke in succession. He cast his gaze to another place. Following his gaze, Lucci and Lafayette also looked over. I saw that Sengoku and Kizaru had walked into the courtyard at some point. 1 or 2 minutes ago. Kizaru gently put down the teacup. Marshal Sengoku, the person in charge of the transaction in the Blackbeard Pirates, has arrived. He is in the sky, and seems to be a Zoan fruit ability user. Even the current Marine is no longer suspicious of Luca. But here in the naval headquarters, Kizaru still often uses the observation haki to monitor here. Sengoku sorted out the recent information. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Recently, Luca has not done anything, which makes him feel very relieved. The main reason is that Luca's strength is quite terrifying. There is also a large group of people following Luca. At present, there are also Lucci and others in CP9, although they are still not as good as the 4 emperors. But in Sengoku's opinion, what Luca lacked was just time. Don't worry about him, he will be here soon. Is he alone? Sengoku took a sip of tea easily. Just as he was about to open a bag of senbei to taste, he found that Kizaru's face looked a little strange. What's wrong? While asking this question, Sengoku also released his observation haki. Then he found that Lafayette flew directly over here and flew over Luca Manor. Damn! What is he going to do? Sengoku's face suddenly changed. Now their relationship with Luca is no longer suspicious of each other. However, this relationship is still quite fragile. A little misunderstanding can break this relationship. Let's go. We must find him. We must not let him affect us. Sengoku's face was as cold as iron. In his heart, he had already sentenced this Blackbeard to death. If there was a chance, he would never let those people go. Back to the present. Lucci fell directly to the ground. The figure in Enel gradually disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already near Sengoku and Kizaru. As for Lafayette, he knew in his heart that if he didn't go down at this time, he might really die in a while. At this moment, Sengoku and Kizaru also came to Luca's manor for the first time. After stepping into the courtyard of the manor, Sengoku and Kizaru locked their eyes directly on the hall in the center of the manor. Or rather, the underground there. There was a very terrifying and thrilling atmosphere gathering there. His strength has really become stronger, this kind of monster. Marine, it is really unstoppable. On the one hand, it is because of his identity. But what makes Sengoku feel more difficult is Luca's strength. And Garp's evaluation of Luca. After such a perception, he found that Garp's evaluation of Luca was not exaggerated at all. This terrifying guy, is he really a human? Sengoku kept sighing in his heart. And because there was the pirate Lafayette in front of him, Sengoku nodded slightly on the surface. As for Kizaru, he was completely stunned. A little sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. From the moment he stepped into this manor, he felt that his fruit ability seemed to be suppressed inexplicably. The main source of this feeling was Luca. What kind of ability is this? Is it because of haki? Kizaru was full of horror and questions. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one answered him. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36 The Coming Era of Rampage. No one noticed Kizaru's change. Sengoku set his sights on Lafayette again. Pirate, this is not what you call a deal. If you don't give me an explanation, you won't leave here today. Sengoku's eyes flashed fiercely. Killing Lafayette, on the one hand, can show their marine's position. On the other hand, if the 5 elders blamed him, Sengoku would directly use Luca as an example. After all, Luca's power is to cancel Buster Call. Lafayette's expression was stiff, and he smiled awkwardly. Well, because this transaction is not glorious after all, I was planning to find you. But you know, I have never been to naval headquarters, so I don't know this place. And this transaction is for the position of Shishibukai. And the person we are trading is Ace, who is a son of Whitebeard. You should know his value better than me. This is a great opportunity to enhance the influence of Marine. After Lafayette finished speaking, some doubts flashed in his eyes. It shouldn't be. In theory, Sengoku should be somewhat satisfied at this moment. Why did he sense the killing intent just now? Is it because of Enel and Lucci? Lafayette was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to say anything that had nothing to do with the transaction. Using the power of the fruit, he can run. But there is another problem here. That is to see whether the opponent is strong or not. If he is strong, he will be torn to pieces in an instant before he moves. Who? Sengoku asked again. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The sea has really started to become uneasy recently. However, this matter has nothing to do with Luca. And Sengoku also knows that if this matter is handled well, it is indeed a good opportunity to enhance the influence of Marine. However, if it is not handled well, Marine will have very big problems this time. Ace is also Garp's grandson. Ace. Whitebeard's son. The 5 people of the world government have agreed. And our captain's idea is to use you Marine to kill Whitebeard. The 5 people of the world government also know this. I came here to discuss with you about the exchange location of Ace. Lafayette said again. His thoughts have changed now. He is no longer as arrogant as before. His only thought now is to quickly finish talking to Sengoku and leave here quickly. If he stays any longer, he always feels unsafe. Enel and Lucci didn't find anything wrong. After all, Ace is now Whitebeard's son, so it's normal for Sengoku to have some reaction. I know. Suddenly, Sengoku noticed that the terrifying aura that had been dormant had revived. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Luca. Enel, Lucci, and others also clearly sensed Luca's awakening. Is this the celestial dragons? Lafayette's eyes widened. Isn't it said that celestial dragons are all fat, have no strength, and rely on Admiral for protection? Why do I feel that this momentum is so trembling? Lafayette is now very regretful. If he had known, he would not have agreed to Blackbeard to come here to trade. For this kind of thing, just let Duke come directly. Anyway, that guy has Zhuang's flying horse, so if he wants to run, he can still escape. Celestial dragons? Please call him Luca Saint. Lucci is now completely loyal to Luca. Because of the crazy growth in strength over the past few days, he is very loyal to Luca and will naturally protect Luca. He could hear the surprise in Lafayette's tone. Luca slowly opened his eyes. Conqueror's Haki is not far from the next qualitative change. Right now, once my Conqueror's Haki uses the ceiling barrier, most of the fruit ability users will be suppressed. Thus, they cannot use the power of the fruit. However, if the fruit ability user has awakened, it is unclear whether this effect will occur. The power of the fruit is really amazing. Whether it is Zoan, Logia, or Paramecia, the awakening of the ability is related to the heart. Zoan needs to tame and defeat the beast in his heart before he can awaken. Logia needs to communicate with the elemental power in nature, and after receiving a response, it can naturally awaken. Paramecia is relatively simpler. You must believe in your own ability in your heart and you can awaken without any doubt. Because Luca's strength has improved in all aspects these days, he is also observing Lucci, Enel, and others. Mainly observing the changes in their fruit abilities. Enel is still one step away from awakening his fruit ability, and that step is like a thin film. He needs to understand something by himself, and he can naturally cross it, and then he can communicate with natural elements. As for Lucci, his Zoan fruit ability awakening is quite simple. Luca let Lucci sink into the illusion in his heart. Defeat the wool beast in the fruit and you can awaken. But this wool beast, for Lucci now, has no chance of winning. Well, it's all about water foam kung fu from now on. Compared with the original work, their strength improvement speed is already quite terrifying. I should also go out to see the upcoming drama. Sengoku and others arrived, and even at the very beginning, Lafayette flew to the high altitude of this area. Luca already felt it. But Luca was too lazy to pay attention. Finally, Lafayette got Luca's information as he wished. Even after getting this information, Lafayette felt that it was no longer meaningful. The opponent's strength is quite terrifying. No one in their Blackbeard pirates is currently its opponent. Not even Blackbeard. Looking at the opponent's extremely strong figure, with blonde hair and a pair of scarlet eyes, Lafayette didn't dare to look at him at all, and even subconsciously had an urge to kneel down in his heart. Heavenly King. The code name given by Marine is not exaggerated at all. In my opinion, if Marine is executed, Whitebeard will definitely come to trouble you. If you kill Whitebeard, Marine will be more popular. If you fail to kill him, Marine's reputation will be greatly affected. But, Sengoku, you don't seem to have the power to refuse. Luca's words completely blocked Sengoku's hope. Yes, Sengoku hoped that they could discuss Ace's matter in private. However, after Luca said this, Sengoku understood that Ace's matter was already on the table. It can't be changed. The justice behind me will not let me let any pirate go. Sengoku said righteously. These words were also Sengoku's way of explaining his thoughts and helplessness. Kizaru slowly came back to his senses. He didn't know when the pressure on him disappeared. Looking at Luca, he was shocked again. Even a person like him who has used Logia ability for many years is now so defeated in front of Luca. It seems that Whitebeard will not get any advantage in front of Luca. After Sengoku's voice fell, Luca nodded gently. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Lafayette's figure trembled a little. This is not going to kill him. Marshal Sengoku, I think we can talk about it in detail in the Den Mushi later, and theoretically, we are Shishibukai now. My captain is still waiting for my news, so I will leave first. Lafayette said to himself, and a pair of wings appeared on his body again and flew directly into the sky. He didn't wait for Sengoku and others to reply. However, no one cared about him at all. Buzz. The sound of the Den Mushi sounded from Sengoku's arms. Sengoku frowned slightly. This is Sengoku. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Sengoku's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luca's eyes flashed with a gleam. If you calculate the time, Luffy fought celestial dragons in Sabayati, and it seems to be at this time. At the same time, those supernovas also went to Sabayati. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Assassinating the Emperor. Finally, Sengoku's face turned pale, and he slowly hung up the Den Mushi. Just now, everyone present could hear the voice in the communication. They all knew what happened. Just as Luca himself expected, Luffy and others made a big fuss in Sabayati Archipelago. Fought a celestial dragon? That pirate is really restless. In that case, leave the matter of Sabayati to me. It will be solved soon. Kizaru also knew the difficulty of Sengoku in this matter. On the one hand, there is the marine, and on the other hand, there are his comrades for many years. He, Sengoku, was stuck in the middle, which was quite uncomfortable. Sengoku's face eased a little. But his heart was still full of haze. Luffy's matter was not unsolvable, and it had actually been solved at the moment. Let Kizaru go and catch some pirates to make up the number. But Ace's execution was a hurdle that could not be avoided at all. If it was the previous competition between Garp and Luca, if Garp won, the matter of Ace could be discussed with the world government. Unfortunately, Garp lost in the end. The execution of Ace would definitely be reported in the newspapers. You go and solve it. That's fine. Sengoku's expression did not change. As for Lafayette, who had already left, no one present cared at all. Kizaru's face was wretched, and it seemed that his expression had not changed since he came here until now. Celestial dragons were beaten? In Sabayati. Luca raised his eyebrows. It was indeed the matter of Luffy. Well, but don't worry, protecting celestial dragons is also the responsibility of Marines. Kizaru said lightly. But he had a bad feeling in his heart. I know, logically speaking, since they are celestial dragons, their strength should be strong. Now that he is injured, it means that he does not exercise enough on weekdays. In that case, it is okay for me to kill them for the so-called creator image of celestial dragons. A cold light flashed in Luca's eyes. He really had this idea in his heart. He remembered that when he was still at an age where he could not speak, his parents in this world went to pray to those celestial dragons. Those celestial dragons did not take his parents seriously at all. At most, they were slightly better than ordinary slaves. Luca prefers to slaughter ordinary celestial dragons, and this is also the reason. In Luca's heart, except for almost all celestial dragons are within Luca's killing target range. As for he will be caught and taught a good lesson. Lucci, Sengoku, and others, their expressions changed. A little sweat appeared on their foreheads. It seems that Luca has never said that he is a good person. If this person goes, he will go crazy. Will Luffy be alive by then? Once Luffy is gone, Ace will have another incident, Garp will go crazy. At that time, won't Sengoku go crazy too? Just when Sengoku wanted to say something, Luca gave Sengoku a look. That look clearly said that he was not going to cause trouble for Luffy and the others. Mainly because he was disdainful to find them. Then, Luca said again. Kizaru Admiral, let's go together. Enel, you stay here, Lucci, you take Keiku and the others and go with us. Aren't there some supernovas on the sea? Let's go and see their strength. Also test your strength, Lucci. The voice stopped here. Except for Enel, everyone else vaguely understood Luca's plan. Although those people are pirates. However, compared to Luca recruiting pirates, in Sengoku's opinion, the real evil is far greater than those celestial dragons who arrived in the Holy Land. Should we tell those 5 about this? Sengoku's mood at the moment was like a roller coaster. However, now that he had learned about Luca's plan, he was not so panicked. Such a small matter, there is no need to tell those 5 old guys. Luca waved his hand calmly. Are chess pieces always chess pieces? That's hard to say. Saint Luca, which island in the Sabayati archipelago are we going to? Lucci also spoke at this moment. Sent after that, Sengoku and others found that Keiku, Jabra, Bluno. The group of people who had been following Lucci before also came quickly. Sengoku and Kizaru's pupils shrank. The strength of these people is not weak. Lucci has the greatest improvement in strength. Of course, the strength of others has also improved, and they also have Conqueror's Haki. Luca Saint, have you forgotten? I am the user of the door fruit, I can take you there. Bluno's face was originally very calm, but then, his face froze. Because there are Sengoku and Kizaru here. He can only take Luca alone at most. Oh? Can you take me directly? Luca was a little curious. Now, his Conqueror's Haki level is quite high, and there is almost no one on the sea who can be his opponent. Of course, this does not mean that Luca can easily defeat the 4 emperors now. However, after this trip to Sabaody, and a short period of time, the 4 emperors will not be a big deal in Luca's eyes. In Luca's body, the conqueror's haki has been fused together, like some kind of mist, gathering in his body. This mist is quite rare. It is the size of a fist, but under this mist, the ability of the devil fruit will instantly lose its effect. I am the user of the door-to-door fruit, I can. Bruno fell silent again, and the expression on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lucci, who had just held his chest high, was now a little bent. My ability, seems to be unable to work on you. Kizaru Admiral and Marshal Sengoku, I can't. Bruno felt quite guilty. Since he came here, he has been training with Lucci and others every day. Experience life and death together. Whether it is with those Marines or Enel, they have a good relationship. At the same time, Luca will guide them in fighting methods and details of fighting every day. Bruno was not left behind. He also received guidance. Now he has a very terrifying fighting method. Luca still had a smile on his face, not angry at all. It doesn't matter, then you can take the boat with us. I haven't arrived yet, how can you guys walk ahead of me? After Luca's voice fell, Bruno, who had already prepared to be scolded, couldn't help but feel a little shaken in his heart. He suddenly understood where the pure loyalty in the eyes of those Marines and Lucci came from when they mentioned Luca. Let's go to Sabaody and let those supernovas see how terrifying the sea is. Lucci and others were excited. Sengoku had a complicated look. Kizaru was as wretched as ever, and no one could see through his thoughts. Only Enel looked bored. In fact, he also wanted to go out with Luca. In Sabaody, Rayleigh drank wine one mouthful after another. Logically, he shouldn't have anything to worry about now. But a long time ago, or rather, since the Nice Lobby incident, he received a message from Red Hair. Red Hair asked him to kill someone. Marines knew Shishibukai, Celestial Dragons, Heavenly King Luca. Out of past feelings, Rayleigh agreed, but also put forward a condition, the premise is that Luca comes to Sabaody. Otherwise, he will not take action. The boy back then is no longer the same as he was back then. The sea is so beautiful that people want to indulge in it countless times, but it can also make people fall into the abyss of terror. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38. So this is how to avoid detours. Rayleigh sighed slightly. Luffy and others were also here with Rayleigh at this moment. In addition to the matter of Roger, the Pirate King, everyone also asked Rayleigh and Shuki about Luca. Uncle Rayleigh, what are you talking about? What's the matter with that guy? He doesn't seem like a Marine, but he can command CP9. What made Luffy feel extremely uneasy was Luca. Facing anyone in the Marine, he dared to challenge the other party. Perhaps it was the advantage brought by his identity, or perhaps it was his fearless mentality of a newborn calf. However, only when facing Luca. Especially when chasing Lucci, he just looked at Luca. He felt as if his figure was hit hard by a train. Robin, Zoro, and others also pricked up their ears at this moment. They also wanted to know about Luca. The only one who knew Luca was Robin, and Robin, after all, got the information from the newspaper. As for the other people in the Straw Hat Pirates, apart from the bounty, they usually don't read newspapers. This old man is drunk and stupid, don't worry about him. Shuki really doesn't want Rayleigh to accept Red Hair's request. In her opinion, the hard-earned peaceful life of her and Rayleigh will soon be broken because of Red Hair. Fortunately, she also tried her best to collect some information about Luca. As for the Shishibukai you asked about, Heavenly King Luca, as you can see, he is a celestial dragon. Unlike other celestial dragons, he has the power to judge other celestial dragons. As for his strength, it is rumored on the black market that he defeated Garp. And this news appeared after you escaped from an ice lobby. In short, with your strength, he should not be very interested in you. After saying these words, Shuki glanced at Rayleigh again. Rayleigh had expected this in his heart. He knew that if it was an opponent that was very easy to deal with, Red Hair would not come to him. However, Rayleigh still had no confidence in his heart. The only confidence was that he had not used the famous sword for many years. A powerful swordsman, with the blessing of the famous sword, can exert more power than using an ordinary blade. So the power is naturally different. What? Defeated Garp. Garp, but the marine hero. Luffy and others gradually recalled what Garp said last time. When talking about Luca, Garp clearly told Luffy not to cause trouble for Luca. Okay, it's time to act. Your adventure has just begun. On the other side, one of the supernovas. Hawkins, the user of the straw fruit ability, has the ability to predict. The probability of death is 14%, and the probability of leaving is 0%. Hawkins' scalp tingled. It was the first time he faced such a result. For a long time, he could choose to be calm in the face of everything, but now, the thing he cares about the most and believes in the most, denies him. That captain. Hawkins' crew looked at the person in front of them, and then looked at Hawkins. Their expressions were very terrified. At this moment, Hawkins slowly raised his head. He found that in front of him, he didn't know when, a figure stood in front of him. One of the supernovas, the half-immortal mentioned by Luca Saint? Among the 11 supernovas, only you, Luca Saint, cares a little. Blueno looked calm. It was as if he was talking about a very trivial thing, but after he finished speaking, a terrifying momentum rushed straight into the heart and rushed to the sky. Conquerors? Who are you? Bang! Hawkins, a sentence fell, and then, with a loud bang, he flew out like a cannonball. A gully was directly hit along the way. As for his crew, they had already fainted under the influence of Blueno's conquerors. Is that all? Or are you not serious at all? In Blueno's opinion, Luca was someone who could not be mistaken. In fact, what Blueno did not know was that in Luca's distant hometown, people like Hawkins were called masters or half-immortals. Ahem, a blow to the heart, really a strong physique, but for me, such an attack is meaningless. Hawkins said lightly. At this moment, he had become a scarecrow, and at the same time, a small scarecrow appeared from his body and was expelled from his body. Is this thing exempting you from death? Saint Luca said that no matter what kind of power it is, there is a price. How many times can you use this kind of recovery? Before that, use all your strength and just beat until you lose consciousness. Blueno looked indifferent. In his opinion, Hawkins was not serious at all. Coincidentally, he didn't either. I will take you down within 10 minutes. Only in this way can I be worthy of St. Luca's training of me. Self-opening door limit breakthrough double. Blueno pointed a finger at his heart. Then, the aura on his body was more than twice as strong as before. Hawkins' face was livid. Of course, at this moment, he had become a scarecrow, and his expression could not be seen at all. The same scene was also staged everywhere. However, several supernovas basically ran into Lucci and others just after defeating the mechanical bear. As for Lucci himself, he originally planned to find Luffy. As a result, after using the observation haki to sense it, he found that except for Kizaru and Rayleigh, the rest of the people on this island were relatively weak. This made Lucci lose the intention to take action. Hey? Blueno used conquerors, did he find Hawkins? Lucci looked in the direction of Blueno with a little curiosity. However, he did not plan to go over to support. Blueno's strength has greatly improved now. Hey, are you a marine too? Hearing the voice, Lucci slowly turned his head. Red hair, sunglasses, I won't be evaded even by gods, kid. Lucci suddenly had a fighting spirit in his heart. Luca asked them to find these supernovas, mainly to test who among them was more qualified to join them. Except for Kid and Law, the responsibility of other supernovas was completely handed over to Lucci and others. Kid was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Now he was a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. I won't be evaded even by gods, that's right, there is nothing that can make me avoid it. Are you Marine? Are you here to capture me, like these iron robots? Kid glanced at the bear he had just defeated. In fact, it was the world government that asked Vegapunk to make a pacifist with Shishibukai and Big Bear as materials. He was arrogant on the surface, but he was a little timid in his heart. Because his current physical strength was not enough. Now, there was another strong enemy in front of him. Suddenly, a gust of wind pressure came. And then, a huge monster landed with a bang. There's another one. Are there more than one of these guys? Kid's expression suddenly changed. Relying on his own fruit ability, he could tell at first glance what a pacifist was. It was completely made of machinery. Get in the way. Flying finger pistol. Lucci stretched out a finger and pointed at the pacifist who had just landed. The next moment, Kid couldn't see anything clearly. He only vaguely heard a gust of wind, and then, the pacifist who had just landed had his head pierced directly. Luca Saint has a good opinion of you. Before that, let me see your strength first. It's really scary, Luca Saint, those guys didn't seem to be so strong before, right? Kizaru's expression was still wretched. However, if you take off Kizaru's sunglasses at this time, you will find that Kizaru's eyes are full of horror at this moment. Conquerors. Conquerors appeared in any of his subordinates. On the way here, Kizaru also noticed that Lucci and others were very loyal to Luca. And those people actually didn't follow Luca for long. We are not that strong now. In the world of the strong, there is almost no place for the weak. Luffy is in your hands. You can do whatever you want. To recruit supernovas, let Lucci and others try their skills first. Those people can't escape. Among them, Law's words were the easiest to recruit in Luca's opinion. It was the deputy of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh. He actually felt the murderous intent from the other party. There are still a few celestial dragons alive. I have to help them and let them take fewer detours. Luca was almost about to make it clear. With Luca's identity and strength, it was nothing to make it clear. Kizaru's eyes flashed with envy. Then, he was a little confused. Take fewer detours. Then, Kizaru noticed the murderous intent from Luca. Kizaru immediately understood what it meant. Oh, one by one, it's really scary. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39 Desperate Supernova. Kizaru heaved a sigh of relief after sensing Luca's aura and heading towards the celestial dragons. He felt uncomfortable all over when he was with Luca. The essence of this feeling was that Kizaru's own strength was insufficient. Big Bear. Kizaru's observation haki suddenly sensed another aura that landed on the Sabayati land. Tyrant Bear, one of the Shishibukai. The scientific troops have already landed on the island, and the pacifists are enough to deal with those pirates. Kizaru frowned slightly. Well, with Luca here, nothing serious will happen. Even if there is, Luca will definitely rush forward more than him. Although he doesn't know Luca very well, Kizaru also understands one of Luca's characteristics, that is, he has a desire to compete with or hunt strong people. Compared with the various evil deeds of other celestial dragons, this is nothing at all. Is this feeling coming? He is really a very scary guy. Rayleigh stopped his movements and raised his head slightly. He looked in the direction of Luca. Just now, his observation haki sensed that there were two very powerful auras appearing in the Sabayati archipelago. One of them was extremely dazzling, but it was just like that, and it was not scary for Rayleigh. But the other one was different. It was as scary as the sea, and it was bottomless. The opponent's observation haki was above him. This level of haki alone made Rayleigh feel a terrifying pressure. Over there, it's okay, let's protect Luffy and the others first. Then, Rayleigh found that Luffy and the others had been captured. On the other side, on an isolated island, several pirates may have been waiting here a long time ago. One of them was slightly fat, with few good teeth in his mouth, and the aura on his body was inexplicably disgusting. I sensed Lafayette's presence. He's back alive. There's no problem with the marine side. Next, let's wait for that big drama performance, let me go on stage. The pirates here are Blackbeard and others. Fan Oka's face looked a little strange. Captain, I feel that things are not that simple. Lafayette's face looks very bad. As a sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Fan Oka has very good eyesight. Or in other words, his observation haki level is not low. Poison Q didn't speak, he felt something was wrong. It doesn't matter, as long as we become Shishibukai, I've won half of this bet. Blackbeard was still full of excitement. Then, he laughed his standard laugh again. Since Lafayette left naval headquarters, he has been looking for Blackbeard in a hurry. Ha ha ha, seeing you are so anxious, there must be good news. Blackbeard stared at Lafayette, with a crazy smile on his face. As soon as Lafayette landed, Blackbeard spoke hurriedly. Whether he could truly become Shishibukai was also related to his next plan. As long as he became Shishibukai, he could enter Impel Down. Captain, Marine has already agreed to Shishibukai. Lafayette first responded to what Blackbeard was more concerned about. Blackbeard's eyes suddenly lit up. Everything began to move in the direction he expected. Fan Oka did not laugh like Blackbeard, including Poison Q, they were all staring at Lafayette at this moment. And Lafayette also spoke in succession, Captain, I have a more terrifying thing now. In CP9, that Rob Lucci joined Luca's team. And that Luca is also very powerful. Sengoku and Kizaru's attitude towards Luca is not like facing a pirate. Especially that Luca, who lives in the rear of naval headquarters. After Lafayette said these words, the expressions on the faces of Poison Q and others could not help but change. Only Blackbeard's expression did not change. Ha 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 ha, Lafayette, you are not a combat member, you are not strong. So, you subconsciously think that Luca is terrible. But I tell you, whether it is CP9 or Marine's attitude towards him, it is entirely because he is a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon who does not use devil fruit is not that strong. Doflamingo has a grudge against this guy, so he proposed this deal. Don't forget our future plans. In Blackbeard's view, Doflamingo is purely Virgo's business, and he has a grudge against Luca, but if he attacks Luca, Doflamingo will lose his status as a Shishibukai. In this way, his deal with Doflamingo is naturally a matter of course. Not to mention, Blackbeard wants the status of Shishibukai, just to use it. After achieving the goal, destroying Luca is just a byproduct. Captain, that guy. Looking at the confident Blackbeard, Lafayette doubted his own thoughts for a moment. However, after speaking several times, he didn't know how to describe the situation in this regard. Finally, he swallowed his words. Fan Oka and others also didn't take Luca to heart because of Blackbeard's words. You, what are you going to do? I'm a celestial dragon, you. Marine Admiral. Where is the Marine Admiral? And you CP9, what's wrong with you? You should protect me. In front of Luca, a fat celestial dragon with a broken bubble cover shouted in fear. There was a big bump on his face. A fist mark could be vaguely seen. This celestial dragon was the one who was knocked unconscious by Luffy at the auction. Saint Charlos. No matter how many times I see a guy like you, I feel deeply disgusted. Luca didn't waste his words and quickly reached out his palm. Bang! The bubble cover was directly pierced as if it was made of paper. The next moment, there was a slight sound, and blood splashed. Plop! The sound of the body falling to the ground seemed to pause everything around. This scene was also directly photographed by some reporters. Celestial dragons, killed by a Shishibukai. No, a celestial dragon, killed by another celestial dragon. Saint Luca, although you are also a celestial dragon and have the power to judge celestial dragons, you can't do it so casually. At this time, a voice came. In this silent environment, it was quite obvious. The people around looked over. They found that 3 people wearing white dresses and masks appeared here at some point. One of them was speaking. However, when he saw that Luca's eyes shifted from the corpse to him, his tone of voice suddenly froze. What do you want to say? CP0. In an instant, the CP0 subconsciously felt that his neck was also tightly grasped by someone. It was as if he was tied tightly by an invisible chain. Destroy the corpses at will. The corpses of celestial dragons should be brought back to the Holy Land. Hearing this, Luca was not interested in talking nonsense with these CP0s. Coming here to kill these celestial dragons was just a coincidence. After all, in 2 years, he would either be a servant of Im or die. At the moment, both Im and Gringo wanted Luca to be alive. It just so happened that this time he came out and had such an opportunity. What's wrong with killing a few celestial dragons from the 19th family? Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Luca shook the bloodline on his hand, his eyes like lightning, looking in the direction of Luffy. If he killed Rayleigh, his current strength should be able to improve. Besides, Rayleigh had murderous intentions towards him. In this case, he had to go over and take a look. Then, Luca's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The civilians around him were also a little stunned at the scene in front of them. For a while, many people felt that their worldview collapsed. But some people vaguely recalled Luca's situation. Luca is a celestial dragon and can judge other celestial dragons. Marine had published this in the newspaper. Mainly, Sengoku was afraid that the world government would make things difficult for Marine. So, he published Luca in the newspaper directly to prevent some pirates from making trouble for Luca. What should we do? This is one of the 19 families, the Resword family. One of the CP0s asked helplessly to the one who just spoke. The other party also sighed helplessly. What else can we do? Tell the 5 people about the situation here. The current situation is no longer something we can decide. What about the civilians here? The 3 of them just had a killing intent. The next moment, they found themselves being locked by a sense of observation. After a few breaths, the feeling of being stared at gradually dissipated. For the 3 of them, these few breaths seemed to have passed for several years. Let's go, leave here, tell the 5 people what's going on here. You disappoint me so much, no, you disappoint that master so much, give me your best. Blueno's eyes were bloodshot. Conqueror's haki wrapped around him. There was still some white steam all over his body, overflowing from his body. Somewhat like Luffy's gear too. However, the increase in combat power is more terrifying than Luffy's gear too. Because, Blueno used his ability to build a bridge portal with his future self. Open the door and let the power of his future self descend on his current body. The price is 4 times the physical consumption. The power that can be obtained is an all-round increase. For example, now, among Lucci and others, only he can do it now, just like Luca, Conqueror's haki wrapping. At the moment, Lucci can only wrap 2-color haki. Who is the master you are talking about? I don't remember who I have offended. Hawkins was quite desperate. The opponent's strength was ridiculous. Hawkins even felt that the opponent could sink the island with 1 punch. Just now, a robot that could shoot lasers arrived and was beaten to pieces by the opponent. The most ridiculous thing is that the opponent thought Hawkins didn't use his full strength. Did he not use his full strength? The problem is that in front of the opponent, he didn't even have the qualifications to use his strength. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40. You will never regret your choice now. Similarly, Bluno was also very confused at the moment. At first, he did think that Hawkins did not use his full strength. In addition, his first attack should have been able to make Hawkins lose his strength. However, due to the ability of Hawkins's fruit, a palm-sized straw man fell out of his body. Bluno's attack was directly avoided. It was a bit strange that Hawkins' strength was very weak in Bluno's perception of observation. But just because he could not understand Hawkins's ability, and Luca's title of half-immortal, this made Bluno think that Hawkins was actually quite strong. Now, Hawkins was lying on the ground, as if he only had a breath left. It seems that your strength may be only this, or perhaps your ability is of special use to Luca Saint. In the end, Bluno could only find such a reason for himself. As for really killing Hawkins, Bluno did not have this idea. When he came, he already understood Luca's idea. The supernovas, except for Luo, there was another kid. Luca hoped to recruit these two people. As for the others, Luca did not elaborate. At present, Hawkins does have some ability. If he meets someone with similar strength, the probability of winning is quite high. If he meets someone with overwhelming strength, there is no way. Saint Luca? Celestial dragons. Suddenly, Hawkins thought of the news he read in the newspaper a long time ago. A celestial dragon became a Shishibukai. Are you his slave? Hawkins was even more desperate and helpless. No wonder he had no way to escape. What made him feel even more desperate was that if he became a slave of celestial dragons, he would not even be able to escape. At that time, it would really be a matter of life and death. Slave? Humph, you are wrong. If it weren't for Saint Luca, we would have already. Bluno said, and then stopped talking. He didn't know if his words would bring any trouble to Luca. Although Luca has the identity of celestial dragons, he also has the power to judge celestial dragons. This can be said to be a great honor on the sea. Brunola felt that Luca was actually very uneasy. It was because he had been lurking in the sea capital, the Seven Waters City, for many years. Became a tavern owner. His training and strength did fall behind, but his observation of people improved a lot. He also had confidence in this aspect. Don't compare Saint Luca with the idiot you think, they don't have the qualifications. In Bluno's heart, besides Lucci, there is Luca. He absolutely will not tolerate anyone maliciously slandering Luca. Okay, then, what do you need me to do? My ability is to predict good and bad luck, but if someone is much stronger than me, I can't predict. After Hawkins understood, he also asked the doubts in his heart. But as he finished speaking, especially after he said the limitations of his ability, his tone couldn't help but be a little low. It doesn't matter, if you get the approval of Saint Luca, no matter how bad your ability is, you can make the sea tremble. Bluno is not talking nonsense. Take him now for example. In the past, he basically couldn't be Hawkins' opponent. But now, he can beat Hawkins without any ability to fight back. Even if there is no Luca, Bluno relies on the ability of the door fruit and practices for a few more years. In the end, it was just that he could open the door farther away and consume less energy. That was all. However, how terrifying was his combat power at the moment? Except for the admiral-level people in the marine, he was sure that he could win against everyone else. Him. Hawkins' eyes flashed with many doubts. He was curious about what ability the celestial dragons named Luca had used on the person in front of him, or what means he had never understood. Why was this person so loyal to a celestial dragons? You'd better not have those bad ideas. The murderous intent on Bluno's body gradually emerged, and then dissipated. Hawkins did not speak, and lowered his head, which already represented his surrender. So weak? I don't even need to use my ability to defeat you too. That person called Kira is weak, I can understand. But you are called Kid, and Luca Saint mentioned you specially, you should be a little special. For example, strength, or something else. Lucci is not Bruno, and his level of knowledge is not low. He can tell the strength of Kid and Kira at a glance. But, after these few moves, he didn't find anything special about Kid. But since Luca named the person, he would definitely not kill him. Maybe, if he was in an ice lobby, he might not be Kid's opponent. Cruel, Laozi is so strong, but when you are as weak as me, you will only run away when you meet a strong person, and I will never surrender. Kid said calmly with blood in his mouth. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish at all. Kira on the side had already seen the clues. He found that with Lucci's strength, it would be very easy to kill them both. But until now, Lucci has not taken it seriously at all. And Lucci also understood Kid's character. Roughly the same as the previous Straw Hat, they are almost the same kind of people. Oh, you mean, why won't you surrender? If I kill him in front of you, can you still talk to me like this? Lucci said, glancing at Kira. Kid's expression suddenly changed. You damn guy. Now I give you two choices, one is to go with me and join Luca Saint, and the other is not a good choice. So, which one do you want to choose? Lucci touched his chin. Speaking of which, when Luca recruited him, did he also use this trick? However, he could only surrender. But thinking from the current perspective, fortunately, he surrendered at the beginning. Otherwise, he might be on the run somewhere now. If the mission fails, you must die. This is the rule of CP9. You. Celestial dragons. Kid trembled all over. For him, compared to becoming the Pirate King, he valued his partners and friends more. In the end, Kid agreed to Lucci. Don't look so desperate. You will never regret your current choice in the future. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 God Avoids. Among the supernovas, there is another person who also makes Luca pay more attention. That is Law. Of course, it is not because of the other party's OPOP fruit ability. It is purely because, in the future, the only people who can barely keep up with Luffy are Kid and Law. Like Kid, Law at this moment looks extremely desperate. What's wrong? OPOP fruit ability user, are you afraid? I won't really kill you, I just hope that you can join Luca Saint's army. When the time comes, I will guide you well. I saw the revenge in your eyes. The person who found Law was Keiku. Lucci went to find Kid first. These supernovas are really ordinary to Lucci and others. So, basically, everyone chooses a supernova and goes to take a look. Except for Law and Kid. If the other supernovas are really not good, they can be knocked unconscious and don't care. What a joke, you celestial dragons, how could I possibly yield to you? The anger in Law's eyes seemed to fly out of his eye sockets. He hated Doflamingo and celestial dragons very much. For him, Crayson, who was like a father, died at the hands of Doflamingo, who was also a celestial dragon. So he swore that he must kill him. No matter what it took. How could he just fall down like this? Bang! Before he fainted, Law looked at the figure in front of him, feeling the pain in his abdomen, and a feeling of despair slowly emerged from his heart. You didn't have to faint, so I can only knock you out first. Keiku was able to stand out from the world government's CP organization training because of his not-so-weak qualifications. And his straightforward personality in doing things. Luca specifically asked for Kid and Law. Keiku thought that if they were knocked out and brought to Luca, the problem would be solved. Roka. Popo's eyes were red with anger. He was going to fight to the death the next moment, but he was also knocked out by Keiku-like law. This bear? Why not take it with you? Keiku was a little confused. For him, making a decision was a very troublesome thing. He always liked to listen to the decisions made by Lucci. Now, there was another Luca. But the white bear in front of him was obviously a fur tribe. If he took it with him, would Luca scold him? If he didn't take it with him? Keiku was entangled in his heart, but he took it with him in the end. Are we gathering at Kizaru, Admiral? I can't be too slow. In Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, Luffy and others are experiencing the most desperate moment on the sea. It can even be said that it is more desperate than the original. Luffy and others, including Hawkins, Kid, and the unconscious Law. The appearance of Kizaru alone would not make Luffy and the others feel despair. But the aura exuded by Lucci, and the look in his eyes as if he was looking at trash, made Luffy and the others stunned on the spot. You guys. How could you become so much stronger? Luffy looked at Lucci in surprise. As for the pacifist next to him and Gendarmerie, he ignored them directly. Even Rayleigh and Kizaru, who were fighting a little crazy, were ignored by them. What made Luffy and the others very confused and horrified was why Lucci and the others were here. Ah, we meet again, Luffy, but I am not interested in you now. I don't work for the world government anymore. Now, I can kill all of you by myself, but don't worry, I am not interested in you now. Lucci said calmly. Garp's grandson? For Lucci, his goal is to wait for Luffy to become stronger, as strong as Luca said. Then, defeat Luffy. Luffy, this is obviously the target Luca gave him. But now, the contempt in Lucci's eyes is very obvious. Now Luffy is indeed no match for Lucci. He has been through countless life and death training and a strong man's high-level teaching. Lucci understands that even a pig can gain a lot of benefits. Hawkins, Kid, and others have very complicated expressions. Originally, they were similar to Luffy, planning to go to New World and pursue the throne of Pirate King. Now, they have become slaves, like spoils of war. Standing behind Lucci and others. These guys are going to join us too. Hawkins turned his head and looked at Blueno beside him. Now Hawkins has also thought it through. There is no point in resisting, and he can only surrender. In particular, he is very curious that these people are so strong and are extremely loyal to the celestial dragons named Luca. He even secretly calculated the possibility of these people being turned against. When calculating Lucci, he was discovered directly. When calculating Khalifa, he found that this woman had hidden feelings for Lucci. Others had some feelings, but they didn't care. No, Lucci said that among the supernovas, except for them, everyone else can be tested and then recruited. Are you trying to challenge Lucci? Blueno didn't move, and his tone was quite flat, just like talking about when to eat. But Hawkins' back was covered with cold sweat. Of course I don't dare. Hawkins' voice can also be heard by Kid and others. But Kid knows that they are not opponents of Lucci and others now. If they are obedient, they can stand here. If they are not obedient, they will be like Loyal lying next to them and the white bear. Only a breath. It's really lively. It seems that you are all here. At this moment, a frivolous voice came. Everyone turned their heads to look. It turned out to be a figure, cool and calm, and in a trance. He had already come to everyone. He was sturdy, with blonde hair and a pair of red eyes. His top seemed to be entangled by a black dragon, and his body was bright red. Noble, inviolable. Luca, the King of Heaven. Luffy and others were shocked. After all, this was equivalent to the second time they saw Luca. The first time, Luca almost scared them out of their wits. Kid and others also set their sights on Luca. Hey? Have we arrived yet? Kizaru was in a complicated mood. It seemed that Luffy and the others could not run away. But right after him, Kizaru felt that another person was rushing here. This person was the big bear in Shishibukai. Kizaru's face was expressionless, but his movements slowed down. Rayleigh stopped at this moment. He stared at Luca with murderous intent on his face. It seems that you are the Shishibukai celestial dragons, Luca. I'm so sorry, I can't let you hurt them. Rayleigh's aura reached its peak at this moment, and he rushed towards Luca the next moment. As soon as Lucci and others made a move, Rayleigh was already in front of Luca. Damn, a mere deputy of the Pirate King. Self-opening door limit breakthrough 3 times. Even if it was too late, they would not stand there in a daze. Rayleigh, who felt the aura behind him, felt his scalp tingling. Having such a group of extremely loyal subordinates, and a celestial dragons, that's too terrifying. Rayleigh's face was serious, and he bet all his strength on the next attack. God avoid. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42. Rayleigh is extremely scared. Kizaru was also caught off guard. He had never thought that Rayleigh was not coming towards him. Instead, he gave up on him and went to find Luca. Just now, he was still very alert. Kizaru didn't know what to do for a moment. If he rushed forward, he couldn't stop the attack. But if he ignored it directly, if Luca was injured, would the 5 people from the world government cause trouble for him? In desperation, Kizaru could only stay where he was. With his hesitation, it didn't matter what he did. As for Lucci and others, it can be said that they didn't expect that Rayleigh would suddenly find Luca. In a breath, Lucci quickly transformed into Madara's humanoid leopard. 2-color haki covered his whole body. But the next moment, his movements also stopped. His expression was full of surprise. Rayleigh no longer had any scruples. Now, he only had this one chance to kill Luca. Otherwise, he and Luca would fight head-on, and as time went by, Luca would definitely win in the end. After all, Luca defeated Garp. Although sneak attacks are not something that can be used on the table, they can only be relied on at critical moments. Is that all? When Rayleigh's sword was about to sweep towards Luca's side face, Luca suddenly spoke, which made Rayleigh stunned for a moment. But he came back to his senses right after that, and poured all his physical strength, everything, into this attack. The wind was howling. Luffy and others heard a roar. Zoro even forced himself to endure all kinds of discomfort. He widened his eyes, and he wanted to take a good look at Rayleigh's 28 sword moves. In Zoro's opinion, Rayleigh's attack was quite terrifying. If Luca wanted to resist, he would have to pay a very high price. And everything happened in an instant. Bang! After a slightly dull sound, everything around suddenly became quiet. The sound of the wind could no longer be heard. This time, after Kizaru saw the scene clearly, he could no longer say so scary like before. His mouth just opened slightly, and his eyes under the sunglasses also widened a lot. Lucci and others were surprised at first, but then they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they stared at Rayleigh with extreme hatred. If they didn't know Luca's character, they would definitely rush towards Rayleigh now. How can you block this move? Rayleigh was amazed and trembling physically and mentally. Luca's palm blocked his neck, and one hand gently grasped Rayleigh's long sword. In Luca's opinion, this sword was also very sharp, and it should be a famous sword. It seems that the other party has made a lot of preparations to kill him this time. It's a pity that now, people of Rayleigh's level of strength seem to be unable to hurt him. When Luca had this thought in his mind, he suddenly found that the blood in his body subsided. This means that if he kills Rayleigh, the improvement in strength will be very small. It is even possible that there will be no improvement at all. Nothing is impossible, but you should prepare well. You didn't cherish this rare opportunity. Luca's words made Lucci and others look at Rayleigh with a sneer. At the same time, Lucci and others' eyes were full of annoyance and disgust for Rayleigh. Although their strength was definitely not enough to kill Rayleigh at the moment, it did not mean that they did not dare to attack Rayleigh. Damn! Rayleigh's palms were sweating. He kept asking himself in his heart, no matter how strong Luca was, he should not be so strong. Besides, since Luca came from the Holy Land and was a celestial dragon, with such strength, he should join the Knights of God among celestial dragons. How could he come to the sea? If it was the celestial dragons of other surnames, in the end, they were just slaves of a higher level. And the outsiders saw quite a lot of rules. Basically, those people were kept in captivity by the real celestial dragons. Roger had told him about this in the past. Before, when Rayleigh saw Luca's name in the newspaper, he didn't completely believe Marine. Because Luca's family name didn't belong to any of the 19 families. It was obviously a foreign family name. The only thing that celestial dragons with foreign families could be proud of was probably this family name. Rayleigh's thoughts were complicated, but he racked his brains and couldn't figure out why. Maybe, Roger is really strong when he uses this move, but your strength is definitely not as good as Roger. Not as good as Garp. What I really want to know is why you have such a murderous intention towards me. Luca had a guess in his mind. That is, Rayleigh should have been asked by Red Hair to kill him. After all, the friendship of many years before is certainly not so easy to give up. And the relationship between Red Hair and Green is also extraordinary. Speaking of which, if I kill Red Hair, I don't know if Green will respond with words like, "How can family compare with celestial dragons?" Suddenly, Luca's heart was filled with great murderous intent. Of course, Luca did not lose his mind. The biggest gain of this trip to Sabaody is Luo, Kid and others. As for Rayleigh, Luca is not very interested in hunting strong people now. Now Luca is more interested in forcing himself into danger and then breaking through. 014512528 Fila 1813233391. For example, now, he was still a little passionate. But when he found that Rayleigh's strength was not as strong as he thought, his body was not passionate at all. This means that if he kills Rayleigh now, the gains will be very small, or even nothing. Humph, I don't plan to tell you about celestial dragons like you. Bang! In just a moment, Rayleigh's observation hacky noticed that a thick arm was grabbing him. And he couldn't dodge at all. Or rather, his observation hacky only captured a shadow for a moment. When he reacted, he was like a chicken, and Luca grabbed him. Breathing became more and more difficult. Armament hacky, observation hacky, and even conquerors, at this time, seemed to have disappeared from his body. No, it didn't disappear, it was just suppressed by Luca's hacky. How is it possible? Rayleigh's eyes widened. You disappoint me so much, I thought you were so strong. It turns out that it's just like this. Luca already had the idea of letting Rayleigh go. If Rayleigh Red Hair appeared at the naval headquarters at the same time, and Blackbeard with the shock fruit ability was included, this kind of predicament would definitely allow him to break through. The improvement brought by hunting a strong man alone is no longer comparable to the daily sparring with Enel and others. Luca's voice made everyone present, except Lucci and others, stunned in place, with their mouths wide open, unable to speak. Especially Luffy and others, at this moment. They seemed to have lost their voices. Before, the deputy of the Pirate King, Pluton. This title made them think how strong Rayleigh was. As for Kid and others, they had seen Rayleigh stun a celestial dragon with conquerors at the auction. And he easily removed the auction collar on the neck of the fish man. They also understood how powerful Rayleigh was. However, now, the so-called Pluton, the so-called deputy of the Pirate King, was like a chicken, being held in Luca's hand. Ahem. I'm old after all. I never thought that there would be a guy like you on the sea. Ahem. What do you want? Fight for the throne of Pirate King. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt his neck loosen. Luca let him go. Rayleigh hurriedly stepped back. He held the sword tightly in one hand, trembling all over. Sweat had already soaked his sleeves completely. Of course, 967 was more afraid. In the moment just now, he thought he was going to die. Now, this feeling of running back from the edge of death again, no, the feeling of being lucky enough to be released, he is more greedy for the feeling of life. Pirate King? I never take that kind of house-playing game seriously. I'm giving you a chance. After all, your preparations this time look like children playing house, which is ridiculous. Luca squeezed his palms. Originally, he did think that killing Rayleigh would allow him to improve himself, but such a head-on confrontation. Even Rayleigh was attacking him by surprise, which made him so calm. It was as if he was dealing with a child playing. How do you know? Rayleigh was already confused. He could clearly hear the you Rayleigh said. This so-called you must include Luffy and others, so it must be referring to Red Hair and others. Think that he can compare with me just because he grew up on the sea? He has no idea how dangerous I am facing. Suffering, never empathy, death, despair, fear, these are the same. After Luca finished speaking, he looked at the big bear next to him, who had arrived at some point. This is the real big bear, holding a book in his hand. There is another group of pirates here, I'll leave it to you. At this moment, killing Luffy is of no benefit. It's better to keep him. Kuma slowly shifted his gaze to Luffy. Kid and the others stared at Luca with dull eyes, but Luca's next words made their scalps tingle. I killed 4 celestial dragons in total. Kizaru, are there any other celestial dragons alive here? Speaking of which, I went on a mission with you to protect celestial dragons this time, and I don't know how many targets there are. Luca's words made everyone silent again, but this time the silence was a little different. Even the action of knocking Luffy and the others away, rescuing them, was half a beat slower. Chapter 43 How to Protect? Kill them all, then there is no need to protect them. Protect celestial dragons? Originally, celestial dragons were still alive, but you killed them all this time. Is this what you mean by protection? Kizaru opened his mouth, and for a moment, he had no idea how to respond to Luca's words. It should be that there are no other celestial dragons that need our protection. During this period, Luffy and others were slapped away one after another. Of course, among the people present, except Luca and Kizaru, and Rayleigh, who was now lying on the ground, sweating all over. Everyone else thought that Luffy and others had been killed. Kid and others were trembling all over. Before, they had seen Luffy and others at the auction. Now it has only been a short time. Luffy and others have already died in front of them. Big Bear, have you thought about this? Luca is still standing here. Kizaru's expression changed, and he returned to his casual look. Big Bear slapped Luffy away like in the original book, first glanced at Rayleigh, and finally said nothing. Then, he set his eyes on Luca's body. He also understood that Kizaru seemed to be the Admiral of Marine, and seemed to decide the future actions of Marine. In fact, besides Sengoku, the other person who can influence the arrangement of Marine is Luca. I'm not interested in them. Since there are no celestial dragons to protect, let's go back. Seeing Luca say this, the people present breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. At this time, Luca also noticed that Luo had actually woken up a long time ago. Probably, it was when Rayleigh attacked him. This person is Luo, I should be right. How about joining us now that you are awake? Luca looked at Luo, who was still pretending to be unconscious. Everyone also turned their attention to Luo. As for Rayleigh, no one cared about him. At the moment, Rayleigh was lying on the ground like an old man, motionless. Luo, his body trembling, he got up with difficulty. Although he had some expectations in his heart, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Marine Admiral, Kizaru, Keiku and others, all of them were violent and stared at him with unfriendly faces. If he dared to say something arrogant, he would lose consciousness in the next second. Of course, compared to these, Luo was more concerned about Luca. The other party's blonde hair, scarlet eyes, and violent aura made him think of Doflamingo. However, Luca was more Doflamingo, even more terrifying. I can join you, a guy like you should also know my fruit ability. How about using my fruit ability in exchange for killing Doflamingo? Otherwise, I will commit suicide here, and then you will get nothing. When Luo finished these words, he clearly felt that the eyes of Lucci and others looking at him became icy cold. At present, among several supernovas, Hawkins, Kid, Kira, and then he Luo. 4 of the 11 supernovas were captured. The rest, in Luca's opinion, either did not pass the test of Lucci and others, or they had not completed the test after his order was issued. So he chose to come directly to gather. Gyoka was quite satisfied with the situation. Hawkins had no idea of resisting. Kid and Kira, he noticed at the beginning, were indeed unconvinced. But when Rayleigh was easily defeated by him, Luca could feel that the two had mostly obeyed. As for Law, because of his childhood experience, he was definitely not someone who could be beaten into submission. Let's just deal with it here first. Kizaru looked strange. In his opinion, the 5 elders had long been immortal. And Luca had such privileges, so it didn't seem to be that difficult for him to be immortal. However, the current situation had nothing to do with him. He was very happy to watch quietly in this place and didn't choose to speak. Subconsciously, Kizaru noticed Rayleigh next to him. Even the deputy of the Pirate King East King Rayleigh has been defeated. This guy is really a terrifying monster. It seems that there is no bottleneck for him to exercise. But, does such a guy also want OPOP fruit to perform the immortal surgery? Kizaru muttered to himself in his heart, but never spoke. Luca smiled slightly and spoke. Hat, you are really confident. Let me give you 2 choices. First, you join me now. I will make you stronger. In a few months, you will have the strength to kill Doflamingo. Second, you can leave directly. Don't worry, I have no interest in a weak and confident guy like you. There is never a lack of potential guys on the sea. Luca said lightly, with his hands on his chest, and the whole person was quite confident. Since we can't recruit them now, let's wait until after the Summit War. The main reason is that the potential of those Marines has reached the limit. They are no longer afraid of death, and those people may be all because of Luca's teaching. As a result, they put almost no pressure on Luca. Exercise every day, that is, Enel and Lucci can make him feel excited. At this moment, Luca looks quite kind. He has never released any breath of himself. But even such Luca has made Law feel great pressure. At the same time, he was also shocked. The ability of OPOP fruit seemed to be worthless in his opinion. After hesitating for a long time, Law finally chose the first one. He chose to join Luca's army. In Dressrosa. In the royal court at the top. Nonos, Doflamingo was drinking leisurely. Next to him, 3 senior family officials were also accompanying Doflamingo. Diamante, Pica, and Treble. Dover, the Marine has sent out the admiral for the matter in Sabayati. According to the news, the Shishibukai named Luca is also there. Teach, that guy, betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Is he strong enough to kill Luca? Torible's face was full of doubt. The other 2 also had some hatred in their expressions. At the beginning, Luca killed Virgo in Marine. This has already successfully made enemies with their family. The storm of the new era is coming. The identity of celestial dragons is sometimes a protection, but sometimes it is also a danger. Speaking, Doflamingo pointed to the table in front of him, where the notice just issued by Marine was. Pirate Ace is about to be executed. Chapter 44, Doflamingo is petrified. Torrible and the other 3 were still unable to react at this moment. What does this mean? Among them, Torrible was responsible for many transactions in the family after all. It can be said that he was the general manager of the entire family. He sniffed a long snot. Dover, you mean that relying on Ace as bait, Whitebeard will never sit idly by. As long as Whitebeard and Marine go to war, we can fish in troubled waters. Even, can we rely on the opportunity created by Whitebeard to let Teach kill Luca? In the eyes of Torrible and others. Since Ace is Whitebeard's son, then, according to Whitebeard's character, the other party will never just watch and let Marine execute him. On the sea now, the power of pirates seems to be stronger than Marine. So, Marine has to execute. But Whitebeard is not a very easy person to talk to. No, it's not that simple. Ace is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King. And this execution means a bigger storm. As for Teach, don't underestimate him. The scar on Red Hair's face was left by him. It's not a problem to let him kill Luca, the Celestial Dragons. 643 NEXT, the family should prepare how to gain more benefits from Whitebeard's territory after his death. Transaction, after the first cooperation foundation, the second transaction will become easy. As Doflamingo finished speaking, he stood up from the sofa. He walked slowly to the window. Swish! Pushed the window open. Looked up at the clouds in front. Celestial dragons. Torrible, for a moment, was extremely shocked by the news Doflamingo said. Pirate King Roger, actually still has blood in this world. And, he is now caught by Marine. No, not by Marine. But by Blackbeard, Teach. No wonder, the world government asked Marine to start executing Ace. In this era that is about to go berserk, who can ascend to the throne of the king? Red Hair? Or Kaido of Wano Kuni, or Big Mom? Those monsters must be. Just while Doflamingo was talking, the door of their hall was suddenly knocked. Doflamingo was not angry. It seems that the storm has begun. Come in. At the moment, Doflamingo was most happy that Luca was finally going to die. That damn Celestial Dragons, who was still an outsider, how could he compare with him? Why did they give Luca such privileges? I think those 5 guys are simply old and confused. At this moment, Doflamingo's heart was more about gloating. Crash! The door was pushed open heavily. A person in charge of family intelligence affairs hurried in. In panic, he even fell to the ground. Oh no! Young master! All celestial dragons on the Sabayati archipelago were slaughtered by the Shishibukai named Luca. Even if this man fell to the ground, he did not forget to shout out the news. After shouting this news, his body couldn't help but tremble. Celestial dragons, in this world, are almost regarded as extremely noble beings. In addition, with the Marine surrounding and escorting them, naturally no one dared to cause trouble to celestial dragons. At most, they would knock them out, and they would not dare to hurt their lives at all. What did you say? Doflamingo completely lost the comfort and excitement just now. His face changed drastically. His body trembled. He thought of Luca's power, which could judge the power of celestial dragons. But, if Luca did this, wouldn't he be afraid of the blame of those guys in the Holy Land? Master, that Luca, he completely ignored the orders of the Marine, and the CPO didn't dare to stop him. On the island of Sabayati. Hearing this again, Doflamingo also knew that this was the fact, whether he was willing to accept it or not. So he waved his hand and interrupted directly. I know, you go back. Doflamingo calmed down. It seemed that Teach would not be able to kill Luca. Luca dared to act so recklessly, and he must have guards around him. Ordinary CP0s are no longer good enough. With such privileges, the guards around him must be the Knights of God. Damn it, why, on what basis? Doflamingo was filled with jealousy and hatred at the moment. He was jealous of Luca's privileges. If he had them, he wouldn't have to fear Kaido now. He hated that his father shouldn't have taken them away from the Holy Land. Otherwise, how could his mother die? And Torrible and the other 3 just stayed where they were. Their eyes were as big as copper bells. Are you kidding? Even if they had that kind of power, they couldn't kill like this, right? After all, they were celestial dragons, not poultry. Young master, there is some news. Those CP9s in NICE lobby have appeared again. They seem to have withdrawn from the CP organization and joined Luca's army. Those people found Supernova and recruited them. Among them, Luo, Kid, Kira, and Hawkins, a total of 4 people were forcibly recruited. The remaining few seemed to have failed their test, so they were not recruited. Listening to the voice of the intelligence officer in the family, Doflamingo didn't want to say anything more. He looked up at the other party. Any more news? The intelligence officer finally shook his head. Then, Doflamingo asked the other party to leave. His clenched fists and trembling body were enough to show his anger at the moment. What annoyed him the most was Luo was originally trained by their family. And Doflamingo trained Luo as his right-hand man. As a result, Luo did not return to their family, and was recruited by someone. This made Doflamingo feel high blood pressure. What made him more headache was that he was recruited by Luca. Humph! Without absolute strength and relying on privileges, how can you suppress them? Just wait, you are in the center of the storm, and you will definitely die without a complete body. Doflamingo thought of the news he had just received recently. The red-haired one of the 4 emperors also wanted Luca to die. On the other hand, the Marines were also quite uneasy. Garp, this is how it is. For justice. Garp could of course hear Sengoku's voice. This execution was carried out by the world government. They, the Marines, had no power to refuse. And Garp felt even more powerless. Chapter 45 Satan, I can't carry you. I can't carry you at all. For justice. Garp said confusedly, clenching his fists like a trembling lion, or like an old man in his twilight years. He slowly walked to the small sofa next to him and sat down. In the marshal's office at this moment. Not only Garp and Sengoku. There are also Crane, and many backbone forces in Marine. Aokiji, as always, wore an eye mask on his head, and the whole person seemed to be completely asleep. As for Akainu, he looked at Garp indifferently. After so many years in Marine, Akainu certainly heard about Garp's affairs. However, knowing is knowing, agreeing or not, that is another matter. Fortunately, the 5 elders did not let him down. Pirates must die. There is another problem about the execution. The meaning of the world government is to make us better deal with Whitebeard. So we have to gather Shishibukai. At the same time, a new pirate became Shishibukai. He is Whitebeard's original son, Teach, now he should be called Blackbeard. It is this person who made a deal with the world government and became a Shishibukai. You should be more cautious about him. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief. As for Ace, he was only worried that Garp would have a hard time. As for Blackbeard, Teach, Sengoku also felt that he was very suspicious of him. He always felt that Blackbeard was plotting something. But in the current situation, he could only wait until the war started to pay attention. Otherwise, monitoring Blackbeard now would only alert the enemy. Among them, you, Ghost Spider, will be responsible for negotiating with the other Shishibukai. It all depends on his opinion whether he will participate in the war or not. Sengoku knew that Tonka was the one who could make the 5 elders give in. How could the Marines possibly command such a person? Hina and the others were a little curious about Luca at the moment. Be it the previous experience or the rumors they heard from the Marines. They wanted to meet Luca. They had seen celestial dragons, but celestial dragons like Luca seemed to have never been heard of in the sea for hundreds of years. Okay, I'll negotiate with Saint Luca about this matter. If Saint Luca joins the battle, Ghost Spider said, looking at Sengoku. According to his understanding, Luca's personality would definitely not choose to miss this execution. People who want to compete with Garp and beat Garp are likely to want to try Whitebeard's power. If he is willing to join the battle, then we have already won this war. Sengoku's mouth corners slightly raised. One Luca, one Garp, he couldn't imagine how they could lose. They couldn't lose at all. As long as he is willing to join the battle, then you can go with him to find other Shishibukai. Those guys are all unruly, and some will even ignore this call. Finally, Sengoku had almost finished talking about how to arrange Ace's execution. Just when everyone was about to leave the meeting, a communications marine rushed in. Marshal Sengoku, something happened. Then, the marine told Luca everything that happened on the Sabayati archipelago. Especially what Luca did, everyone present was terrified. He recruited 4 pirate supernovas and killed several celestial dragons that their marine needed to protect. He named them, Protect. He also asked Kizaru if there were any other celestial dragons that needed protection. At the same time, the Pirate King's deputy, Rayleigh, was defeated by Luca. Are you telling the truth? Sengoku couldn't help but sweat a little. Celestial dragons were killed, this matter, he knew about it, then, logically, the 5 people in the Holy Land also knew about it. Since the 5 people knew about it, they would most likely go directly to Luca instead of him. Of course, this matter still made him feel shocked. Ha ha ha, well done, those idiots should have died long ago. Garp laughed, and he laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Sengoku glanced at Garp, opened his mouth and didn't say much. With the previous incident of Garp losing to Luca, now, hearing that Rayleigh was defeated by Luca again, Sengoku no longer felt much. And he thought that if Rayleigh could defeat Luca, it would be a bit wrong. However, why did Rayleigh suddenly attack Dianka? Wait, you mean, Rayleigh was defeated instantly? Sengoku looked at the signalman who was responsible for delivering the message again, with a look of shock in his eyes. How long has it been? Luca's strength has improved again? Does he have no limit or bottleneck? Sengoku asked subconsciously in his heart, but no one here would answer him. Compared with Sengoku and Garp, Akainu and Aokiji and others were completely dumbfounded. Among them, Aokiji's eyes were even wider. As for the other vice-admirals and many other pillars of the Marines, their faces were dull. It seemed that all the sounds coming from their ears had nothing to do with them. The signalman swallowed his saliva and said again. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, in addition, the CP9s who joined Luca Saint before have also improved their strength a lot. It is these people who are responsible for recruiting those supernovas. After getting the confirmation of the news, Sengoku was surprised at first, and then a smile gradually appeared on his face. He quickly looked at Ghost Spider. If possible, try to let him participate in this execution. In this way, Whitebeard will not be a concern for us. At this point, Sengoku turned his attention to Garp again. Ace is still in Impel Down, you go to see him. Now, Garp was defeated by Luca, which is no longer a secret within the Marine. Now Garp can be regarded as unloading some of the burden. The people in the Marshal's office did not look at Garp, most of them were still in shock because of Luca's matter. Garp slowly restrained his smile, but the sadness in his eyes could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Holy Land. Between power. On weekdays, this extremely relaxed hall is now as cold as winter, piercingly cold. Satan's face is like frost. Saint Luca, why did you do this? If you don't give us a reason, I will report your affairs to that adult. When the time comes, you will return to the Holy Land and accept punishment. Satan said this, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. In his opinion, Yinka was simply lawless. On the other side, Luca held a den mushi in his hand and smiled. I just got on the Sabayati archipelago and found that they were in danger. I accidentally hurt them. It turns out that they are dead. This is really a pity. As a celestial dragon, I certainly want to protect them. Many people can testify to this. After Luca's voice fell, a full half-minute passed. Satan and others did not speak. As for Lucci and others who were also on the warship, including Kizaru and Kid, everyone's eyes were as big as a pair of copper bells. Their faces were surprised. Among them, Luo's expression was completely dull. Saint Luca, I hope you can think about it carefully. You only have 2 years. If you haven't produced any results in 2 years, it will be difficult for that adult to deal with it. After the voice fell, the Den Mushi was hung up directly. Luca looked at the Den Mushi in his hand, and his eyes, which were originally casual, suddenly became extremely cold. 2 years? Maybe it won't take 2 years at all. Lucci and others all pricked up their ears at this moment, listening carefully to Luca's words. At the same time, they were also very curious in their hearts. But this place is not a place to ask questions, and they can't ask. In the Holy Land, Satan and the other 5 looked at each other for a few times. In the end, Satan stood up. I'd better report this matter. Satan said this, and in his heart he was telling himself that this matter was a relatively important matter. On the one hand, he was afraid of Im, and on the other hand, he was actually very uneasy. This uneasiness all came from Luca. Luca's strength improved very quickly, and he also told the other 4 people about this. Unfortunately, those people had never seen Luca, but they had heard of some of Luca's deeds. They didn't take Luca seriously at all. In particular, they found that Luca's fighting method was almost to fight with blood and energy. This kind of fighting method that consumes the origin and consumes blood and energy, unless there is a fruit ability to make up for it, otherwise, when you get old or reach a certain age, the strength will inevitably decline rapidly. Even directly become a waste. Before going to find that adult, I hope you can also pay attention to him. His potential is extraordinary. Satan said again. The other 4 looked at each other. They could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Potential is extraordinary. The power gained by consuming the origin, potential, and blood essence, isn't this guy the best chess piece? Although this chess piece is a little ignorant. But there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Finally, Nasu Xiaolang, the one wearing a white Taoist robe and glasses, nodded gently. Perhaps, we should pay more attention to him. Satan felt quite powerless when he saw this scene, and then he didn't say anything, just stood up and left the power room to find Im. The same scene was also played in another place in the Holy Land. Gring's face did not change. He slowly moved his eyes away from the information in his hand. That person won't care about such a small matter. In her eyes, except for herself, there is not much difference between everyone else, whether they are celestial dragons or not. However, 2 years. Gringu felt a little uneasy. When he found that he had such a feeling, his expression was shocked. How could he have such a feeling? It's just Luca. How could it affect him? Maybe he will be the winner in the end. Chapter 46 The Terrified Kid. Back at Naval Headquarters, Luca naturally didn't need to report anything to Sengoku, he went directly to his own manor. As for Lucci and others, they naturally followed Luca. As for Luo and others, because of Satan's phone call, they had no intention of leaving at all. Oh, the next thing is not easy to deal with. Kizaru sighed slightly as he watched Luca's back leave. He had a kind of intuition telling him that from today on, the sea might be really uneasy. Celestial dragons were killed. This was equivalent to breaking a limit directly. Many people understood that the blood of celestial dragons was also red. And celestial dragons would also die. They were not so awed by the world government. The same was true for the marine. Luca's expanded manor was not far from the naval headquarters, after all, they were all on an island. In the courtyard of the manor, many marines were training as usual. Enel slowly opened his eyes. Are you back? Then, Enel turned into a flash of lightning and suddenly appeared in front of Luca and others. Kid and others looked nervous. 6, 5, 7 Thunder Fruit Ability User. Kid gritted his teeth, and suddenly found that his fruit ability seemed to be a little weak. He had already seen how terrifying Luca's strength was. Now, under Luca's command, he, Kid, seemed to have only a little potential. Originally, Kid was unwilling to succumb to Luca, but along the way, Kid also noticed Luca's personality was wild with some details. Of course, strong strength is the first factor. "Captain, you are finally back." Enel's eyes also flashed with some excitement. For Enel, when only Luca was there, he and Lucci and others, including those Marines who followed Luca, trained together, so that his strength will improve every day. And now, it has been a few days since Luca went to sea and came back again. Enel felt a little uncomfortable because his strength could not improve. Perhaps it was influenced by Luca. Both Enel and the Marines who followed Luca were war maniacs. "Well, this trip to the sea was not as good as I thought, but I recruited some subordinates who can help me in the future, which is not bad. It's just that Pluton Rayleigh, who is known as the deputy of the Pirate King, is quite disappointed with his strength." Luca's 2 consecutive sentences let Hawkins, Kid, and others be stunned. They all widened their eyes and looked at Luca's back carefully. Can they help Luca? With their strength, they can't catch up even if they are given 1 or 2 years. Speaking of which, there will be another war that needs your help soon. Luca said meaningfully. Before going to the Holy Land, there is only one battlefield that he is sure of and can also allow Enel and others to train better. That is the Summit War that will take place soon at the naval headquarters. However, if you calculate the time, it should be 1 or 2 months. It is very likely that it is because of this butterfly, the time of occurrence is faster or slower than in the original book. Oh! Finally, we are going to fight in the Holy Land and let those trash know what the real power of God is? Good. Enel's eyes suddenly glowed. Luca waved his hand directly. It's not the right time yet. It's another big battle. Another battle? Regarding Luca's thoughts on the Holy Land, Kid, and others, as well as Lucci and others, all know it. Luca and those celestial dragons are not really of the same mind. However, they don't know the specific situation of Luca's situation. Kid and others have no choice. And when Lucci and others know that their strength has far exceeded the past, in their eyes, he is just a tyrant. At the same time, only Luca is the real celestial dragon they think. Today, new subordinates have joined. I also plan to change the previous training method from today. When Luca came to the manor, many Marines stopped training and came to Luca. Kid and others couldn't help but wonder. First of all, Enel seems to be very loyal to Luca, which they agree with. In every pirate group, the captain has a trustworthy deputy. But why are these Marines so fanatically loyal to Luca? And what about this training method? In the past, everyone had a chance to die. Now, I will make everyone feel excruciating pain when they die. Because of my Haki barrier, some of you have lost your fear of death and don't even care about it. In this case, your research on your own power will lose its previous level. So after you die and resurrect, you must continue to attack me until you lose the strength to fight. Lucci and the others, including the Marines, understood Luca's words. However, after hearing these words, they felt cold sweat on their foreheads. However, more people felt their blood boiling. Only Kid and others looked pale. They understood every word here, but why didn't they understand it together? Without waiting for them to ask, Luca directly activated his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the sky and the earth seemed to have lost their colors. They entered a world without colors. What is this? What kind of power is this? Hawkins suddenly realized that his devil fruit power was restricted to a certain extent. Even the ability that he could use easily as always, now needs to mobilize more physical experience. Luo was even dumbfounded. Even Doflamingo doesn't have such an ability. What is this? Haki. Kid is not much better. He knows the concept of haki, but he also has a limited understanding of haki. Not everyone is Luffy. There are teachers Rayleigh and teacher Guy taught. Conqueror's haki, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki are all used together. It requires extremely strong physique and spirit. Luffy explained calmly. You are new here. Under this barrier, we will not really die. When we just die, Luca Saint will use Conqueror's haki and blood to repair our bodies. We will be resurrected again at that time, but the physical strength we have consumed will not come back. Luffy finished speaking. Kid and others slowly opened their mouths. Especially Hawkins, he felt that his ability was like a clown at the moment. In fact, there is a limitation to Luca's resurrection, that is, he cannot die for too long. And when he dies, he must be in Luca's Conqueror's haki barrier. This point, Luffy plans to tell Hawkins and others after a while. Luo, Kid, Kira, and Hawkins, you should feel Conqueror's haki, which will help you to comprehend it yourself. Next, as time goes by, I will gradually increase my strength until I use my full strength. In this environment, the longer you persist, the greater the benefit to your strength improvement. No one knows what happened with Luca, and Marine has found that Luca has no ill will towards Marine. There is nothing Marine can do even if he has ill will. No one in Marine cares about Luca's movements now. At the moment, they are more concerned about whether Luca will participate in the plan to execute Ace. 2 hours after Luca came back, Ghost Spider took a deep breath. Looking at the manor not far ahead, he walked forward slowly after the terrifying atmosphere was gone. This kind of training, let alone those Marines, even a pig will probably improve to a considerable extent. Ghost Spider stepped into the manor with a different mood. Although, he also wanted to join this kind of training. But he was afraid. He was afraid that as time went on, while his strength increased, he would also be further away from the justice of the Marine. Strength often comes with a price. This point, Ghost Spider was extremely sure of. In a blink of an eye, Ghost Spider had completely stepped into the courtyard of the manor. At this moment, the courtyard was already preparing for dinner. What are you doing here? Ghost Spider, is there anything Sengoku needs you to convey? Luffy's face was pale. After the training, his haki cultivation and his own strength skills had made another breakthrough. It was even better than the effect of the training when he first came here. As for the price, it was like this now. The physical strength of the whole body was almost completely consumed. Of course, it was no problem to keep standing. Ghost Spider glanced at the other Marines. He found that those Marines were either lying on the ground without any image, or sitting on the ground. However, his observation color told him that these people had become stronger to a certain extent compared to yesterday. Unconsciously, Ghost Spider's respect for Luca rose to a higher level. I want to see Luca Saint. There is something very important. I need to ask Luca Saint what he thinks. Ghost Spider swallowed his saliva. If Luca intends to participate in this execution, then Whitebeard is nothing to worry about, just as Sengoku said. 1 update today, 10,000 updates tomorrow. Chapter 47 Everything is ready. So that's how it is. Come with me. Some doubts flashed through Luffy's mind. Originally, he was the chief of CP9. He also had the power to obtain intelligence. Now, after leaving CP9, Keiku and others, like him, are training here to improve their strength. Naturally, no one goes to get intelligence. On weekdays, in addition to training, they go to the nearby sea area to salvage sea kings for daily meals. Although it is said that the naval headquarters will send some supplies to them. However, some people, after their strength is improved, want to try their own tricks and go out to sea to salvage sea kings. However, Marine probably won't harm them, so it doesn't matter if there's no information. Later, I can talk to Luca Saint about this. Luffy thought so. and Ghost Spider naturally followed Luca all the way. He looked around again. He was more and more sure that the strength of these people had been improved, and the extent was quite high. Hawkins, your fruit ability, in essence, uses cards as a medium to activate, and at the same time, your stand scarecrow is equivalent to helping you transfer your bad luck. Or in other words, it helps you transfer something. In this regard, you can only control it roughly. These two simple sentences made Hawkins stunned. He nodded gently. He had never thought that Luca knew his abilities so well. At this moment, Hawkins, Kid, Kira, including Luo, and Beppo who came with Luo, were the same as Luca. Sitting under a tree without any image. Yes, you know my ability very well. In essence, my ability is a kind of foreknowledge. Hawkins's expression was filled with great surprise. At the same time, he also sighed at Luca's talent. During the sparring just now, Luca had held back in his attack on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit here now. Like the Marines in the courtyard, they should be lying on the ground at this moment, not wanting to move at all. To develop your fruit ability, I suggest you try to transfer your fatigue to the enemy. At the same time, you can also temporarily absorb the enemy's haki, or physical strength. With this desire, develop your fruit ability. It has chosen you, and you have chosen it. Believe in it, it will not let you down. Fruits often respond to the user's wishes. As soon as these words came out, Hawkins and others present were stunned. Subconsciously, they seemed to hear some kind of voice. Or something responded to them. It's just that this feeling came and went quickly. As for your stand-in scarecrow, unless it can be used as a talisman for others, otherwise, there is not much point in using it. In Luca's opinion, Hawkins' ability is a mechanism. Once a certain situation is triggered, the result of a certain fact will be applied. Kid, you can try to further compress any weapon you assemble. No matter how powerful the weapon is, you have to wait until it is assembled and exert its power. During this period, you are the most vulnerable. Either compress the size of the weapon, or change your thinking and let those things cover you to further improve your own combat power. Luo, Kira, one of you doesn't have a devil fruit, so just exercise your physique directly. The other one, since it is an OPOP fruit, why don't you think about using surgery to further improve your potential? After Luca's several words, the people present were silent. They wanted to say something. But after thinking carefully, if they were to develop in the direction Luca said and develop the fruit ability. On the one hand, it requires a high level of understanding, and on the other hand, this kind of thinking is something they didn't have before. In terms of understanding, under the pressure of Luca's life and death training, they have already felt that their understanding is rapidly improving. Of course, when they really feel the fear of death, in that state, all their attention and all their spirits are highly concentrated on one point. In this state, let alone understanding, everything can be thought through. 0145125228 Fila 181333451. As for the fur tribe, do you want to be a reserve food? As soon as Luca said this, Beppo's eyes widened and even some tears came out. He got excited and stood up immediately. Luca, Captain Luca, my meat is not delicious. Luca laughed. You should also train well like Kira, and cultivate Conqueror's haki to a sufficient level. Spider, it seems that Sengoku needs my help with something. Luca changed the subject and slowly stood up, turning his head to look at Spider and Lucci who were walking here. During this period, Lucci carefully glanced at Kid and others. He then noticed that Kid and others had surprise, admiration, and other emotions in their eyes. The only thing was that there was no emotion that he didn't want to see. Very good, these people are trustworthy. Lucci nodded secretly in his heart. Marshal Sengoku does need your help with something. Ace, one of the 4 emperors of the pirates, the son of Whitebeard, has now been traded to Marine. When Marine is ready, Ace will be executed, but Sengoku wants. Spider was stared at by Luca and others. Although Luca's eyes were extremely kind and casual. However, the aura emitted by Lucci and others made him feel terrified. First of all, let's not talk about Lucci, but Kid and others were all former pirate supernovas. He clearly remembered that these people were not very strong. But it has only been half a day, how come these guys have become so fierce? On the forehead of Ghost Spider, beads of sweat appeared and then slid down. So that's how it is. Don't worry, I will join the battle. I also want to experience the strength of Whitebeard. Luca said, and patted Lucci who was wandering in the sky. Lucci understood and lowered his head. $7, BB. A huge surprise first appeared on Ghost Spider's face, and then his expression tightened again. According to Sengoku's layout, the next step is to find other Shishibukai. But Luca just agreed, and asked him to find other Shishibukai just like that. Isn't it a bit anxious? Chapter 48. The stage is set. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Is there another celestial dragon that needs to be protected? Don't worry, I will definitely take on this kind of thing. Luca's face was full of frivolity. His expression was casual. After he said this, the scene fell into silence. You go to protect the celestial dragons? They saw what Sabayati was like. Now, reports about Luca slaughtering celestial dragons in Sabayati are flying all over the world. It seems that there is no obstruction from the Holy Land for this matter. It's not about protecting celestial dragons, it's about other Shishibukai. Marshal Sengoku knows that other Shishibukai have their own temperaments. If we ask them to participate in the war directly, they probably won't come. But if you can go out with me, other Shishibukai will definitely respond to our invitation. Ghost Spider said hurriedly. Protect celestial dragons? Just like Luca's way of protecting celestial dragons, Marine knew the traces of celestial dragons, and they didn't dare to tell Luca. Luca nodded gently. From this period, all parties have begun to prepare for the situation of Summit War. Whitebeard, needless to say, will definitely come to the war. As for Garp, it is not impossible for him to defect. And the red-haired. Luca couldn't help but think of Rayleigh. Rayleigh wanted to kill him inexplicably before, and there must be a reason for this. Among them, Luca personally prefers the action made by the red-haired. This also means that this time Summit War, Kaido might also bring people with him. 3 of the 4 emperors came at once. Even, because of red hair, some forces from the Holy Land might come. After all, they are the orthodox celestial dragons. They can't have no backup plan. Maybe Luffy's fruit is their calculation. Luca didn't believe it at all. Red Hair didn't know anything about the Nika fruit. Everything seemed too clever. And Luca in this world didn't believe in coincidences. In addition to these, there is also Blackbeard. Summit War is a very good opportunity. I must rely on this opportunity to improve my strength to the greatest extent. Otherwise, when the 2 people in the Holy Land react, they may change their own plans. By then, the 2 years mentioned at the beginning will become empty talk. Since there are so many opponents, let's just play a big one. Luca quickly thought about it in his mind. Some plans emerged in his mind. It only took a few seconds in the outside world. Luca looked up at Ghost Spider. Then, when do we set off? Luca's simple and relaxed tone was like a huge weight on Ghost Spider's body. That mouth seemed to be stuck by an iron chain. Tomorrow, tomorrow. It's too early to go today. Luca Saint has just returned for half a day. Ghost Spider thought so in his heart. Luca also nodded gently. Not long after, Ghost Spider left immediately, sighing in his heart. As for the execution of Ace, he was quite confident. Because he knew very well that the strength of Enel and others was far beyond the original. This war was already a sure thing. Even if the 4 emperors attacked together, Ghost Spider felt that it was not a big problem. Speaking of which, Just now, he vaguely felt that Luca's expression was a little weird. It seemed that he was planning something. However, there was one thing that Ghost Spider was very sure of, that is, Luca would never persecute Marine. After all, with Luca's identity and ability, if he wanted to do this, he would have done it long ago. There is no need to make trouble at this juncture. At the same time, on Luca's side, Kid also spoke slowly. Isn't it just Whitebeard's son who is going to be executed? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Marine's power should be more than that. Kid spoke without thinking. Or rather, he had no brain at all. Kira sighed softly, and he continued, after all, Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Once he makes a move, other pirates will not sit idly by. During this period, if other Shishibukai have any ideas, it will be quite troublesome. At this moment, if a second 4 Emperors level pirate is added to the chaos. At that time, Marine was unable to split himself, so in this situation, a powerful and terrifying person was needed to suppress everything. Garp, after all, he is a veteran, and his deterrence is obviously insufficient. At present, only the Card Saint can do this. Kira opened his mouth, and Kid looked as if he had realized it. Hawkins subconsciously used his ability. Several cards appeared in his hand. 50% chance of death, 100% chance of victory. How could there be a chance of death? Hawkins used his ability and looked at the cards with surprise. Could it be that Luca was too strong, hindering his ability calculation invisibly? However, when he was calculating just now, he did not feel any obstacles from Luca. Luo and Kid, including Lucci, all turned their eyes to Hawkins' head. Hawkins was quite nervous when seeing these eyes. It shouldn't be. It's because Luca is too strong. My ability calculation has deviated. This is normal. Not to mention Kid and others. Hawkins himself is now quite loyal to Luca. And Luca smiled lightly, as if he was not affected by Hawkins, Zhao Qunhao. In fact, this is exactly one of my plans. This war is a new stage, and the eyes of the whole world will be gathered here. Do you want to be noticed by the guys on the sea? Do you want to become a famous guy in the sea? That depends on your next training. The curtain is about to be unveiled, and the audience will only remember who will stand on the stage in the end. Luca's meaningful words made several people present stunned. I estimate that there should be a month before this execution. Prepare well. There is never a seat for the weak on the stage of the strong. Whether it is revenge or fame, without sufficient strength, it is just a dream bubble. Luca turned calmly and walked towards the basement where he usually retreated. And the expressions on Hawkins and others' faces changed from doubting themselves to becoming gradually firm. Chapter 49 I must make him die. You said, Luca agreed. In the Marshal's office, there are only 3 admirals and Crane, the Marine's brain trust. The rest is Sengoku. He is also a resourceful general. Everyone knows where Garp is going, and no one cares. Some things cannot be instantly known to everyone. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Luca agreed, and the Marine has won this war. Ghost Spider also responded with excitement. Akainu frowned. He was intimidating without anger. Ghost Spider immediately restrained his smile. Humph, the war has not even started, how can you be so light? In fact, Akainu was originally very dissatisfied with Luca recruiting those pirates. However, when he knew that Luca preferred to protect celestial dragons, Akainu also felt that Luca recruiting pirates was not a big deal. In fact, he himself was also happy to see it this way. In this war, our opponent is Whitebeard, and one of his sons, Jinbei, who is also one of the Shishibukai. I guess he will not participate in the war and ignore our order. In addition, that Doflamingo is obviously wrong, and their recent actions are completely hidden. And Red Hair, his figure has been even more mysterious recently. Although there are some people under Luca's command, except for that Logia, the others are not qualified. so, we can't relax like this. Akainu analyzed coldly. In his opinion, in this war, many people will die on the marine side. So, in order to live up to those guys who sacrificed for marine, he will wipe out the Whitebeard pirates this time. The joy on Sengoku's face also eased a little, and he calmed down. Take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had fully recovered, and no trace of his thoughts could be seen. Then follow our previous arrangements, be careful and cautious, and we can't be careless in the war. Sengoku also sighed in his heart. Perhaps, the impact Luca brought to him was too great, so he was a little proud for a while. When he learned that Garp was defeated by Luca, his whole face was full of disbelief. And now, the result of the war has not yet appeared, and he can't be careless. And Sengoku subconsciously looked at Garp, who often sat on the sofa in his marshal's office. At this moment, there was only Crane on the sofa. If Garp is out of control, I can only control Garp first. Sengoku thought to himself. The three admirals present also understood this. Aokiji was as absent-minded as ever. As for Kizaru, he looked as if it had nothing to do with him and casually cut his nails. Will Marine lose? Oh, if he hadn't been to Sabaody with Luca, he felt that this was possible. However, after experiencing the battle between Luca and Rayleigh, he felt that even if all the four emperors came, Luca would be able to fight. So, at this moment, Kizaru no longer cared about the war that would happen later. He had already seen the ending. Oh, those guys are also scary. This sentence, among the people present, except for the spider demon, everyone else thought that Kizaru was just casually saying his usual catchphrase. Spider demon also thought of something and was about to speak, but after thinking carefully, Sengoku and others would not believe everything he said. Besides, his relationship with Luca, it is a bit forced to say that they are friends. It is also a bit strange to say that they are not friends. Now the war is about to start. There are some things that Sengoku and others will naturally know soon even if he doesn't say it. On the ship of the Red Hair, Judge, pirates. Now Red Hair should change his name and call him Red Iwu directly. What's going on? How is it possible? How can he have such strength, Rayleigh? That's Rayleigh, how can he beat Rayleigh? At this moment, Red Hair has been completely crazy, he shouted in shock and anger. The whole person seems to be suffering from madness. One arm waved randomly, and the whole person seemed to have lost his expression. Like a madman with some incurable disease. Beckman sighed again, a feeling of exhaustion surged in his heart. Now, with his guess about Luca, the other party would definitely guess that it was them. And now, they have no room for maneuver with Luca. When the two meet, one of them must die. Red Hair can be generous and indifferent to anyone. Except for his partners who are hurt. At the same time, except for Luca, because the other party is celestial dragons, and in the true sense, strength and qualifications can crush Red Hair. After all, the other party has not been out to sea for a year. And Red Hair, it took decades to pull up such a team of 4 emperors in front of him. In this case, it is natural that Red Hair, who has high requirements for himself, is often annoyed. Red Hair also doesn't want to have any stains on himself, otherwise, how could he lock his daughter on an island like that? Beckman bit the cigar helplessly. Perhaps, his strength has become stronger again. Rayleigh is a little old, and has not practiced for a long time, and his strength has declined a little, seriously. Looking at the red-haired man, his eyes seemed to be shooting out a red laser. Beckman said while gritting his teeth. The air was quiet for a few seconds. It could also be that a long time had passed. You're right. Rayleigh hasn't been trained for some time. Ace's execution is about to begin, and this plan should be changed. To kill Luca, we need to use more power. One of the 4 emperors may not attack him. If we count a creature that cannot be killed in the world, even he will have a hard time. In addition, with some special help, his death is inevitable. The red-haired man's eyes were already fierce, and he wanted Luca to die now. This was not the idea he had at the beginning to fight for his dignity. But, Lang Tien. If he didn't kill Luca, his whole person would be affected all the time. Beckman saw through this and felt more helpless. What if he said that in the end, Luca still won, and all of them lost? What should he do? Beckman looked at the red-haired man with angry eyes, and wanted to speak several times, but finally said nothing. Okay. Chapter 50. He is not comparable to those trash. No one knows about the red-haired man's plan. The whole sea is shocked by Luca's massacre of celestial dragons in Sabayati. Both Big Mom and Kaido understand. The appearance of Luca means that the situation in the sea has changed dramatically. However, from this angle, Luca seems to have a bad relationship with the people in the Holy Land. For a while, the two did not know Luca's true origin and intelligence. Marine also strictly controls Luca's intelligence. The CP organization also controls the information related to celestial dragons very seriously. Some people choose to hide and wait for the opportunity. Whitebeard's son, Ace, was caught, and the most difficult person to catch at the moment is Whitebeard. Many forces are waiting to see this big show. Some people want to seek shelter from this storm, or to seek stability. In the Nine-Snake Island. In the palace, a short old woman, less than half a meter tall, held a cane in one hand and a newspaper in the other, with a complicated look. On her forehead, beads of sweat kept dripping down. Gloriosa, also known as Granny Wat, she was the former emperor of Nine-Snake Island, Amazon Lily. Bernstein Luca, slaughtering celestial dragons? Such a thing was actually published directly in the newspaper. Doesn't that bird want to die? Or has the Holy Land tacitly allowed such a thing to happen? Can the celestial dragon's right to judge be so reckless? No, this is not the reason, this should be the result. Because of his strength, or some other things, he got this power. Although Granny Wat was afraid in her heart, she did not lose her mind. Her legendary and extremely rich experience in her early years had long trained her to have a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. Ace execution, Shishibukai summons, snakes. The face of the mother-in-law was getting more and more sad. How could she not know Hancock's current experience and the trauma in her heart? Paula. At this moment, the gate of the palace was suddenly kicked open. Stinky old woman, why are you in my palace? You didn't even notify me. An elegant and eye-catching woman walked in quickly. Her skin was like snow and jade, and people couldn't take their eyes off her. Behind her, a red and white patterned snake followed quietly. In addition, there were two guards who were obviously strong and huge like monsters, who also followed closely behind. These three people were the three sisters of Hancock. Among them, Hancock was naturally the Empress of the Nine-Snake Island. A little sadness flashed in her eyes, but she didn't show it on her face. Hancock knew in her heart that the mother-in-law was in her palace, and she probably had something very important to discuss with her. As for that matter, needless to say, Whitebeard's son, Ace, is about to be executed. Shishibukai must be transferred by Marine. Otherwise, he will withdraw from the position of Shishibukai. At present, it seems that this is the only threat, but Marine and world government are not fools. After Ace's execution, they will naturally deal with the affairs of Shishibukai. By then, the situation of Nine-Snake Island will naturally not be much better. Snake Princess, you can't be willful anymore. There is a celestial dragon who has become Shishibukai. He is likely to help Marine mobilize you. What mother-in-law just said a word? And Hancock was stunned on the spot. In an instant, her face turned pale. Celestial dragon. Yes, look at the newspaper, what he did in Sabayati Archipelago. This person is quite difficult to get along with, and at the same time, he is not comparable to those fat pigs and waste. After saying this, Granny What sighed in her heart that the situation on the sea was affected by one person. The last time there was such a scene, it was because of a sentence Roger said before his death. A large number of pirates appeared on the sea. Now, a truly terrifying guy appeared on the sea. It is more intimidating than the 4 emperors. Celestial dragons, I must want to see about them. Hancock's figure trembled a little. The childhood experience was like a nightmare. For Hancock, it was a memory that she did not want to mention countless times. Her 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, were also pale. They knew about their sister's situation, and then they took the newspaper from Granny What's hand. The 2 looked at it carefully. The more they looked, the more silent they became, and the more sweat on their foreheads. Compared to Marine's summoning of Shishibukai, Luca's behavior of protecting celestial dragons in Sabayati has been photographed and published in newspapers. In their eyes, the celestial dragons who were not to be touched were killed by another celestial dragon like a chicken. That guy is definitely a real elite noble among celestial dragons. He is completely different from other celestial dragons. What mother-in-law said with a serious face. Hancock's eyes flashed with contempt. So what? A celestial dragon, man? An elite celestial dragon, no matter how elite, is just. Before Hancock finished speaking, Sandersonia, as her younger sister, exclaimed, "Sister, this celestial dragon slaughtered other celestial dragons in Sabayati." This voice made Hancock freeze. She immediately turned her head and took the newspaper from Sandersonia's hand. A pair of gorgeous eyes scanned the newspaper carefully, not missing a single word. Then, what came into her eyes was Luca's figure and face. Hancock saw hatred on that face. Hatred was something she was very familiar with. Bernstein Luca? Why haven't I heard of this last name? Wait, he couldn't be. When he was young, he was treated as a commodity like a pig or a dog, a slave, and was often taken to some gatherings of celestial dragons. Originally, celestial dragons used to have fun in a place called the Valley of Gods. Later, there were celestial dragons of other surnames, who were specially provided for the real celestial dragons, the descendants of the 19th family, to play with. It seems that I should agree to it. If nothing unexpected happens, Marine will come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and he should come too. Hancock decided to change her mind and meet Luca first. After all, she also had a grudge against celestial dragons. If she could kill her enemies with her own hands, it would be great. Just 4 more chapters, 6 more chapters tomorrow. No matter what the results are, I will definitely finish this book in the true sense. Thank you for your support and subscription. Knife.